vem, vem, vem. E do jeitinho que tu gosta. Senta nos carros. Vem, vem. E do jeitinho que tu gosta. Senta nos carros. Vem, vem. E do jeitinho que tu gosta. Senta nos carros. Vem, vem. E do jeitinho que tu gosta. Trava a bunda, senta e descansa. Vem, vem, vem. E do jeitinho que tu gosta. Senta nos carros. Vem, vem. E do jeitinho que tu gosta. Trava a bunda, senta nos carros. Vem, vem. E do jeitinho que tu gosta. Senta nos carros. Vem, vem. E do jeitinho que tu gosta. Trava a bunda, senta e descansa.
Não desiste, segue em frente, sua hora já chegou. Essa é a minha jornada, eu sei quem eu sou. Essa vida é um presente, valoriza o seu tempo. Quando chega no final, lembra onde começou. Não posso parar na linha final. Eu vou chegar, não posso parar. O meu troféu, eu vou ganhar. Gratidão no coração, minha mente na missão. É viver no que se aprende, meu irmão. It's time to go, 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 go. Bora, eles não podem me parar agora. Eles não podem me parar agora. Eles não podem me parar agora. Bora, eles não podem me parar. Bora, eles não podem me parar agora. 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 Go, 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 go. We gotta go like vamonos. Kinda like that roll like dominoes. Dropping that low, Geronimo. Work hard, play hard like on a roll. Não posso parar na linha final. Eu vou chegar, não posso parar. O meu troféu, eu vou ganhar. Gratidão no coração, minha mente na missão. É viver no que se aprende, meu irmão. Bora, eles não podem me parar agora. Eles não podem me parar agora. Eles não podem me parar agora. Bora, eles não podem me parar. Bora, eles não podem me parar agora. Eles não. Bora, eles não podem me parar agora. 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 Não posso parar. 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 Não posso parar.
Não posso parar na linha final. Eu vou chegar. Não posso parar na linha final.
It's time to go, go, Somos vencedores. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Somos vencedores. Somos vencedores. Yeah. Somos vencedores.
O amor é força que nunca se apaga. O amor é força que nunca se apaga. O amor é força que nunca se apaga. O amor é força que nunca se apaga.
Somos vencedores. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah. Somos vencedores.
Bom dia, Flesh and Blood world. We are back in São Paulo because it is once again time for the eyes of the Flesh and Blood world to turn their attention to Brazil, a place that showed us an incredible show last year that lives in the hearts and minds of Flesh and Blood watchers everywhere, including myself, Filipe. It was my favorite show to cast, and the sequel, I think, is going to be even better.
Yes. First and foremost, welcome back to Brazil, Bryce. It's so good to see you again, bro. Welcome back, everybody. We are so happy to have everybody watching us again and have opportunity to share the joy and love for the game of our community. And yes, last year was a banger, and this year it's promising to be even better, Bryce.
Do you think Brazil can do better than that?
I mean, not better because we won, right? So how can we be better than that? But yeah, I think we can repeat it. We have some very good international players here, but I think Brazil can keep it up and come out with the title again.
We are going to be bringing you coverage of the calling here in São Paulo all weekend long, but this is just one of the events going on in the hall behind us, which you can see is teeming with activity. But what is going to be on stream for you? It's 7 Swiss rounds, day 1. That is today, of course. Tomorrow, we'll offer 5 Swiss rounds and a cut to top 8 that will bring the conclusion of our tournament, but not before we crown yet another calling champion here in São Paulo. You're going to want to stick around because we have a legendary card to reveal. Besides that, there's also a giveaway going on. It's going to be one young hero Marvel, and also something that is going to be very juicy that we'll be talking about in a little bit, Filipe. But any guesses for this legendary card?
Oh my God, we have a legendary to review, Bryce. It's going to be amazing. I think it's probably going to be an equipment piece like all the legendaries, but I have no idea, and I'm so eager to see it.
I mean, we're pretty sure it's not going to be Runeblade, right? Because we've seen the Runeblade arms. We've also seen Third Eye of the Sphinx, a split class card when it comes to Wizard and Illusionist. Could it be another split class card?
We've seen a generic as well, the boots, Omnius boots.
Yes.
So
Boots of Omnis Ward.
Boots of Omnius Ward. Yes, exactly. So I mean, as a Wizard player myself, I'm wishing for a Wizard legendary equipment. Maybe.
Well, we will
Let's
see if LSS has graced us with exactly that. But we live in oblivion, same as you folks. You're going to have to stick around to find out what this juicy reveal will hold. And it is time to move on. The spoils for today, of course, is $20,000 USD. Participants will, of course, go home with one of those juicy tournament packs, which can have cards in full art Marvel treatment like Flick Flack or Warrior's Valor. But besides that, gold foil legendaries for our top 8. It's PTIs for all of the folks that make top 8 as well, and then a whole host of World Tour points, which lead you into the leaderboard for the Player of the Year race. But everybody is really coveting the grand prize here, Filipe, synonymous with a calling victor in the 2026 year. It is Marvel Full Art Gold Cold Foil Quick Dodge Flexors. You got any of those in your coffers yet, Filipe?
Not yet, but it looks so beautiful. Last year we had the Stonewall Gauntlets as the prize, which already looked amazing, but this new treatment they've given to the prize, to the Champions Prize. Oh man, these Quick Dodge Flexors look so beautiful. I really wanted to have one in my collection. One day, perhaps, I'll be hosting the trophy and the Quick Dodge Flexors.
Now it is a common thing for players to offload that valuable card. What they don't usually get rid of is that glass trophy. Previously, just last year, hoisted by Cadu Amaral de la Silva. And boy, was it a finals.
Oh, it was one to remember, right? It was a Brazilian Cadu playing against an international player, Florin, one of the best we have to offer here so far. And he was playing, Cadu was playing Aurora, just to remember everybody. And Florin was playing Enigma with the Clash of Ages from the old meta we had, probably the two top decks in that tournament. And we had one playing against the other, and Cadu ended up winning by the thinnest of margins. And do you remember the uproar we had in the venue here?
How
everybody was, I mean, it's like all the Brazilians do for football games. We did it for Flesh and Blood as well. And that's why we changed the camera, actually, because now we have a view of the crowd, and hopefully as the finals arrive and we crown our champion, we are going to be able to see exactly what's going to be happening here in the venue.
Well,
so everybody can share with us.
You have taken me down memory lane. I'm going to do you one better. Do you remember the way the heavens were responding? Thunder cracking down during the end of the mid-game when things could have gone either way. Both of these players were extracting every single bit of value out of. I mean, case in point, Cadu ended up with 5 cards left in deck after bottoming his last card in hand to an Enlightened Strike that put the nail in the coffin of his competitor.
Oh, yeah, it was such a great game. Hopefully, we will have a lot of more great games to see here on display this weekend.
We do have another really juicy thing to show you. Remember when I said put a pin in that giveaway situation? Well, there is a brand new giveaway promo that you can so far exclusively get by participating in giveaways on stream. That's Drinking Buddy. You can expect this to maybe come out to play here and there in other LSS giveaways, but right now we're going to be giving away one towards the end of our day. And you are going to want to get your hands on this one because it is exclusive. Like I said, if I can't say it enough, to LSS giveaways. No other way to get this card. Granted, it's not CC legal, but it is a collector's item that is going to be so important for people to get their hands on.
Oh, wait. Can casters get this as well? I wanna get one of those.
Well, that would be a little bit too much inside collusion there, Filipe. We do have to give it away to someone that is not in the booth. You can try to stay active in chat if you want, but I'd rather you keep your eyes on the game.
Okay, it looks so cool. Everybody drinking together and enjoying a good time like we do playing games of Flesh and Blood.
Exactly. It reminds me of This Round's on Me. And I did misspeak, folks. This is going to first be available at World Premiere Prague. That's happening May 22nd to the 24th in a mere week.
Okay.
And now we are going to get our first looks at Omens of the Third Age and also give away that first copy of the promo card Drinking Buddies. Are you participating in the world premiere this time, Filipe?
Unfortunately not. I'm not going to be participating, but I'll surely be tuned on and watching everything that's happening and enjoying the cast next week and hopefully watching very good games with the new cards.
Well, it is devastating. People won't be able to see you in Prague, but there are other chances to find Filipe lurking around in your Swiss rounds. The World Tour is continuing to truck along. Last year, it was $1.5 million. This year, we're upping our ante. $2 million, ladies and gentlemen, is what you can get your hands on at all of these illustrious events. My eyes draw immediately to Pro Tour Las Vegas because it is ever so close to me on the west coast of the United States. But we've already mentioned World Premiere Prague. We go back to Auckland, the home of Flesh and Blood, back to Kiwi country, and then there are several events in the United States, one in Shinjuku, Japan, and of course, Edinburgh, Scotland.
Yes, and not to mention all the national championship season we're going to have starting in June 12 with the US Nationals in Minneapolis, and following that in the next weeks, national champions all around the world, and I'm sure everybody is hyped up to play with the new cards in their own national champions.
Going into August, you can feast your eyes on events in Bangkok, Hamburg, Kansas City, Seoul, Kyoto, and Mexico City. My eyes are drawn over to Mexico City because that'll be the first calling event that we have had in Mexico, as far as I am aware. And I have heard that is one of the most beautiful places in the world.
Oh yes, we've had a battle hardened in Mexico and it was really nice. And now we are upgrading and having a calling. And if I'm correct, this is going to be the first calling in Latin America outside of Brazil. So I'm very happy for our Latin friends to also get to partake and enjoy hosting such an amazing event like the Calling.
Congratulations to them for keeping the Latin American flair going. It is something that I have personally fallen in love with, and I think I speak for the viewers when I say that as well. The Set 20 world premiere is happening in Seoul. That'll be September 11th to 13th, 2026. We have no idea what this set has in store. We haven't even gotten Set 19 yet.
Yes.
Any guesses, Felipe?
And we are already planning on Set 20, right? I guess it's gonna be something to do with the monastery, if I could guess, but it's just a good a guess as any other. So I'm hoping we get to see more Shadow and Light cards, but we'll have to wait and see.
Beyond that, it is the event to round out the year. That's right, the World Championship this time is in the City of Lights, Paris. November 5th to 8th, 2026. You're going to want to buy your tickets sooner rather than later. You got the lag time. Get out to Paris. It is everything that people chalk it up to be and more.
Oh, and it's going to be an amazing event. I mean, World Championship itself is already, if it's not already enough to drive you to get to this event, I mean, what other city in the world as good as Paris to visit, right? So it's the perfect combo. I'm surely looking towards being able to participate in this event and seeing everybody, and it's going to be an amazing weekend.
Now, those were some opportunities to see my handsome co-caster, but if you want to level up the game for your eyes even more, the cosplay contest continues. Applications are available now for cosplayers to join us at Pro Tour Las Vegas, July 16th to the 19th. I love Vegas so much because oftentimes that is where cosplayers come out and they pull no punches. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, that was the event that Max Ferocity debuted the Nitro Mechanoid.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken, there were... excuse me, that my producer is correcting me. That was Baltimore, but bottom line, she's always got something cooking. She's in the United States. Possibly it was Data Doll back in the day. I feel like I saw her in a Dyadic Carapace at Nationals last year. Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever she was wearing, it was spectacular, and that goes for Carolina and all of our other illustrious cosplayers that enjoy and show off their passion for the game.
And it's so nice to see the cosplay community growing. Every event we see more and more people joining the competition and bringing all these amazing cosplays. And I'm always have an eye out to the cosplay event so we can see all of the creativity people put in their costumes.
And it's not just at Vegas. You can also enjoy some cosplay flair at U.S. Nationals in Minneapolis. Cosplay signups are available now, so get those applications in and join us June 12th to the 14th, 2026. We love to see what you've got cooking, cosplayers. We also love to see what our players have cooking, and as you can see behind me, there are plenty of them doing battle for our viewing pleasure in mere moments. But we got to talk about more stakes here, Felipe, because the last time we were here, there was a living legend opportunity that could have been realized. It was Zen Tamer of Purpose. His dreams were crushed pretty early, I believe by the middle of day 2 last year.
Yeah, if I remember, yeah.
This year, it's a different story.
I think this year we have a few guys that could be LLing, right?
Well, it's pretty much just Prism that is locked and loaded. If she takes this one down, then she could find her place in the Hallowed Halls. There are, of course, national seasons upcoming, so I don't think you can expect Prism to stick around for much longer. I don't think she is morphing this metagame particularly, but she's always been a strong hero, especially in the right hands.
Yeah, and Prism has this capacity of rising up from nowhere, right? Because if people start disrespecting Prism and not bringing poppers in their sideboards, she can just come up and take it all, like we've seen so many times before. It's such a sneaky deck, and for sure we have a few contenders that decided to bring Prism to this event and hoping to LL here, right now in São Paulo.
And speaking of rising up from nowhere, Victor Goldmane, High and Mighty, has just secured his first calling victory in the hands of Filippo Barbani. So all of a sudden finds himself at 899 points. Dragging behind in third is, of course, Phi Rising Rebellion, who is kind of pulling a Zen/Briar situation. I don't see a world where he's limping across the finish line anytime soon.
Yeah, he's coming slowly, but steady and rising up little by little. But he's already at 856, so maybe during the national season we can see a rise. Do you think it's not gonna reach the 1,000 LL points needed
Listen,
to get there?
For my money, the rebellion is not rising at the moment, okay? And that's okay because 5 players abound will get to play their favorite hero for a little bit longer. Now, Filipe, to set the stage, we do need to look into the past just a little bit, just 1 week. We are at the tail end of a metagame that has, in a lot of people's minds, been solved. Nevertheless, at Calling Jakarta just last weekend, there were a heck of a lot of Victor all of a sudden in the top 8 cut. Not to mention G-Tim Lee on Lyath Goldmane Vile Savant. Of course, it was a fatigue-slanted Lyath. Nevertheless, I think this bracket has shown us there's more to learn.
Yes, exactly. And like, as we get to the final event of the season here in São Paulo, we've seen this meta evolve in such an interesting way because we haven't had a dominant hero for a long time, and we see the evolution of the metagame here so far. So like back at Pro Tour Yokohama, everybody thought that we had solved the meta with Oscilio on top, sporting not only 3 players in the top 8, but also both players in the finals. But then as we moved along the next weeks in the next callings, we saw Victor claiming victory, and then here in 1 week ago in Jakarta, we see Victor and Arachne Marionette splitting the top 8 open with 3 copies of Victor and 3 copies of Arachne Marionette. But in the end, we see Kasai coming back out of nowhere and taking the title. So it's so interesting to see that this meta still has so much to offer us, even at the last event of the season.
Kasai is definitely the surprise in this event. The fact that she took it down, I mean, this meta is a far cry from calling Seattle, where Chris Ayali was able to take Kasai to a victory, especially because Kano is no longer involved, and nevertheless, Kasai rose to the occasion there. What will be the surprises today? First, we have to take a look at our overall metagame to find the answer. Of course, our feature matches are really going to tell the story, but looking at this right here, we have Oscilio as our top represented deck, Arachne Marionette, and Victor follows shortly behind. But these are still the same low representation percentages that we have seen across this metagame for some time now. The top represented deck is only 12% of the room. Filipe, what else do you notice?
Yeah, it's interesting because the most represented decks keep being the top 3, Oscilio, Mario, and Victor, but the percentages are so low that you, honestly, whenever you're playing one of these events, you can see any deck anywhere because there's no like top-heavy represented deck in the field. But one thing that calls my attention is the 6% of Jarl in the metagame. We don't see that too often. I think if we go back 1 week to Jakarta, Jarl was probably 2% of the field, and now he's rising up to 15 players that decided to bring Jarl. I think that shows a little bit of how Brazilians really like this hero.
And not only that, there are some exciting players that I want to talk about that have brought Jarl to the room today. We'll get to that in mere moments before we go into our first feature match. Before we navigate away from the metagame slide, my eyes are drawn to the 24 copies of Gravy Bones Shipwrecked Looter. Some players, including yourself, think that Gravy is still a contender in this metagame. You famously brought him to a narrow miss at the top 8 finish for Pro Tour Singapore. Incidentally,
Pro Tour Yokohama?
I'm so sorry, Pro Tour Yokohama incidentally brought another Gravy Bones player down with you, someone that I know very personally. Obviously, both of you think you have found a way to attack this meta with the Necromancer. What is it that other players might be missing?
Yes, Gravy Bones is really good in this field, in my opinion, because 2 of the top 3 decks in the meta are Victor and Mario, which are both very good matchups for the Shipwreck Looter. Even though it has a really bad matchup against Oscilio, having 2 of the top 3 most represented decks being a good matchup is a very good start. And as we all know, Gravy is also very good into playing against open meta. He's a deck that has a very different angle of attack from most decks in Flesh and Blood, having a board presence with the allies. So the idea is that you have a very good matchup into 2 of the 3 top represented heroes, while also being a good deck overall against an open meta like the one we have today. And I think a lot of people recognize that and agree with that kind of view. And we have 9% of Gravy today here in Calling São Paulo, which is a bump from the past events we've seen, right? I guess 100%. In Jakarta it was 5 or 6% last week, right? So, yep.
Also, the number of players at this calling have jumped up a little bit. We're at 265 total, duking it out right behind us as we sit and speak. I love seeing the crowd behind me, Filipe. It is an electric room anytime we find ourselves in São Paulo. And so I love that we've got stuff like this going on in the background. That's my boy right there. And so much more. It's going to be coming at you in mere moments. And if you're not sold on the Latin American market yet, I got news for you. LSS is. We have an incredibly exciting announcement that has just been dropped. Hashtag Flesh and Blood to Latin America. Filipe, what does this mean for a community that has been hungering for more support for so many years?
Oh, I could not be more excited about this news, Bryce. Not only we get to have more events in the region, we get to have events occurring all across, and the shops around the Latin America region be supported by LSS officially, means that these communities can grow even bigger than they already are. And we have seen our Latin American friends showing their passion for the game in Twitter, everywhere, and we see like places like Chile, like Colombia and Mexico, and now to be able to be officially supported with Fab2 Latin, it's such a joy to see and see like this community being recognized, officially recognized, and now being able to grow and develop even more than they have already are. I could not be more excited for
Filipe,
the region.
As somebody who comes from a region that is perhaps over-supported, I mean, like, I do not have to work very hard to find the cards that I need. What are the nitty-gritty details of trying to play a card game that is not officially distributed in your country? I mean, are armory events difficult to find? Like, what does this really mean for the everyday Flesh and Blood player?
Yeah, the first thing is that not all shops can get official support. So if a shop, in order to distribute it without an official distributor, they need to go out of their way to do it. So when does a shop do that? When there is like a clamor from the community, that the community shows the shop that they really want that, so the shop goes out of their way to kind of promote the game. And that can only help with the passion and love of the community. And we see that spreading in all over the region. So that's the first challenge. The second challenge is actually getting cards, because as we grow, we have access to cards, especially from the new sets. But it's really hard to find cards like maybe older cards or cards from or like cards in big support, because since we're not officially supported, it's harder to get big volume. But now with this new development, I think it will be much easier to, one, find cards, and second, to find events. So I think we have everything to see a even bigger growth in the community.
And you know, one of the things that it means that I think players are going to be very excited about, official gem pack support is coming to Latin America, which just means that the armory events that we all clamor to play in the United States in order to get our hands on the chance at a chase card.
Yes.
It means the support for the game, not just from distribution, but also a wider player base, is going to be flocking to Flesh and Blood.
Yes, I cannot tell you like how happy you get when you get these gem packs and you open, you see the legendary or the chase card there, or like a Marvel Max Nitro. It's so fun, and it gets the community together as well, and it hypes up for wanting to play even more, not only to play Flesh and Blood, but also to collect these amazing cards that we get in gem packs.
So for all of you fortunate folks like myself around the Flesh and Blood world, just imagine armories without gem packs, and you get a small taste of what this announcement means for the region.
It means a lot. It means a lot, yes.
Now, Filipe, we are going to go to a quick break, but we will be coming back with round 2. No, I am not misspeaking, folks. Unfortunately, a mischievous Meep has run into the Transformer and carried off our round 1 match. We are incredibly sorry about that, but we're going to be back with round 2 and a heck of a lot of amazing Flesh and Blood after that. So do not go anywhere. Back with round 2 in mere moments.
a ladeira, vou na praia, vou no parque, vou na cachoeira. Vou na capoeira, vou de ginga e queixada sem tomar rasteira. Desço a ladeira, vou na praia, vou no parque, vou na cachoeira. Vou na capoeira, vou de ginga e queixada sem tomar rasteira. Vou na brincadeira, vou na roda, vou no samba, vou tomar a saideira. De qualquer maneira, um cavaco e viola, vou na brincadeira. Passo a ladeira, vou na praia, vou no parque, vou na cachoeira. Vou na capoeira, vou de ginga e queixada sem levar rasteira. Desço a ladeira, vou na praia, vou no parque, vou na cachoeira. Vou na capoeira, vou de ginga e queixada sem tomar rasteira. Vou na brincadeira, vou na roda, vou no samba, vou tomar a saideira. De qualquer maneira, um cavaco e viola, vou na brincadeira. Desço a ladeira, vou na praia, vou no parque, vou na cachoeira. Vou na capoeira, vou de ginga e queixada sem tomar rasteira. Vou na brincadeira, vou na roda, vou no samba, vou tomar a saideira. De qualquer maneira, um cavaco e viola, vou na brincadeira. Vou na brincadeira, vou na brincadeira. Vou na brincadeira, vou na brincadeira. Vou na brincadeira, vou na brincadeira.
The room is simmering behind us, and that is because we are about to reach a boiling point, ladies and gentlemen. Our first streamed match of the day is going to be coming at you in mere moments. Like I mentioned before the break, it will be round 2. Mischievous Meeps have made off with round 1, unfortunately, but that's okay because the Brazilian crew is going to show us the way of fantastic flesh and blood. Before we go to that match, I do want to talk about some particular players that are in the room that you should keep your eyes on. Now, every single one of them has taken their round 1. Alex Katsu from Britain, but he's a Romanian by heritage. Carlos
Kadu.
Da Silva, Kadu, our Victor from last year. No, he's not playing Victor. He's on Oscilio this time around. I guess it's just lightning is his flair, ultimately.
Yeah.
We got Daniel D'Artoni on Gravy Bones, Felipe Loyola on Victor. Oh, and here come the Jarls, Felipe. We talked about him. Ivan Taranto. I encourage you to go back, not right now, but soon, take a look at round 1 from Calling São Paulo. Last year, Ivan put on a show against Peter Budensic that was very fun to watch.
That is one for the ages, yes. And just to talk about a little bit of the remaining players, we have Jason Rolfe, also on their own Victor. He's a Guardian player. He was top 8 last week on Calling Jakarta, and he flew all the way to Brazil. Jason said that he loves playing Guardians, and he said, "Oh, Victor has never been in a better state, so I need to fly away to play him while I still can, because Victor is racking up Living Legend points so quickly." So he said, "Oh, I'm gonna fly to Jakarta, I'm gonna fly to Brazil to have every opportunity I can to play this hero, which I love." And we have also Max Dieckmann playing Victor as well. He has a Brazilian flag, but he's German, but he's living in Brazil right now. We have Paul van Gijssel, who also made the trip, playing Oscilio. Pedro and Paul is going to be our next feature match on round 2. We have Pedro Udioni playing Victor as well. Pedro is one of the most prominent Brazilian players. He made top 16 back in Worlds Barcelona.
And we saw him playing Victor just last year against an
true.
Aurora who he dismantled pretty easily.
Yes, and to finish off our list, we have Rafael Baresi, who is the reigning Brazilian national champion. He decided to bring Jarl as well. Rafael and Ivan, they are teammates, so they cooked up this Jarl list. They are very confident on.
We are hopeful that we'll be able to see that. I know a couple of people in the community that are Jarl Chads who are really hungry for some Jarl gameplay on stream and any unique angles to attack the meta. Now, those were some of our players, but you know, there are some really illustrious teams here in Brazil, Felipe, and so personally, I definitely have a particular flair for one of them. Vamos Bordas, right, Felipe?
Yes, Bordas Brancas is one of the teams here in Brazil. And last year, when Bryce came for the calling, he got snatched by Bordas Brancas. They decided to invite him for the team, and Bryce joined up, apparently, and he is now proudly showing off his colors of his new
Most
team.
importantly, they are the rival team of Felipe's Fabled Brazil.
Yes.
And Fabled versus White Border, you get it?
Yes,
I thought it was very clever. Clever enough to get a T-shirt and wear it just to spite my co-caster.
Yes, but I mean, nothing but love to everybody. The community is, in the end, is just to make fun and have fun and play this game together that we all love. But the rivalry is there, so if we play against each other, it's going to be sparks flying.
Which I really hope we do, honestly.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be us playing. We're going to be flapping our yaps. The people that will be playing, though, are about to be shown to you. Round 2 of Calling São Paulo. The first streamed match of the day is laid bare before you. Renan Salomao on Marlynn, Treasure Hunter, versus Paul van Gijssel, showing off a very unique hairstyle all of a sudden.
Yeah, so Paul has been in Brazil for a few days, and he's been enjoying himself so much that he decided to do the Brazilian hairstyle. And yeah, here he comes, representing in the Netherlands, but also representing Brazil on his hairstyle.
Now, one of these heroes just took down a Pro Tour. The other is still awaiting their first champion. Marlynn Treasure Hunter is a very unique take on Ranger. She goes super tall, kind of like Azalea used to. Her disruption can be even more detrimental than Azalea in the past, or it can be a little bit less if your opponent just doesn't have the right kinds of cards in hand when it Go Fish triggers. But she can also utilize gold, much like all of her pirate counterparts. She can tap herself to destroy a gold she controls and create a goldfin harpoon in hand. Also, whenever she draws a card during her action phase, she may put an arrow from her hand face up into her arsenal. A very important part of her hero ability because her weapon of choice, unlike other rangers, does not load arrows on its own. Now the other side, Oscilio, Wizard Man, take it away.
Oh yeah, Oscilio. Wizard elemental hero, once per turn instant, he can discard an instant card to draw a card. And of course, he has Essence of Lightning to be able to play all these sparky lightning cards. He is a aggro combo deck. He tries to play a mid-range game, mixing some combat damage with arcane damage, while he sets up a real big combo turn with gun and a flash and a lot of instants, finishing up, cracking up Volzar counters in order to finish up with a big, bad arcane spell.
Now, will it be big volts or big arrows that are going to carry the day? The answer is mere moments away. To the game we go, and finally, Calling São Paulo is underway. I have been waiting an entire year for this moment, Filipe. It's 40, plays 36, in the favor of Marlynn, of course, because Oscilio does start at a hampered 36 life, as compared to most heroes in Flesh and Blood. Does seem like Marlynn is on the play here, starting off with a premeditate, and oh boy, we've already got in hand King Kraken Harpoon and King Shark Harpoon. Pitching away the King Kraken is Renan, which makes a lot of sense here because you really want access to King Shark as soon as possible to try to snipe some of those all-important attacks out of the hand of Oscilio.
Yes, and we see Renan doing exactly what Marlynn wants to do on turn 0, being able to play 3 of a kind, load a King Shark Harpoon to start pressuring Oscilio as soon as possible.
I'm sorry, it's 2 King Shark Harpoons, actually, because the chosen head slot is New Horizon, something we haven't seen really utilized to full effect since the days of Lexi. Renan, as long as he has a face-up card in his arsenal, he has an additional arsenal zone, which is exactly why 2 King Shark Harpoons are represented there instead of just 1. Now, does look like one of them is going to come out onto the combat chain after an activation of Hammerhead. So this is going to be a whopping 13 overpower. And Paul Van Gijssel is staring down 3 technical blocking cards. Just Sigil of Conductivity won't convert for defensive value.
Yes, and together with the interesting choice of playing New Horizon, Renan is also playing Deep Blue, which he immediately sacrificed to generate 3 resources in order to be able to start pressuring Paul as soon as possible in turn 0.
A fascinating inclusion. Usually, I think of that card as a low power format staple. I've been even messing around with it in Silver Age here and there, but Renan just says, I want it as soon as I need it. I need those resources just on 1 turn rather than waiting for Tunic to tick up over and over again. And I do wonder if it's a specific tech against Oscilio who tends to go so fast.
Yeah, it's an interesting option because I think it really sets the tone for what Renan wants to do in this game, which is like play as fast as possible and try to disrupt Oscilio every single turn. But he doesn't want this game to go long, as the more time you give to Oscilio, the more danger, in more danger you are of getting comboed out.
The evasive damage does its work. Down 7 life goes Paul Van Gijssel to 29. But the important part for Paul was that he cleared out the 1 attack action card out of the hand, which means that Renan's King Shark Harpoon is not going to be doing any disruption. It wouldn't have really been super disruptive on turn 0 anyway, because Paul's just about to draw up. The more important piece of it for Renan is no gold token generated.
Interestingly enough, Renan decided to not activate the Gold Baiter hook as well, which could have created him 1 gold token, and in an attack for 13 with overpower could have been a good option, but he decided to play cautiously and carefully and not activate the hook yet, as if Paul didn't manage to block it out, he would lose his hook, right? So
Paul with what is normally kind of a lackluster Oscilio hand, but with no Arcane Barrier presented for Renan, this Mind Warp that he is almost assuredly going to deploy on this turn will have its Surge active, and it is going to sneak through, even if it's just from this 1 measly Sigil of Brilliance.
yeah, interestingly enough, by not having any sort of arcane barrier on his armor, Renan is telling us what his game plan is going to be. He just wants to play as fast as possible and kill Oscilio as fast as possible. On the other hand, he's giving the Lightning Wizard all the tools he needs to finish the game off. Like here, even though Paul had a lackluster hand, he only managed to throw a Mind Warp for 3. By not having any arcane barrier, Renan doesn't really have an option to stop it. So the Mind Warp effect is going to hit, and he's going to have to shuffle his hand into his deck, which he's doing right now.
So first blood is drawn on the side of Marlynn. Down to 37 goes Renan. He will be drawing up 3 cards after Paul has an opportunity to shuffle the opponent's deck. I think what Renan is really looking for here is probably just 2 blues. All he really needs is 2 blues to be able to activate Hammerhead and send King Shark Harpoon. My question is, what is that upside down card in the arsenal? Because unlike Lexi, Marlynn doesn't have a convenient way to just flip over the card in the arsenal, and that can get really awkward with New Horizon if you're not careful.
It's true, and this is a very important turn that Renan, from Renan's side, he really needs to disrupt Paul, because Paul has managed to put a Sigil of Brilliance in play. So if he doesn't get disrupted, there's a high risk here that he could go off on his next turn.
Now it is only 1 attack in the hand for Paul Van Gijssel. It is a Blast to Oblivion. And that is the only thing that this King Shark Harpoon can go after. I'm sorry, was that another King Shark face down in that arsenal? That's insanity.
Does Renan know we can only play 3 King Shark Harpoons in his deck? It's like he has seen all of them already, and we are only on turn 1.
Well, listen, we've only seen 3. It's when the 4th one comes out that we might have some issues.
It's still a legal deck, right?
Yeah.
So far.
Now, unfortunately for Renan, he wasn't able to really draw the nuts here and get something like Premeditate, like a 0 for 3 pump that would have really made this turn sing. But what is going for him is that his opponent, Paul, does have an attack in hand, and it's one that kind of pulls this turn together a little bit. Granted, he can always go Channel Lightning Valley, pitch the other one to send Aether Spindle, but it's nothing particularly special.
Yeah, this Blast to Oblivion would certainly unlock some interesting lines for Paul here, but since it's the only attack he has in his hand as well, it's a very straightforward block, even though he would rather have it for his turn. Since the King Shark is coming on his way anyway, it's gonna have to be used in order to block here and take the rest of damage. But like, even though those King Shark Harpoons are not getting activated, as we see again Paul revealing 2 Channel Lightning Valleys and another Aether Spindle, they are coming for a lot of damage, and we see Paul already at 21 life on turn 1 here, Bryce.
Now, Renan has activated Gold-Baited Hook here. Based on the way he's using it on this turn cycle, I do wonder if it was just a Forgetsies on turn 0, because obviously that first King Shark was a little bit bigger than this one. Nevertheless, it's a first gold token generated for Renan. The coffers are getting full ever so slowly. Now it's back over to Paul Van Gijssel, who will be drawing a card from Sigil of Brilliance and also be getting a free source of 1 arcane damage and 1 amp, because once again, no arcane barrier presented.
And we gotta remember here that since Renan doesn't have any type of arcane barrier, this Sigil is gonna hit, and with 2 Channel Lightning Valleys in hand, there's an interesting decision for Paul here if he wants to play them out before the Sigil ping goes online.
And he must do so, otherwise he will not be drawing those potential cards.
And interestingly, we see Paul having kind of like a problem of riches here, because he has 3 arcane spells at his disposal, 2 in hand and 1 in arsenal. So it's a little bit of an unfortunate situation, because he can't convert his entire hand right now, unless his draws from Channel Lightning Valley here give him some extra juice.
Down to 36 goes Renan. 2 Channel Lightning's Valley triggered here. Also 1 amp gained by Sigil of Aether. Oh my goodness, it's another Mind Warp. All of the arcane spells are coming for Paul so early in this game. Renan is finding his King Sharks. Paul has found every single Mind Warp.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's turn 2, but like, did these guys shuffle their dice?
I believe they shuffled each other's, so both of them are doing it very well, it would seem. This is not an ideal situation for Oscilio, but it's made much worse when your opponent presents something like AB3. and you are forced to just send arcane spells that are doing middling amounts of damage and not a whole lot of relevant surge effects. But the fact that Renan has no AB here makes things so much better for Paul. After activating Oscilio, discards a Sigil of Solace, finds a Cloud Cover, another dud in this hand.
Yeah, it's a very awkward hand for Paul here, and he's kind of stranded now because he has to choose one of these arcane spells to deploy, and he has 3 interesting options here. He has Mind Warp, which would disrupt Renan's hand, Etchings, which could potentially get back a Sigil of Brilliance to try and find a combo next turn, and he has Aether Spindle to try and craft his next hand in the best way possible, and seems like he's going in that direction.
And it is really hard to fault Paul here because an extra 2 amp on this Aether Spindle means, 3 amp ultimately is going to bring it all the way up to 7. Paul's going to be looking at a ton of cards here. He's already got one of those critical combo pieces in the hand and arsenal. That's the only thing that makes this next combo potential a little bit awkward. He's definitely going to have a card that is less than ideal. But here he goes, taking a look at 7 cards.
And by choosing Aether Spindle,
not a single Gone in a Flash to be found. There is a Blast to Oblivion here.
We see a Blast to Oblivion, Electromagnetic Somersault. We could go together to do like a semi-combo turn, but he decides to bottom everything in order to try and find the very important Gone in a Flash. And interestingly, by deciding to go with Aether Spindle, he was able to pitch cards and keep one of those Channel Lightning Valleys in the game.
I think Paul would have been very happy with one more Lightning card in the pitch there. Going into a next turn cycle with 2 Channel Lightning's Valley online is a fearsome proposition. Can kind of find your way into a combo potential, even if it's not automatically presented in the hand. And Paul is rewarded hugely for pitching all of those cards to the bottom off the op, because here we go. First copy of Gone in a Flash.
Yeah, the problem is that Renan still has this last copy of King Shark Harpoon looking in his arsenal, and he has a full grip to try and send the biggest harpoon he can in this turn.
Now, Paul Van Gijssel is holding priority here because he has brought in Temporal Wobble into the matchup. If there's one thing that Rangers like to play, it's non-attack actions in conjunction with their arrows. But is it time to deploy it on a portside exchange, do you think, Filipe?
It's an interesting question. Like, Temporal Wobble gives Oscilio players a lot of options, and deciding when to actually deploy the Wobble is one of the most skill-intensive ways of playing Oscilio right now. And he do decide to go and cash it in right now, especially because we saw Renan activating Marlynn to create a yellow harpooning hand, which would be the target of this discard for sure.
And unfortunately, Renan cannot simply pitch it away. That is part of the text on that card. Even though it is yellow, it cannot be pitched.
He follows it up with a catch of the day, though, to pump the next harpoon and makes it hit twice. It makes it effect on hit effects go fish twice.
And also, it is way above rate, both in defense and offense, for a blue pump. Usually, we would expect a zero cost blue pump to only be pumping up by 1. In this case, Catch of the Day does 2, also blocks for 3. A very unique Ranger card specifically made for Marlynn. And now, King Shark Harpoon is out on the combat chain. 12 overpower is represented. Paul must block with Flash of Brilliance and Entwine Lightning, but cannot send any more action cards on defense. He is instead going to discard Gone in a Flash off of Flash of Brilliance to keep it safe from the King Shark Harpoon Catch of the Day ability, and just pick up Sigil of Conductivity, set up an Embodiment of Lightning for another day.
And we see here how this King Shark Harpoon was so effective in disrupting Paul. The turn he does draw his first Gone in a Flash, he gets rid of the King Shark Harpoon and cannot keep it. He even has to give the Flash of Brilliance in order to protect himself from the Go Fish ability from the Harpoon.
They say that third time's the charm. I think the third King Shark Harpoon finally presented some real forks for Paul.
And hopefully Renan doesn't draw any more King Shark Harpoons in this game, because that will mean trouble for him. But
unless he reads a book in order to get one back, of course. That would be a legal play.
But that, like, if we can find a silver lining for Paul here, is that Renan doesn't have any more King Shark Harpoon, and this is disposal, so the next Gone in a Flash he draws, he knows he can keep. But at 12 life, I wonder how much time he has left here, Bryce.
Sigil of Conductivity resolved here. 1 amp racked up on Volzar, and it's Etchings of Arcana coming in for 4 Arcane. No Arcane Barrier on the side of Renan. There's also no Throw Caution to the Wind in the hand. That's kind of the one way to get around these surge effects unless you've got Arcane Barrier. Paul will draw a card off of Channel Lightning Valley. It is gone in a flash. Not super useful here because there are no more action points left in the tank for Paul Van Gijssel, who now sits all the way down at 12. He does get to fetch out Sigil of Brilliance from the Etchings of Arcana surge ability, though, which could make this next turn the closer.
Yeah, like I was saying before, the next gun in a flash, he has a much better chance to keep it in his hand. He already set up with the Sigil for next turn. He has a Mind Warp on Arsenal, so if Paul can survive this next turn, he has a very high chance of doing a very good combo turn next turn.
Now, we've already talked about how instrumental Temporal Wobble is as a card if you know how to play it properly. I want to call back to the finals at Pro Tour Yokohama. Oh my goodness, sorry. It's a Codex of Frailty out of the arsenal for Renan, which is going to allow him to finally discard that Goldfin Harpoon. We'll come back to my point a little bit later. Paul, forced to go digging, discards a Comet Storm Shock, looking for a wobble, does not find it. It's Entwined Lightning off the top of the deck. So Renan allowed to now fetch back that King Shark Harpoon. Yes, it's the 4th one, but no, Renan is not cheating. It goes in face down. And now Renan gets to go hunting for treasure once again.
And here we see the Marlynn strategy being developed as well as Renan could hope, because he's been throwing King Shark Harpoon every single turn of the game. So that's exactly what Marlynn wants to be doing, to be able to disrupt and not let Paul keep a gun and a flash in his hand in any of the turns of the game, while he's chipping away a lot of damage on Paul. Paul is already at 12, so he doesn't need that many more overpowered attacks to finish off the game.
It's a gold-baited hook activation in addition to Hammerhead. And here comes King Shark Harpoon. Once again, it's only 10 overpower. Honestly, this is kind of the floor of what Marlynn can usually do, besides, of course, Renan's turn 0 with the Premeditate active. Usually, you can expect things like Big Game Trophy Shot and other 0 for 3 pumps to come before. That's when Marlynn is both disrupting and chunking your life total. In this case, the disruption is really carrying the day. And Paul left with looks like at least 2 attacks in hand. Is that a current funnel right there? No, that's a Sigil of Lightning. No, it is 3 attacks. So Blast, Entwined Lightning, and Gone in a Flash.
Yeah, so this turn, King Shark Harpoon is going to trigger its ability for sure. And it's going to be the first time in the game. But more important than that, Renan keeps disrupting Paul every single turn while doing a big chunk of damage. 10 overpower is, especially against a deck like Oscilio, who doesn't block very well, is so much damage. And if you're doing that much damage and disrupting Oscilio in the meantime, that's exactly where Renan wants to be in this matchup.
8 damage comes over the block of 2. Just equipment devoted here for Paul Van Gijssel as he shows the hand to Renan. He has 3 attacks in hand, had the opportunity to block with 1, but he says, I think I can get through a meaningful turn here, probably just with my Entwined Lightning and Blast to Oblivion, because you better believe, yes, Renan chooses Gone in a Flash. Finally, for the first time this game, generates a gold token from Go Fish, but he will end up +2 here for that, plus the gold-baited hook.
Yes, I think Paul here sees the writing on the wall. He doesn't have much time left in the game to fish for a better combo turn. And by not blocking here, he's getting himself set up to do a big turn on this next turn, which could be his last opportunity to do so.
We've been talking a lot about silver linings for Paul Van Gijssel. Another one here is that the Ponder token generated by the book reading of Renan wasn't particularly helpful. Did end up with 2 cards left in hand before moving to end, but I think he, yes, parked the Shallow Water Shark Harpoon in the arsenal, looking to disrupt the arsenal of Paul Van Gijssel on this next turn. But will it even be there? Because Paul is trying to send as much as possible. He draws up a Consign to Cosmos Shock. It is a little bit redundant in terms of the arcane damage, because of course he's still got a Mind Warp parked safely in the arsenal. Is definitely going to be able to send Disruption Renan's way, but are the resources there for Renan? I feel like I saw 1 blue, but then there was a Cheating Scoundrel and a King Kraken Harpoon. It all depends. Renan might be happy to see a Mind Warp here, but it all depends on that last card.
Yes, and then we see Paul activating Oscilio to fish for better options on this turn. He finds the electromagnetic somersault, which is really good with the blast he has in hand.
It ain't bad.
It's gonna be a good turn for Poe here. He can go Entwine into blast twice into Mind Warp for a bunch of damage, honestly. So
Doesn't even need to commit Lightning Greaves either.
yes, it's a very good turn for Poe here. We need to see how much he can do.
Blast to Oblivion on the combat chain. Give and go again by an embodiment of Lightning token. 4 go again here. 1 amp on the Volzar. The Tesla coil powers up. Renan says it's time to block now. I think he smells a combo turn in the water, but blocks 3 here just with Sealay Sarong and Gold Baited Hook. 1 damage, finds home down to 24. Electromagnetic Somersault comes out. Triggers Blast to Oblivion. Only viable target here is Sigil of Conductivity, unless, of course, Paul wanted to get rid of that Frailty token, but based on the context of his arsenal, not particularly relevant.
Yes, and we see Renan smelling blood in the water. He decided to block with his equipment because with his opponent at 4 life, he knows he can threaten little damage next turn, and Oscilio, when he's threatened little damage, can be in very awkward positions given all the instants the deck has to play. So Renan is trying to save as much cards in hand for next turn as possible. But what Renan doesn't know is that Poe has the Mind Warp on Arsenal to go with the turn with a couple Blast of Oblivions and the Entwine Lightning. So
Now,
here comes the second blast with go again, thanks to the first blast who took the Sigil back to hand.
Now, Paul in this case doesn't necessarily have to throw out Consigned to Cosmos Shock here, but does decide to do so anyway.
It's interesting decision to throw it here because you can set up the next turn with another embodiment while pumping your Volzar by 2 by casting the shock side of Consigned to Cosmos Shock and recasting the Sigil he just brought up back to his hand, while also pumping by 1 more by the activation of his gloves of Arcane Bindings of the Third Age.
This is going to be a big amount of Arcane. Paul is forced to cash in the amp from Aether Bindings of the Third Age here. It's not like Volzar where you can dish it out exactly where you want it. So this is going to be 4 Arcane damage, accepted readily by Renan, down to 16 now from 20.
And
Nope.
Renan is not blocking, but if he keeps not blocking, Paul will come for 4 more damage, taking Renan down to potentially 12, followed by a potential Mind Warp for 7. So Renan is getting on the precipice of getting in that range where a shock on his turn can seal the deal for Paul.
So Paul is angling to set up for the next turn after all. I kind of thought he was going to consider the Consigned to Cosmos. You're right, you cannot leave value of Aether Bindings of the Third Age on the table. But no, Entwine Lightning does come out, and Paul does not need to reveal the card in hand because Embodiment of Lightning will, of course, give go again. Never mind the fact that Renan should already know what it is because it was bounced by Blast to Oblivion.
Okay.
Card bought by Renan, or from Renan, down to 15 he goes.
Okay, I think Renan felt that Arcane Spell was coming, so he wants to protect himself and not get so low as to get closer to that range where a shock can get you. So the Mind Warp is now coming for 8.
Would reduce Renan down to 7. For my money, that is still well outside shock range. So Renan could roll he's forced to roll the dice because he has no Arcane Barrier and hope that he just gets 2 blues. Because, of course, remember, Shallow Water Shark Harpoon is the Arsenal card. I don't necessarily think that Renan needs it for disruption. All he needs is to be able to activate Hammerhead once again to put Paul in a bind. Remember, he's already seen 2 copies of Cloud Cover, and that's usually the only get-out-of-jail-free card around Overpower that Oscilio is running nowadays.
Yes, and Renan has 3 gold to go. Has 3 gold on the board to try and fish for more resources, so it's going to be very important to see which 2 cards he draw here after the Mind Warp.
Go Fish, the keyword, and Go Fish, the strategy,
Yeah.
are both a part of Marlon's gameplay. Oh, it's a
and
3 of a kind
It's a 3
in
of
the
a
hand!
kind. Oh, man.
Sometimes that's a side effect of mind work, folks.
Oh, and
Sometimes it just reads, make your opponent's hand better.
And was about to say that he has the 3 gold to go fish, and he potentially can draw into more 3 of a kind.
Paul's reaction is not great. He is not feeling this moment right here. He is going to activate Oscilio right away, go digging for maybe the last copy of Cloud Cover. What can we find? No, it's a current funnel. He passes priority back to Renan, who draws up 3 cards.
And he only needs to draw 4 resources to be able to send that harpoon.
There.
Oh, there's a lot
They
of
are
resources
there.
there.
And here it goes, Hammerhead activation. Now, this is a yellow harpoon, so it's only coming in for 9, but Paul only able to block ultimately 4. The old knocker plus 1 action card in hand. This spells doom for our calling champion sitting across the table. This is definitely a David and Goliath story. Renan, a very good player, no doubt, but not of the caliber of Paul van Gijssel.
I mean, Paul van Gijssel is a Pro Tour top 8 competitor, and we see they extend the hand here. Paul cannot deal with this 9 overpower harpoon, and we see Renan triumphing over the Pro Tour, the 2-time calling champion and Pro Tour competitor Paul van Gijssel.
This is exactly what I came to see, Filipe. In our finals last year, we saw Kadu take down a foreign interloper, and round 1, we've got it going on. This time, it's Renan Salomao who takes down Paul van Gijssel. It's round 2 of calling São Paulo, and it is just warming up.
Oh, what a game, Bryce. We saw Renan coming out of the gates already with his pedal to the metal, hitting those King Shark harpoons, disrupting and throwing damage every single turn of the game, not letting Paul breathe for even a second. And Paul was trying to come up. He did come up with a very good combo turn here at the end. He pressured Renan, but that was a little too late. Renan finished the game off thanks to drawing that 3 of a kind after the Mind Warp.
If you talk about just draw sequence variants, that definitely went the favor of Marlynn. Oscilio drawing up pretty much every arcane spell he had immediately is not the way that Oscilio wants to play. And furthermore, when Gone in a Flash is finally found to put together a combo turn, it's just another King Shark harpoon.
And not only another King Shark harpoon, it was the 4th King Shark harpoon because he had already used the 3 he has in his deck. It was the 4th King Shark harpoon thanks to the codex he had on his arsenal.
Absolutely monstrous gameplay from Marlynn. That's the way you draw it up, and Marlynn fans are rejoicing because they've been screaming from the rooftops that she is a good answer to Oscilio and everything else in the meta. Maybe you don't believe him. Maybe our friend from Brazil is just moving the needle a little bit. Now, Filipe, we talked about how the importance of gem packs when it comes to armory attendance, and Fab to Latam is coming at the perfect time because Gem Pack 5 is just around the corner. Let's take a look. Hello, cosplayers. You're going to have to get your threads together. That is a brand new art form of Dyadic Carapace, and it is a favorite of cosplayers abound.
Oh my god, not only the Dyadic Carapace, Bryce, we did take a look of a bunch of new cards right there, right? I'm even, like, I don't know how to describe it. This looks amazing. Dash.io
decks are looking ever more like fully minted Illusionist, with Teklo Pounder joining Boom Grenade with Gem Pack treatments. Ride the lightning and claim your power at local armory events. And that can happen here in Latin America now, ladies and gentlemen. Get out to your local armory and see if you can get your hands on a brand new telling of Dyadic Carapace.
Oh, Bryce, this is amazing. I'm so pumped up by these cards. Like, the Gem Packs keeps getting better and better. Like Gem Pack 4, I was so hyped when they announced it, and now Gem Pack 5 gets even more hyped. The cards are amazing. The selection was really spectacular.
Gosh, and you remember how exciting just the mere announcement of Gem Pack was initially? It was the initiative that definitely revitalized my local scene, just as a personal anecdote. And I'm sorry, I don't know if I've seen that card Conflicting Thoughts before. Have you?
I haven't seen that before. I think it's a new card. Yeah.
Hello, Dolly. And that is an epic art print right there. It's kind of a yin and yang good versus evil, light and dark. Light and shadow.
Perhaps. Perhaps it's signing something in our near future.
I don't know if I can take
man.
another foretelling of Monarch 3, Filipe.
So few of those, right?
Yeah, it's not like every single set we're thinking it's Monarch 3, right?
Yeah, no.
But Stardust Spike, even straight out of the Ziggy Armory deck, is going to be available in a beautiful cold foil promo edition. So,
but I think
if there's one thing I know about Illusionists is you can spend a lot of money on your decks.
Yeah, but I think we have seen even more cards. Yeah, right here.
Hello.
I think we haven't seen these cards before, right? Path of Same
let's
Ends
talk
and
about 'em.
Constella Uplift.
Okay, Path of Same Ends. 0 cost, Lightning Runeblade action, attack. Blocks 2, attacks for 3. When this attacks a hero, deal 1 arcane damage to them. If damage is dealt this way, this gets go again. But you can just pay 1 resource for it to get go again. How about that?
Oh man, this is a very interesting card. Again, in Runeblade fashion, splitting the damage between combat damage and arcane damage. So it's effectively a 0 for 4, right? Because when this attacks a hero, so it's dealing the 1 arcane damage every single time.
Mm-hmm. Could be a 0 for 5.
And could be a 0 for 5.
Well, when... Oh, excuse
No,
me.
yeah,
I was thinking it got a pump.
No,
No,
yeah,
you're absolutely right.
okay.
It's always a 0 for 4.
And even if your opponent prevents with Arcane Barrier, you can still give it go again by paying 1. So it seems like a really flexible card to me at first glance, right?
Especially because some cards like Tempestuous Kiss and also all of our Quick Strike cards seem to require this version of Aurora to have at least some density of blues in her deck. She's going to be having to pay for these really useful attacks. And so I do love that there is modality at the cost of 1 resource, because what can you do with the other 2? Oh, I don't know, destroy a lightning flow and create an embodiment of lightning. Oh, I don't know, send Tempestuous Kiss.
Yes.
Really interesting stuff. But we've got to talk about the wizard stuff, right? Constella Uplift. Yellow, 0 cost, lightning wizard instant. Untap a staff you control. Starfall. If an instant card has been put into your graveyard this turn, deal 1 arcane damage to target hero. Thoughts, Filipe?
Now, interestingly, we see this untap a staff you control for the first time. I think we haven't seen this before. So it's an interesting card because with the new staff Oscilio gets, it taps for amp 1. So we can potentially amp 1 again. And it's doing 1 damage with its Starfall ability. So remembering your Oscilio Forked Lightning ability, you can discard an instant to create a ponder token, and if it discard a card, to create a ponder token, and if it's an instant, you can play it. So this is a card that synergizes with the new hero as well, and allows you to activate your staff one more time in your turn to amp even more.
So for the electric wizards out there, if you thought your days of multiple amp coming from your weapon was over, Constella Uplift is here to, well, uplift your spirits, I guess I would say. And is that exciting you at all for Fork Continuum?
Yeah, man. Like all the new wizard cards so far has been very interesting because they are wizardy but in a different way. They're an instance and they combine very well with the new Oscilio's ability. So there's a lot of cooking to be done as soon as we get all the cards.
Well, you got to get in the kitchen, but not quite yet. Right now, we are going to break, and then we're going to be back with, brand new warrior on the block? Miss Hala will be making an appearance at the feature match table. So don't go anywhere. There's going to be some more sharpening blades, more swinging of them, and more flesh and blood after this. A calling champion has already fallen in Brazil, and it was to a man of the homeland. Marlynn, no less, takes down Oscilio Constella Intelligence in the first round that we have streamed, but of course, round 2 of Calling São Paulo. And we are keeping the action rolling. Bryce Platz back with Filipe Lima Cardoso, the handsomest man in the booth by far.
Oh, yeah, that's true. No, just kidding.
No, take your laurels, man. Game recognizes game. Okay, we're going to take one more look at our metagame, folks, because we are seeing some really interesting picks in our next feature match. The one Hala Blade Saint of the Vow will be making their way onto your screens, and also Cindra Jerkai of Retribution, which has much more substantial representation than Hala. I will say 15 copies are here. Now, Filipe, I felt like last time I was here, there is a predilection in Brazil for Draconic Ninjas. Do you think that's accurate?
I think not only Draconic ninjas, but ninjas in general.
Fair.
Ninjas are a very popular class in Brazil. Like, people love ninjas, not only Cindra, but also Katsu, Ira. The Brazilians are big fans of the ninjas, and not so much fans of Hala, it seems, because there's only one Hala being represented here, but we're gonna watch that right now.
I do think a lot of players are just waiting for her to reach her final form in Mastery Pack Warrior. I think there are a lot of stirrings about what Hala might do, but so many players are telling me she's just 1 or 2 cards away.
Yeah, and also it's a pretty brand new hero, so people are still experimenting with different types of builds, different decks, different varieties. So, as far as I know, there's still no consensus on what's the best Hala deck out there. So people are experimenting with different things, and it's, I think, natural for this process to take a little bit of time until people find the best cards to put in, the best ratios and everything. So, but the deck really looks really interesting. It's fun to play, and with Mastery Pack Warrior coming, for sure it's gonna get a nice boost, and perhaps we can see more Hala being represented.
We should talk about the other one of, since we've got our graphic back up. Speaking of Draconic Ninjas, it's just one of Phi Rising Rebellion. Perhaps Brazil sees the same shortcomings that I was talking about early on in our pre-show. But, oh boy, one Riptide Lurker of the Deep. Do you think it's the same gentleman as last year?
I'm not so sure, but he is a big fan of Riptide. I wouldn't be surprised if he decided to bring it back.
We have, of course, a Levia Shadowborn Abomination. Pleiades Superstar could very well be a Fatiguades. We really don't know. But Azuri Switchblade is one that I have not seen in precious long time, probably since Shoma Yamamura took down Pro Tour Amsterdam with her.
Yes, and what catches my attention is Lyeth and Toughnut. We've seen Toughnut make Day 2 for the first time recently, so I'm really eager to see if this Toughnut can crack Day 2 as well.
Toughnut is just an incredible hero. I mean, on his face and Turncycle to Turncycle, he's basically doing the brute version of Valiant Dynamos, just stacking up value over it, but it is so fun to watch. I don't know what it is.
And it is fun to play as well, man. Like Toughnut is... I don't know what it is, but because he has such a different type of gameplay than all the other heroes, it seems fresh to play him, and I always enjoy like throwing just 3 cards every single turn.
I will go to my grave saying this. I do think Toughnut might be the biggest flavor win LSS has had in a long time. He's a guy you love to love.
Yes. I mean, he's a revered hero for a reason, right?
Yes. Well, enough about the nut. We've got to get down to the Blade Saint of the Vow, and of course, the Jerkai of Retribution. The players before you are Stefano Sobreira and Diorge Brognara.
Yes, and Diorge has been playing Hala since the armor deck came out. He's a huge fan, and he says that Hala puts the best numbers he has seen better than it appears at first. And he put his money where his mouth is and decided to bring her to the calling. And here he is, 2-0, looking good so far.
Now, those great numbers weren't really a given when we first saw Hala. When her hero card was spoiled, I'm pretty sure it was just Zenith Blade that we had to go alongside her. On her hero text, it says, pay 3 resources and tap Hala. Sharpen target sword you control. Go again. Put a +1 counter on it. That sounds great. But then remove all +1 counters from it at the end of the turn. It had me and a lot of other Flesh and Blood players scratching our heads. And then all of a sudden, flurry tokens were introduced, and all of a sudden, Hala kind of has the same quandary that Dorinthia has, in that you're looking for go again enablers and swing twice enablers, but in her case, it's basically printed on the hero, because Zenith Blade will of course get go again as long as it's been sharpened.
Yes, and being able to attack more than once per turn with those flurry tokens, if Hala can do this consistently, it's a lot of damage she brings to the table.
And it is one of the first two-handed sword warriors that can really take advantage of Valiant Dynamo. So it's not just good numbers on offense, but also a hefty defense. Now, over to the Drakai of Retribution. You've seen her. You either love her or you absolutely hate her. She is an aggressive mid-range hero. Mid-range mainly because a lot of players worth their salt have been cycling in some 0-for-4 D-reacts here and playing a more value-oriented game plan, all thanks to Flick Knives and Mask of Momentum. But the hero text says, whenever you hit a marked hero, create a fealty token. That is only important for making sure that these draconic chains sing. And the reason you need to make them sing is, of course, her activated ability. Once per turn instant, pay 3, equip up to 2 draconic daggers from your graveyard. This costs 1 less to activate for each draconic chain link you control. So it's telepathic edges flying this way and that on Cindra. Hala is going to be swinging it the old-fashioned way.
Yes, and it's a very good first test for Hala here on stream, because Cindra can put up very good numbers, and we can see if Hala has what it takes to...
So it has to be a stark defense and offense for Hala in order to carry the day. Will they be able to get it done? We're going to find out right now. Here in round 3 at Calling São Paulo, we turn the page to the next chapter, and it's Diorge Brognara. 40 plays 40, piloting Hala, Blade Saint of the Vow, into the Draconic Ninja that has fallen a bit out of favor of late.
Yes, and I'm excited to see this one. I'm really curious to see what Hala brings to this game. Historically, warriors have a good matchup against Cindra and ninjas, given their armor that they can play and stop those Mask of Momentum triggers to be presented every single turn. And if Diorge can do that while presenting a lot of damage with the new cards like Edict of Steel, as he's playing on turn 0 here, then I think Hala has a good chance of winning this game.
Edict of Steel in the yellow will sharpen target sword you control. And if it has at least 2 +1 counters, it'll create a flurry token. The flurry is where it is at for Hala, and also kind of for Bolton as well. Raiden sings a lot better when it swings twice without Lumina Ascension. In this case for Diorge, this Zenith Blade for the first time comes in for 5 go again. Why does it have go again? Of course, because it has been sharpened, and that's how the passive text on that sword works.
And what is that chest piece on Hala's side?
That is Paragon Plate from the Armory deck Hala. A very interesting inclusion from Diorge. I have often seen things like Fiendal Spring Tunic, or more often Grains of Blood Spill, like other traditional multiple weapon attack swinging warriors. In this case, Diorge brings in a chess piece that, at attack reaction speed, can remove a +1 counter from an attacking sword he controls to gain 1 resource.
And that can be very handy if Hala is running low on resources for a turn, so it gives the deck a lot of flexibility between damage and resources.
Especially prescient if, for example, you've already gained the go again that you needed from Zenith Blade and your opponent has hopelessly blocked you out. All of a sudden, Paragon Plate might make it so, oh, well, I can just swing another Zenith Blade and maybe pocket the reaction that I was hoping for later.
Speaking of blocking out, on turn 0, Diorge attacked with his Zenith Blade for 5 twice, but got completely blocked out by Stefano, who blocks with 2 cards in every single attack. And here on first one, he starts his turn by pitching a red, which is something Cindra never wants to do, to attack with Kunai of Retribution for 1 with go again.
definitely not ideal. I will say that the draw up for Stefano was a little bit awkward. Was very happy to be able to filter out that hand on turn 1 because there were so many combo finishers. A Lava Burst, a Hunt the Hunter. But in this case, this turn, besides the red in the pitch, is singing now. Hot on their heels with a Flick Knives activation here. I expect Stefano is going to put an energy counter on that blood-splattered vest because, of course, there's another Hunt the Hunter in the hand.
And we see him activating the flick but and getting the resource from blood splattered vest. The hit also marks Diorge here, as he declared no blocks to the attack.
Now, how relevant is it here that Diorge was able to just shrug off that kunai of Retribution Swing with the Valiant Dynamos? Do you think that's going to be a relevant factor?
Yes, because we see Stefano bringing a cut through for 4 here on the third chain link. If he hasn't blocked with, if Diorge had not blocked with the Dynamo, that would be threatening a mask hit. So Diorge effectively protected himself from that by blocking with Valiant Dynamo, meaning that the only card that's gonna be threatening a mask hit is gonna be the Hunted or Hunted on the last chain link. So Diorge can block much more efficiently, given his choice to block with Dynamo at the first chain link.
Diorge remarked as quickly as he was unmarked by the connection of Cut Through. 2 cards are bought from the hand from Diorge. Does not want to give another fealty token and, more importantly, a Mask of Momentum trigger to refresh the arsenal. So it is arsenal-less that Stefano Sobreira passes back to his opponent, who is now at 32 life to a mounting surplus of 40 on the side of Stefano.
And here we see the strategy of Hala and Warriors in general play out. You wanna be able to trade hands with Cindra, play a 2-card block with 2 cards, play a 2-card hand, and we're gonna see him Diorge doing it again, starting the turn again with Edict of Steel and throwing Zenith Blade for 4.
Now the real difference between the color cycle on Edict of Steel is the requisite number of counters you need on your sword in order to generate the flurry token. Red is so powerful because it, of course, only needs 1. So this 2-card play is all of a sudden a 2-card 8, 9 if you count the Valiant Dynamo refresh.
And here we can see what Diorge was talking about, like 2-card 8s is exactly what you want to be doing against Cindra if you're able to block all the potential Mask of Momentum triggers, making you have a lot more value than the Draconic Ninja.
And no blocks declared, but Diorge is not happy with that. Instead, he will provoke his opponent with, of course, the attack reaction with the same name. By paying 1 and playing this card out, he forces Stefano to reveal a card from the hand. If it's an action card, it will be added as a defending card on the current chain link, as long as he is swinging with a weapon card. And yes, it's another finisher taken from Stefano. That's the second Lava Burst that we have seen thus far this game going to the graveyard. A incredible choice by Diorge to mix in a little bit of disruption, even though it hampers his own numbers a bit.
Even though he hampers his own numbers, he's making sure that Cindra plays with 3 cards instead of 4, which for a deck that wants to be connecting as much as possible to activate the Mask of Momentum trigger, it's a much better proposition for Diorge here.
Pain in the backside is met by a 3-block from the hand of Diorge. Ole, if I'm not mistaken, a card that is straight from the Hala Armory deck and does, of course, generate flurry tokens. And it is a flick of a kunai. Ooh, but a discard of Shelter from the Storm will cover that up and make it so that Stefano must start over again on Mask of Momentum. And with only 2 cards in hand, I don't think there's going to be another Threaten of Mask this turn.
Exactly, and that's exactly what Diorge wants in these situations. He doesn't want to be pressured to stop many different breakpoints in order to stop Mask. So game starting here in favor of Diorge, I would say, Bryce.
So it does seem like the game plan is deny Mask triggers, present disruption when available, but most importantly, get through the turn cycle and send 2 Zenith Blades.
Yes, and as long as Diorge can do it profitably, I think he will be developing his game plan and will be winning the turn cycle battles here.
Rising Resentment on the combat chain now does get some respect. Brave Forge Bracers comes out, and the second to last prevention effect from Shelter from the Storm, covers the rest of it, and Stefano decides it is time to just play a little bit of the setup game, Arsenal, and pass back over to Hala, who now has 2 cards in hand. It is going to be Sharp Incline out of the hand, Sharpen target sword you control, and if it has 1 or more +1 counters, the next attack with it this turn will cost 1 less to activate. So all of a sudden, it is a 1-card 4 from Diorge. No flurry token generated, though, so cannot swing with that Zenith Blade again. But hey, that is just another set of good numbers.
Yes, he's throwing 0 for 4s, 2 for 8, 2 card 8s. It's exactly where Diorge wants this game to go on. But on the other hand, Stefano was able to keep a 5-card hand this turn, so...
Oh, and hello, Dolly. Blunton in the hand for Diorge. Excuse me, is that 2 copies of Blunton?
Oh, there's a lot of Bluntons.
That's an interesting inclusion against Cindra, because I don't think it's a given that they're going to be swinging those daggers every single turn, especially now that Wrath of Retribution is gone and banned. But because it's being mixed in against this Ignite, it's entirely likely that, yes, here comes Kunai of Retribution. Blunton gonna get some value here.
At least one of them. Oh.
And now both Bluntons are thrown onto the combat chain. I think that is an incredible move by Diorge. There's no way that another Kunai, at least you can expect another Kunai to be coming out onto the combat chain. So these Bluntons, instead of getting their printed 2 block value, you can kind of figure that they're getting at least 3 by just ripping cards out of Stefano's hand.
And it was a very interesting decision from Diorge here to block with both on the Kunai, making Stefano discard 2 cards and basically hampering his turn, because he will not be able to threaten Mask of Momentum multiple times this turn.
Once again, that seems to be the game plan of our Brazilian on the right.
And Stefano is even is like cracking up on this play because he was not expecting that from Hala.
I wouldn't have expected it either. But Diorge is showing that the Blade Stand of the Vow might be in the right hands.
Yes.
Punked out of 2 cards is Stefano Sobreira. Forced to discard, and then follows up with a March of Loyalty, which, because no fealties have been generated this turn, I'm sorry, it has been generated this turn?
Yeah, the first attack Ignite was hit, and
that's
Hala
right,
was marked.
that's right.
So it generated the fealty token.
Okay, so this isn't terrible. Last card left in hand for Stefano is an Art of the Dragon Blood. If you're in Stefano's seat, are you going for the Arsenal, or are you going for more pressure?
I think given that Diorge blocked here, he may as well just throw the damage, or unless he wants to try and save for a big turn on the next turn. Let's see what strategy Stefano deems better in this situation.
It's a buyback of the Blades first, and yes, Arsenal pass. Gain 1 life from Sirens of Safe Harbor for Diorge. Life totals now 30, plays 31, but not for long, because we'll be passing right back over to the Drakai of Retribution.
Yeah, that was
not happy with that hand at all. 2 blues and 2 Bluntons.
That was a very bricky hand. He was at least fortunate enough to trade his Bluntons at a time, to have his Bluntons at a time when Stefano actually attacked with a Kunai, which is not a given in the Cindra decks, right?
Now, and you know what is not a given either, is that Hala is a warrior that might not be able to make it through a Warmonger's turn. And Warmonger's Diplomacy is in the hand for Stefano. We've seen just how much Hala leans on non-attack action cards.
And that can be a back-breaking play for Stefano if Diorge decides to take some damage in order to save cards to present a big turn. Getting hit with that Warmongers can be back-breaking for him here.
It's a discard of yet another Shelter from the Storm to block out the first Kunai of Retribution. The second goes much like the first. 1 prevention left floating for Diorge, and 3 go again from Pain in the backside as the follow-up from Stefano.
Yeah, and we see Diorge here discarding the Shelter from the Storm at the beginning of the turn to prevent the 2 Kunai hits. But the Pain in the backside threatens not only 3 damage, but also a ping if it connects.
It is a 3-block bot from Diorge. Pain in the backside blocked out. Mask of Momentum nowhere near live on this turn cycle. Rising Resentment to follow, which for the first time in... I mean, it's not traditional that this card has an on-hit. Not going to be relevant here, though, because Diorge does provide respect. So it's 3 cards already bought from our warrior player. Art of the Dragon Blood is to follow. No fealty token popped, though, so this one does not have go again. Stefano just setting up once again after still not leaking a single point of damage.
Even though he didn't leak a single point of damage, he was able to take 3 cards of Diorge's hands right now. So, interestingly, he decided that it's not a good place to deploy that Warmonger's Diplomacy, and he's gonna save it in Arsenal for a better moment.
Swordmaster's Path blocks the majority of the damage from Art of the Dragon Blood, but of course Flick Knives will eat the prevention on Shelter from the Storm, so for all of his trouble, Stefano does get 1 damage through and sets up yet another arsenal.
Yeah, he was able to trade his hand for Diorge's hand and leak 1 damage, which is what Cindra is good at doing, right? Because it presents a lot of breakpoints, a lot of pings, and if you can do this consistently, that's the game plan of the Dark Eye of Retribution here, right?
And you know, after your opponent came at you with a 5-card hand, granted they only used 4 of them and only leaked 1, Diorge's got to be feeling pretty good about his game plan. I mean, he's showing that Hala can play slow, she can play fast. It's not like she's under the spell of a mini-game like Fang Drakai of Blades is. It's not like he has to always go on the offensive because he's protecting fealty tokens. It's an entirely new, well, new version of an old pace of Warrior.
Yeah, and you see that the life totals are going down very similarly. Diorge is at 29 now with Stefano being at 31, but Diorge still have all his armor available to him in order to block whenever he deems it's a good moment for that.
Ancestral Empowerment beefs up this Fire Tenant Strike first over the blocks of Diorge by 1. Down to 28 he goes, card drawn for Stefano Sobreira, who has found yet another copy of Art of the Dragon Blood, but first seeks to send this Ronin Renegade 3 go again once again. I'm sorry, 4 go again once again, because of course Fire Tenant Strike first came first.
Yeah, and here we see Cindra doing what Cindra wants to do the most, presenting very difficult on-hits to block, presenting 3 pumped by 1 to 4, followed by another 4 go again, which is exactly what Cindra wants to be doing, presenting difficult breakpoints for your opponent to deal with.
But Diorge remains stalwart in his defense. It is a block of 4 with the aid of Valiant Dynamos and a Command and Conquer. Kunai of Retribution leaks through this time. No more shelters for Diorge, at least for this turn cycle. Down to 27 he goes to Stefano's 31.
Yeah, and now we see the Fury token being cracked, and an Art of Dragon Fire coming up for 4 go again and presenting an on-hit draw from Mask of Momentum. This is exactly what Cindra wants to be doing. We see Diorge using his armor for the first time in order to prevent that draw from Mask of Momentum here, blocking for 4, opting for not use Crown of Providence to filter either his hand or his arsenal.
Now this is the first turn in a long time where Stefano has been able to meaningfully pressure the resources of Diorge. All of a sudden after this turn cycle, there's not going to be an easy way for our Warrior player to prevent a Mask Momentum trigger, but Stefano does put his foot on the brakes, pitches an Oath of Loyalty, likely drawn off of that Ancestral Empowerment at a subpar time in order to buy back the Kunai of Retribution.
And he has the option of actually using that Warmongers in his arsenal, and he's gonna go for it.
There he goes. Does not pass priority. It's Warmonger's Diplomacy. Could spell doom for Diorge, and I think I spied an Edict of Steel in the hand. War likely chosen here, because why would you play an Edict of Steel if you can't utilize its full effect?
Yeah, and it's backbreaking for Diorge because he used his armor in order to protect this turn that he wanted to play. But by being hit with the Warmonger's Diplomacy in such a timely manner by Stefano, Diorge is forced to just pitch a card to attack with his Zenith Blade, and will have to IP 1 card in hand for the next turn.
And so rather than a 2-card 9, this ends up being a 1-card 3 with an effective IP penalty for Diorge. So kudos to both of these players for understanding the pressure points of each of their opponent's heroes.
Yeah, we see it being very well navigated by Stefano here. Diorge was also planning on navigating. Oh, and the Ravenous Rebel hits the blue from the top, man.
Stefano just feeling like nothing can go his way this game. 2 lava bursts down already into a defensive opponent. Doesn't feel great, and neither does a Ravenous Rabble for 2 go again.
Yeah, especially after he crafted such a great turn last turn. Having the punish here of revealing a blue off of Ravenous Rebel is such a pain for Stefano. He effectively misses 2 value here on this.
Now, Diorge has taken the damage, does have the perfect answer here for Blaze Headlong. Stefano says, I would like to hold priority. I want to flick my dagger at you before you draw that card from Sink Below. Doesn't want Diorge to find a shelter from the storm, for instance. Card drawn for Diorge is Toe the Line. That could have been incredibly useful for stuffing that flick. Maybe better used on defense against something like this Snatch, but Toe the Line is one of those cards a la our instant prevention effects from heavy hitters. In this case, it'll prevent 2 of the next amount of damage dealt to Diorge, but instead of an agility or a vigor or a might, it'll leave behind a flurry token.
And interestingly, I think this Snatch was not turned draconic by a Fury token, so it doesn't have go again. Diorge has a little bit of breathing room here to decide what he wants to do in this play.
Won't be able to be given go again from Dragon Scalar Flight Path, so Diorge knows that the draw from Snatch is pretty inane. And also
not only from the Snatch, but also from the Mask of Momentum. So Stefano effectively drew 2 cards, but it didn't matter much as he is not able to give go again to this Snatch with the dagger, with the boots.
But silver lining here, Stefano now has the opportunity to pitch at instant speed to Cindra in order to get that flicked dagger back where it is meant to be. Only has 1 Draconic Chainlink, so this will cost 2. I believe he's thinking about overpitching here.
Yeah. Interestingly, he has the blue that we knew from Ravenous Rebel. He drew the Troll Dagger. He has a Pump and a Ronin Renegade. He has the starter for next turn, which is always a nice arsenal to have. So let's see what he decides to pitch for the hero's ability.
Has got to know at this point that his opponent is going to be coming at him hard, because there was an Edict of Steel stranded in the hand for Diorge. I think Stefano's got to know about it. But he pitches away both reds in order to get the flicked kunai back and pockets the throw dagger. What do you think about that?
It's an interesting decision. In my view, he's being more aggressive, keeping the ping and not keeping the starter, banking on drawing a starter for next turn, and indeed he does draw another Ronin Renegade.
Rewarded hugely is Stefano. So now we'll have much more elusive damage, basically a cantrip that deals 1 damage. Diorge plays out a non-attack plus a yellow Edict of Steel, so all of a sudden that Zenith Blade is incredibly sharp, could cut through air, and now comes in for 6 go again, and will be able to swing again.
Yeah, and we see like here a 3-card 12, which is pretty good value from Hala. Being able to arsenal that prevention card, I forgot the name of it. Toe the Line, yes. Being able to pocket it on arsenal for preventing the next pings, which will be very important given that Stefano pocketed in arsenal a throw dagger.
Diorge doesn't know it, but he's locked and loaded a kill shot. I say it all the time. Some of the nastiest things you can do in Flesh and Blood are on defense.
Yeah, and here we see, like, I'm really impressed by some of the cycles Hala is having right now. It's been very interesting. Like, this turn was like he was able to block Stefano, not let him do much with his turn, and send a 3-card 12 back into Cindra's.
17 plays 20 in this, the 3rd round of Calling São Paulo. We already have 2,000 of you watching this coverage live, and I expect that number just to climb because Brazil gives a great show. Display loyalty on display as the 2nd chain link here. Still 17 plays 20 as Amnesia takes care of the damage from Ronin Renegade. Edict of Steel is the next card to get in the way, and that has got to get Stefano's eyebrows going because probably the most powerful card in the Hala deck, at least when it comes to playing small hands. So Stefano's got to be thinking, red-locked?
Yeah, and this gives him a pause because in this turn, it would be an interesting proposition to activate Flick Knives or maybe the throw dagger he has on Arsenal. But seeing this Edict of Steel, as you said, Bryce, the most powerful card in Hala's deck, being used to block, raises some questions, right? But he does go and show the throw dagger, which can be a perfect moment for Diorge to put the throw the line in play. And man, that counters throw dagger completely because it doesn't let Stefano draw a card from the throw dagger effect.
Diorge throws that toe, and then Stefano, in response, sends Flick Knife. So at least one damage will get through. Oh, he allows the toe to resolve first. No, he does not. Does seem to have responded to the toe because, of course, one resource has been generated. Dagger still thrown there. Toe the line does get in the way. I think Stefano did have the opportunity to sequence that so that he could eat the toe the line with Flick Knives rather than throw Dagger.
Because importantly, toe the line reads the next time he would be dealt damage. This turn prevent 2 of that damage.
Not the next 2 damage.
Not the next 2 damage he would be dealt. So if Stefano had let toe the line resolve and then activated Flick Knives, toe the line would effectively eat the Flick Knives damage, but then throw dagger would deal the 1 damage and allow Stefano to draw a card.
Ooh, and it is finishers in doubles here. Breaking point blocked by just Valiant Dynamos. Diorge got to be feeling good for skirting around that Arsenal disruption with Toe the Line, but then the follow-up is Dragon Scalar Flight Path into Lava Burst. All of a sudden, the damage potential of this turn went through the roof, and Diorge, with 2 cards in hand after already blocking with a red Edict of Steel, has some serious choices to make.
And here we see such a powerful turn by Cindra. Not only did he manage to threaten the Arsenal with Breaking Point, but also double finisher with Lava Burst. Diorge must be really, really thankful that his Arsenal was perfect to not only not let Stefano draw a card with Throw Dagger, but also free his Arsenal from the potential disruption from Breaking Point.
Now, we've been talking about how good Hala looks on defense. One of the things I want to point out here is that Flurry tokens do not pop at the beginning of the turn. It's not like Agility. It's not like Might. So Diorge can lock and load a Flurry token for a turn cycle where he doesn't draw something like an Edict of Steel if he decides that saving life here is more important.
And it gives Hala so much flexibility because he is able, Diorge is able to create the Flurry token here, but because it doesn't pop at the beginning of the turn, he's not pressured into saving cards to use the Flurry token on this turn. So he can use cards to block like he's doing right now.
Ah, and the fork makes a lot more sense here for Diorge. Erase face. Stefano says, "Are you kidding me? You brought that in for me? What the heck, man?"
And then you see him using it to block instead. And Stefano is also really amazed by seeing this block.
So there it is, effectively blocked out here.
Yeah, and it was such
completely blocked out.
It was such a powerful turn from Stefano, and seeing Diorge be able to fully block it and not take any damage. And yeah, because Sirens gained 1 life here, so putting Diorge back to 16. So it's 17 for Stefano, 16 for Diorge. And Diorge not only blocked this turn, but also created a Flurry token that he can save to use somewhere in the future when he has a hand that lines up with it.
Rising Resentment blocked away. Display Loyalty, the follow-up. Up to 3 fealty is Stefano Sobreira. Has had ample opportunities to use those fealty tokens on things like Art of the Dragon Blood or even a Snatch, but they're not lining up quite perfectly. So a fealty-rich Cindra is often not a Cindra that is the most happy. I think they generally want to end a game with 0 fealty because things are lining up so perfectly that their combat chains are going wider, they're getting extra effects from draconic attacks.
Yeah. And here we see Cindra doing what it does best, threatening damage, threatening mask hits, and again, threatening another mask hit with a nice breakpoint on 4 go again. So Diorge is really forked once again.
Inflame the Firebrand, putting the hurt on the Blade Saint of the Vow. These are the turns that Stefano has been looking for since the beginning of the game. The only way to make it better is to have a finisher, but he just concluded a turn with 2 of them, so can't be too unhappy. Flick Knives activation here after Diorge blocks out all of the physical, but it's the flying damage that is going to get ever more painful as Diorge is down to 8.
Yeah, and these last few turn cycles were really favor to Stefano. He was able to do a lot of damage while not taking much back. So 8 plays 17. Diorge has his back against the wall, but he has a turn where he can swing Zenith Blade twice for 4.
And so here is the real power of the Hala hero ability. When a flurry token has already been established, you all of a sudden can really put together a nice turn with 2 blues. You activate Hala, make it so that your Zenith Blade has go again when the flurry token is activated, and then all of a sudden you sink an extra resource into Brave Forge Bracers. This is a 2 blue card hand that ended up swinging as a 2 card 9.
Yeah, that's pretty good, and a pretty good use of that flurry token that he banked from last turn.
I'm definitely a believer in the hero ability now.
Yeah, now 8 plays 8, but the tempo is all in Stefano favors. He comes with a 4 card hand here, starting with Oath of Loyalty for go again.
But unfortunately, I do think that Diorge is going to be on defense here. It's 1 resource card in the hand, and it's a yellow. So all of a sudden, Edict of Steel for the, I think, 3rd time this game in the red being thumbed as a blocking card.
Yeah, and it's such unfortunate turn of events for Diorge here. He had the tempo a few turn cycles ago, but Stefano came with very good hand after very good hand for 3 turns in a row. And here, Diorge draws yet again another hand that's a little bit bricked. So he has a decision to make if he wants to mount an attack with this low resource hand or if he wants to block.
And he immediately takes 4 on this Oath of Loyalty. 8 plays 4 now. Stefano with 3 cards left in hand. And Flick Knives putting ever more pressure. Unfortunately for Stefano, it's Warmonger's Diplomacy found in the hand. So it's not the offensive output that he probably wanted, but we saw how detrimental it was to Diorge when it was used earlier. Instead, it's in the pitch zone for kunai fueling duty on this turn.
Yeah, and Stefano is feeling good about it. He sees the blood on the water here. He's coming for it. He got Diorge to 4 life, and he had the option to play this Warmonger's Diplomacy or pitch it to swing with 2 kunais.
And the answer, the final copy of Shelter from the Storm out of the hand of Diorge Brognara right when he needed it. Kunai of Retribution the first, stuffed. Likely the second, going to go the same way as the first.
Oh.
And then Diorge gets to hold on to it for the Flick Knives.
Oh, and it's so good for Diorge. His cards are lining up so well against Cindra. Like, he has the shelters when Stefano pitches a blue to swing with 2 daggers. He has the bluntons when Stefano has the ignite to swing for free with a kunai. So things are not going that bad for Diorge here, but his back is against the wall. He's at 4 life against a Cindra. And now Stefano has a time to go on the tank here. He can swing another kunai, but Shelter would prevent the damage. He still has 2 cards in hand. I think he has an Engulfing Flame and a Ravenous Rebel. So he has a few options here on how he continues his turn.
Talk to me about him. Let's break him down.
Okay, he can, because of the Shelter from the Storm preventing the next 2 damage, he needs to think how better to sequence this turn in order to eat the Shelter in a way that gives Diorge the most trouble. So he decides to go with the kunai first in order to be able to activate the next card and gives it the +2 because you have 4 Draconic Chain Links here.
That'd be Inflame the Firebrand. Stefano gives a happy
forgot.
thumbs up there as he makes sure he has the requisite number of Draconic Chain Links. So 4 go again, once again. Priority is back over to Diorge for blocks, who remains at 4.
And
1 floating prevention effect from Shelter from the Storm.
Yeah, interestingly, I was going to mention he still has the 1 prevention, so he decides to block with the Edict. And Stefano has a good decision here if he wants to throw or this Ravenous Rebel or try to save. Oh, he can't do that because it's not...
Yeah.
Oh, no, because Inflame the Firebrand makes all the next chain links Draconic as well, so he is able to throw the Ravenous Rebel here. And he sees that he can pressure Diorge this turn even more. Diorge only has a card left in his hand or 2. So by throwing the 4 here, he's either asking Diorge to go to 1 if he decides to block only with Dynamo, or give him yet another card on this turn, which will prevent Diorge to mount a meaningful comeback.
Now, it's hard to overstate just how useful that Shelter from the Storm was. Stefano was not able to activate Flick Knives and keep the chain alive. No, he probably could have. Eat the Prevention and then leak through and flame the Firebrand by 1.
Yeah, but since the second Kunai didn't hit,
True,
it wouldn't
it's a
mean
moot
that-
point. You're
yeah, it's a
absolutely
moot
right.
point. He can throw the Flick Knives here for the 1 damage, and it would be the same.
Exactly why Stefano was likely tanking so long on that sequence.
Yeah, I don't think he could sequence this in another way in order to threaten Mask again on this turn. So it was just a matter of maximizing the damage, which he managed to do here. But
Now-
here he was already putting Diorge's back against the wall, because that
Without a doubt.
would be, being at 3 life against Cindra is not a good proposition.
No, very uncomfortable indeed, especially because Diorge only has 1 card. It's going straight to the arsenal, so those Valiant Dynamos are not going to be able to block on this next turn. Speaking of, no more blocking equipment for our warrior, and all of a sudden you're facing down a 4-card hand from Stefano. Fire Tenet Strike first is the first attack here. 3 blocks are at the ready.
Yeah.
First chain link taken care of. I love the camaraderie
Yeah.
between 2 Brazilian players. You can tell that they love playing against one another.
The banter is going on. We can see, like, even for the body language, that Stefano feels really good about it. He is bantering, he's talking more, while Diorge is a little bit more composed and trying to find a way out of this hole he sees himself in this game.
Maybe solemn as the grave.
He's trying, like, I think his only hopes here is for Stefano to draw a bricky hand so he can have a little bit of breathing room to mount a comeback.
Toe the line out of the hand for Diorge. Losing 1 point of value on the Prevention, but making it so that Mask of Momentum is not live, at least for now.
Yeah.
Flick Knives are still there if Stefano wants to use them.
Trying to see how Sukainsin he can do this. I see
I see another Fire Tenet Strike first. I see a Burning Blade Dance. Can't quite make out that last card, but that doesn't, on its face, have the makings of a clean Draconic Chain. The good thing is that Stefano is incredibly loyalty-rich, has generated so many fealty tokens over the course of this game, and now they can come in when they are most needed.
Yeah. And here, a little bit of miscommunication between the players, but he did, in fact, activate the Fury to give +1 to this Fire Tenet Strike first. So it's coming for 4 go again.
Probably most importantly, giving go again to the Burning Blade Dance that will likely follow, so that Stefano can deploy the entirety of the hand.
And interestingly, he could have not activated and just gave +2 from these 2 Fire Tenets to his next attack, but playing it this way makes it more awkward for Diorge to block, as he's presenting more break points on the chain. So he's coming for 3 into 4 into 4 instead of 3 into 3 into 5.
Luckily for Diorge, Sink Below does get in the way of that second break point, but unfortunately, a Flick Knives will leak through. Down to 2 goes Diorge, and this is the power of Cindra. Once life totals are this low, your opponent feels like they're just circling the drain.
Yeah, it's very hard to come out of this lock, especially because of the reach power of Flick Knives. And here we see yet another attack for 5, but
Fist bump
Diorge
extended.
extends the fist
Glutton
bump.
is just not enough in the face of a beefed up Art of the Dragon Blood. And Cindra takes out Hala, Blade Saint of the Vow, during her debut here at Calling São Paulo. We know for a fact that Diorge is the only one who decided to bring her, and unfortunately now descends to X and 1.
Yeah, it was very interesting to watch the game. Diorge did play very well. He had such a few very good turns there, but in the end it was not enough to beat the Draconic Ninja, and Cindra ended up with the win.
We are off to a hot streak here in Calling São Paulo, but that is far from the only stream that is going to be coming at you anytime soon. Yes, the World Tour keeps trundling along, and you can look forward to coverage at these illustrious events. World premiere in Prague just next weekend. It's going to be Sam O'Byrne, Michael Fung, Scott, Howling Minds, bringing you all of that in brand new look at our next set.
Oh, I can't wait to watch that stream, Bryce. I'm really excited for the new set, Omens of the Third Age, Lightning cards, Wizards, Illusionists, Rune Blades. I mean, sounds like LSS decided to put all of the power of the game in one set. We have Illusionists, we have wizards, we have lightning, we have rune blades, we have everything. I'm really hyped for this set.
Speaking of everything, we have a Pro Tour champion in the booth for the return of Limited. Michael Fung is definitely going to have a lot to say about Limited because his brain is not going to be just on the world premiere in Prague. It'll definitely be on Pro Tour Las Vegas. Besides that, a showdown in Auckland will be coming at you June 7th, 2026, brought to you by Hayden Dale and LSS's own Ouyang Choi. Two of my favorite people. I had the pleasure of meeting Ouyang at Worlds in Philadelphia. Had a couple drinks after the conclusion of Worlds, and he's just a swell guy.
Oh, nice. Why didn't you invite me?
Were you there?
I was there.
I
wasn't
know. I
there.
saw you. I'm ashamed
Yeah.
at not inviting you now. I'm going to
just-
scurry into the corner where the Meeps is chewing on our round one.
We will have a lot of opportunities to catch a drink.
Last thing to
Here in
mention
Brazil.
about this showdown is it will be streamed after the community bans of Silver Age. So you can get a look at a brand new meta, and these two are definitely the ones to help shepherd you through it. Afterwards, it's the USA National Championship, the stream being presented by TCG Player. If you haven't seen that, all of a sudden LSS does have a direct partnership with TCG Player. That is coming up. But it'll be in Minneapolis, June 12th to the 14th, 2026. As we've talked about, the US National Championships will kick off the Nationals season all around the world. So stay tuned for that. You're going to get a fresh look from a lot of really stellar players at what Classic Constructed looks like in Omens of the Third Age.
Yeah, and it's gonna be the start of our national season and the first showcase of Omens of the Third Age Classic Constructed. So I'm really looking forward to see what the US National Championships bring to us.
And I'll be there, believe it or not.
Oh, look at that.
I'm incredibly excited about this. This is going to be, on a personal note, my first shot at a Tier 4 stream, so I am ready and rearing to step up to that plate. Producer Des says I need to grow the hair back out. Not on your life. That was a fun experiment for 2 years, but I'm tired of getting it caught indoors.
Yeah, man, I'm excited to watch you, to catch you on the stream of the US Nats. It's gonna be like amazing. Don't miss
very
this
much
guy
appreciate
there.
it. I do want to mention before we go to break a little bit of stream history. It's especially powerful to note that our last stream here in São Paulo was it set a record for a long time for the most live viewed Flesh and Blood calling. That was dethroned only at the beginning of this year with Calling Columbus. And if you'll remember, São Paulo was March of last year. Just goes to show how good of a show Brazil puts on.
Oh, thanks everybody for the support. We are here trying to showcase our community, and we can't thank you enough for tuning in and joining with us in the celebration of Flesh and Blood.
I would dare say you have done that and much more. So stay tuned for more possible record breakers and, of course, more Flesh and Blood in a bit. Don't go anywhere. Katsu, our original ninja. Sorry, dude.
Vem, vem, e do jeitinho que tu gosta. Vem, vem, e do jeitinho que tu gosta.
Não desiste, segue em frente, sua hora já chegou. Essa é a minha jornada, eu sei quem eu sou. Essa vida é um presente, valoriza o seu tempo. Quando chega no final, lembra onde começou. Não posso parar na linha final. Eu vou chegar, não posso parar. O meu troféu, eu vou ganhar. Gratidão no coração, minha mente na missão. É vivendo que se aprende, meu irmão. It's time to go, 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 go. Bora, eles não podem me parar agora. Eles não podem me parar agora. Eles não podem me parar agora. Bora, eles não podem me parar. Bora, eles não podem me parar agora. 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 Eles não podem me parar. It's time to go, 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 go. Okay, we gotta go like vamonos. Kinda like that roll like dominoes. Dropping that low, Geronimo. Work hard, play hard like on a roll. Não posso parar na linha final. Eu vou chegar, não posso parar. O meu troféu, eu vou ganhar. Gratidão no coração, minha mente na missão. É vivendo que se aprende, meu irmão. Bora, eles não podem me parar agora. Eles não podem me parar agora. Eles não podem me parar agora. Bora, eles não podem me parar. Bora, eles não podem me parar agora. Eles não. Bora, eles não podem me parar agora. 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 Não posso parar. 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 Não posso parar.
Não posso parar na linha final. Eu vou chegar, não posso parar na linha final.
It's time to go, 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 go.
Bora.
It's non-stop ninja action. They're leaping from the roofs. They're swinging at you with knives this way and that. But this one is going to be a very different flavor, isn't it, co-caster of mine?
Yes, it's not an iconic flavor, but it's more of a original Flesh and Blood flavor.
Original indeed. Wandering into the feature match area will be Katsu the Wanderer, going up against Victor Goldmane, one of the big bad Nepo babies of the metagame. But we're going to hit the standings first and see just how our players are doing. We had a list for you to watch, and oh my, number one, Victor Giovanni on KO underhanded chi. Besides that, a Vynnset, a Katsu, I believe our featured Katsu on the next round, but there's two undefeateds in the room. Ivan Taranto as well in the 10th seat, 3-0 on Jarl. This is shaping up to be a very exciting leaderboard so far.
We also have two Dorinthias trio, number 6, Diego Velasquez from Brazil, and Luis Bossi on 18 with Dory. We haven't seen a Dory up on the standings in a while, right?
No, but São Paulo is the place for Dorinthia. If you will recall, we had some incredible Count Your Blessings Dorinthia and also traditional Dawnblade Dorinthia last year. I would be very surprised if we didn't see a Dawnblade on stream at some point. Also want to talk about Raphael Miller, 3-0 on Dash.io. You saw him on stream last year committing war crimes against a cash-out combo Aurora. Brodie Spurlock as well from America, 3-0 on Vynnset, something I didn't quite expect to see. And right behind him is his partner in crime and definitely in the World Tour leaderboard, Jacob Clemens, still piloting Arachne Marionette, I'm sure to a critical degree.
And we see a few more Oscilios here, 3-0 as well, 4 more in this page. And to top it off, we have Jarl and a Gravy Bones to finish our 3-0s on the top 32.
And all of a sudden, here are our Oscilios. Yes, Thiago Lomba of Team Pummel Party is there at 3-0. Who I'm not seeing, though, is, of course, our friend Paul Van Heysel, who did take his first loss to Renan Salomao, who has finally found his first loss, respectively. That is the end of our 3-0s, and so we come back to us before getting back into the action. Filipe, let's take a quick moment to discuss this matchup. Before we went live, you said it can be really difficult for the Katsu player.
Yes, Victor is a very good defensive deck with all the block cards, test of strength, trounce. So it's and a lot of armor as well. And Katsu wants to hit in order to activate the hero ability. So it can be a little rough. But Katsu has a few ways of trying to overcome that. Perhaps with shurikens and the new arm piece, Wind Cutter. Perhaps with pumps. So I'm eager to see what our Katsu player will bring to the table on this matchup.
With 2 at X and O in the standings, it's hard to believe that this is going to be anything but some masterful Katsu play. So let's mince words no more, and let's watch some flying Kodachis and also head jabs galore. Maybe some surging strikes mixed in there, and man, I hope some Silverwing shurikens as well. On the left side of your screen, it's Tales de Mesquita Simioni, 3-0 on Katsu, the Wanderer versus Max Dieckmann. A fearsome competitor in his own right, newly, as you mentioned, Filipe, sporting a Brazilian flag.
Yes, Max has been living in Brazil for the past year, so he's sporting our Brazilian flag, and he's a very good player, Pro Tour finalist, and overall very good player. He did say that he really likes playing Victor. He's a Guardian player in his heart, so he couldn't miss the chance of bringing Victor to this calling, and here he is, sitting at 3-0. Seems like his decision paid off so far.
We've seen our competitors. Now let's see the heroes. Katsu, the Wanderer, has gone through so many transformations in our game, was one of the first heroes released in Welcome to Wraith. He has a once per turn effect. When an attack action card you control hits, you may discard a card with cost 0. If you do, search your deck for a card with combo, banish it face up, then shuffle your deck. You may play it this turn. Now, these combo lines looked incredibly different back in the days of Welcome to Wraith. Now, it is all about Bonds of Ancestry.
Yes, and Katsu has a lot of combo cards, a lot of different lines. We see lists with different cards every time. So it will be interesting to see which combos our Katsu player decide to bring to this matchup.
Now, this hero doesn't have exactly a storied past in terms of victories. Nevertheless, Worlds Barcelona in 2023 showed a 5th placing by putting Tam, the Ninja Master, of course, right before he turned his eyes to the Lightning Ninja Aurora. On the other side is Victor Goldmane, High and Mighty. He borrows Daddy's money in order to rig clashes in his favor. The first time each turn he creates a gold token from an effect he controls, he will draw a card, and the first time each turn he would fail to win a clash. Instead, he may destroy a gold token he controls and try to fix that loss. Now, he is definitely a mid-rangey hero, puts out probably more damage than what you typically expect from Guardians, thanks to Visit Goldmane Estate and Golden Sun. But the real backbreaker, literally, for Katsu is going to be a little card called Spinal Crush, which quite literally depicts a Guardian breaking the spine of a ninja.
Exactly. So Max wants to see that happening in the game. Katsu doesn't, so let's Let's see what happens.
Okay, here we go. Down to the feature match area. 40 plays 40. And I'm guessing, yes, Thales de Mesquita Simioni is on the play here. And yes, Filipe, you called it. Wind Cutter in the arm slot. I cannot wait to see Flying Shurikens.
Yeah, so the way Katsu plays with Wind Cutter, he tries to build up a game where he, especially with Kodashis, you can hit twice in the turn, so you can activate Wind Cutter on your third attack, on your third chain link of the turn, in order to accumulate those 3 shurikens on the board. And once you have done that, it gets really hard for any opponent, really, and for Victor as well, to block effectively and stop Katsu's on hits.
And guarantees that all-important, meaningful on-hit of the hero text itself, right?
Exactly.
So it's Harmonized Kodachi the first, blocked out by Thunderquake. The second is accepted by Max Dieckmann, which makes sense on this turn 0. You don't want to commit too hard until you know how hard your ninja opponent is going to hit the gas. Thunk does get in the way of Be Like Water. No on-hit there. A chain close from Thales.
Yeah, I think Thales has a shuriken on his hand, so instead of finding it with Wind Cutter, he will start the game by playing it from hand, which, being turn 0, it's still good for him. His idea is to amass all of those 3 shurikens on board to make defending against his own hits very difficult for his opponent.
Seems almost like a Teklo pounder at home in the hands of Katsu, just going for that one big turn, likely fueled by both the Heartened Crosstrap and the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. Now, one of the interesting things on Thales' side of the board is definitely those Snapdragon Scalers. What do you think about their efficacy over something like Breeze Rider Boots?
Breeze Rider Boots lets Katsu have a big turn with a lot of combo cards that doesn't naturally have go again. But Snapdragon gives you a little bit more flexibility in maybe throwing 2 finishers in the same turn. So it will be interesting to see how Thales use the Snapdragon Scalers, which is, as you mentioned, not the most common option for Katsu players. So I really want to see what Thales does with the Snapdragon Scalers.
Visit Goldmane the State, the first deployed for Max Dieckmann, not getting any might tokens from it. And it's hard to fault him when you're going up against an opponent like Katsu, who is definitely trying to set up against you and put a turn together that slams the door in your face. Max likely thinking, well, if I pitch this away, I'm likely never going to see it again.
Yeah, and the Victor lists lately are sporting a lot of disruption. So one of the ways that Victor can fight Katsu very well is presenting disruption every single turn, and we see that starting right here, right now on the first turn with Boulder Drop.
On Crush, of course, which means dealing 4 or more damage to a hero. That hero who has been dealt the damage will put a card from their hand on top of the deck. This is one of those cards that just says, give me a card this way or that way. Thales says the Crush way takes all 7 of that damage down to 33 in one fell swoop, and a card goes to the top of the deck, leaving does look like 100 Winds, Descendant Gustwave, and Bonds of Ancestry. In the hand, is that Surging Strike?
Yeah, he had a Surging Strike on his arsenal from the previous turn, so he will start the game with it. He wasn't able to keep a full 4-card hand plus arsenal in this turn thanks to the Boulder Drop that Max sent. So that's the game plan for Victor here. Block efficiently and send disruption. Meanwhile, Thales is trying to amass the biggest turn possible with his combo cards.
Now, Max says, I have Surging Strike Kryptonite. Here is a staunch response, but this is when it feels the worst against Katsu. They send Surging Strike and say, oh, well, I had the Gustwave in hand anyway. And then Max could be thinking here, oh, well, wait a minute. What if you're looking for your Bonds of Ancestry? I got to block this one out. And then Thales will go, oh, I had that in hand too.
Yeah. But most importantly here at the beginning of the game, since Thales has not been able to put a lot of combo cards on his graveyard, Bonds is still not the most threatening it can be. Oh, but we see Thales already activating the Shuriken on the first turn of the game, so he wants to be very aggressive with his Shuriken usage. It is indeed the best possible target for a no-hit because it's a card draw with Whelming Gustwave that can be discarded by Katsu which he does.
I love this here. 100 Wins was the card that went to the top of the deck for Thales, and then drawn immediately on that Whelming Gust Wave. So this Silverwing Shuriken is not really doing its full setup potential, like you mentioned earlier, Filipe, but in this case, it is paying dividends, getting Whelming Gust Waves on hit effect through, thanks to the combo from Surging Strike before, and now Thales has the opportunity to discard that 100 Wins away for something more useful.
The card that he drew was a Bonds of Ancestry, like you were saying, Bryce, and he is able to banish that 100 Wins that just got discarded by Katsu in order to pick another from his deck and finish the turn with the Winds of Eternity that he banished from the Katsu's ability.
And this is a man that understands Katsu. If it seems when you play against Katsu that he kind of has insurmountable power, he's just almost making up the rules of the game as you go. You must understand that there are real limitations to this card, Bonds of Ancestry. You can only, with its combo effect, banish a card from your graveyard in order to find a card with the same name from the deck. So, given that it is this early in the game, Thales just doesn't have that many opportunities or options in the graveyard. So 100 Wins is the choice because, of course, it was discarded to the Katsu hero ability, and now Winds of Eternity is just going to be another 0 for 4.
Yeah, and we see like a very powerful turn from Thales here, even being disrupted by Boulder Drop. He was able to go 5 chain long and threaten a lot of damage, and Max blocked 3 of those damage, but still had to eat 10 damage on this turn. So it was very effective turn by Thales, and his Shuriken was put into good use for sure.
33 plays 30. It's going to be back over to Max Dieckmann, who is bereft of cards in hand, doesn't need to make any affirmative decisions on this turn, except for letting a Seismic Surge pop, and then it'll be back over to Thales, likely for more bloodshed.
And it's very interesting how much damage Thales was able to put up in this turn, even though Max blocked with his entire hand and still licked 10 damage. If Katsu can do that a few more times in the game, it's going to spell trouble for Max.
Ancestral Harmony finds, hello, Tempest Palm Gustwave. That is a card with combo. Harmonized Kodachi comes in for 1 go again.
Yes, and here we see the power of Katsu. Katsu has a lot of power cards. Ancestral Harmony hitting from the top is such a back-breaking play.
It's huge because you essentially get an Art of War effect, and then if you find the combo card on top of the deck, you're also redrawing the card itself.
And combined with Kodachi, the Gust Wave does have go again and +1 from the Harmonized Kodachi from the Ancestral Harmony. And because the 2 Kodachis have hit already this turn, it means that Wind Cutter is alive and it can be used with the extra resource. And it's exactly what Thales is doing now, bringing his second Shuriken to the game. And we've seen in the last turn how great you can put those Shurikens to use in the Katsu list. So having another one on the board right now means Thales has so much flexibility on when to pull the trigger and decide to do another big turn.
The redundant blues in this turn made it almost feel like it had to be a setup, and the dual threat and Fluster Fist in the hand point to the same thing. No, it's not going to be a big...
Oh, and he decides to activate the Shuriken already.
That's curious. Up to 5 goes Tempest Palm Gustwave. He must need the Katsu trigger here. Probably wants to discard away that dual threat would be my guess.
Isn't that a I think it's a Tenacity.
There's a Tenacity and a dual threat.
I think it's a Fluster Fist, no?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're so right.
Yeah, so like by activating here, he gets himself a chance to discard and prolonging this turn even more. But Max doesn't want to let him do it and activate the Quick Dodge Flexors already.
Which I don't think is that bad for Thales. Can just send this Tenacity, which will just be a 0 for 4.
Yeah, and he can bank the Fluster Fist for next turn. Or I would probably send the Fluster Fist, given it gets the bonus from the Ancestral Harmony. Yeah, there you go.
Is there any concern, though, about a Tenacity being in the arsenal?
Yeah, it can be more bricky because it's a Chain Ender. So, but either way, he would keep either a Fluster Fist or a Tenacity on Arsenal.
Oh, and it's a blue Fluster Fist. That's a no-go.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a bad situation for Thales, as because he really wanted that Gust Wave to hit in order to trigger Katsu, as he found himself with a blue Fluster Fist and the Tenacity in hand. So very heads-up play by Max here by activating the Flexors and not letting Thales hit this turn.
Well, it's interesting. I do wonder if Max was thinking that this turn was going to go a little bit wider. Will end up losing 2 value on Quick Dodge Flexors because 1 resource is going to be left in the pitch zone. Now, left with Fate Foreseen and Visit Goldmane Estate.
If he has a good attack on his arsenal, he would be able to send the attack and arsenal the Fate Foreseen for the next turn.
I believe it's a Command and Conquer placed there, I believe on turn 0,
Okay,
yes.
yeah.
Command and Conquer, oh yeah, let's say it together, Felipe. The first time we've seen it on stream, I'm going to get it right this time. 1, 2, 3.
Comandare
Conquistar.
Oh man, you're getting better at this.
It only took a year,
Yeah.
but
Keep
I'm
practicing.
here.
Keep practicing. You're getting there.
Well, Comandare Conquistar is there. 28 plays 33. Max Dieckmann threatening the tenacity that was just placed there. Thales perhaps thinking, yeah, it's time to let this thing go as soon as humanly possible. It is funny. Arsenal's Disruption can be a bailout sometimes.
Yeah, and we've seen that he was not that happy to Arsenal that tenacity, so the Command and Conquer is not that threatening for him right here in this moment. So he was happy to just eat the damage and bin the tenacity.
Life totals more or less evened up here. The second Surging Strike resolved for Thales is on the combat chain in the red variety once again, but no Hardened Crossstrap cashed in. It's instead the last copy of Silver Wing Shuriken in the pitch zone.
And interestingly, as it is the last copy, he cannot activate Wind Cutter this turn as he doesn't have any more Shurikens in his deck.
So Max Dieckmann will sniff that out. Test of Strength coming out. Normally the breakpoint killer, but in this case, doesn't quite get the job done against the 5 power of Surging Strike. It does, however, reveal a Cartilage Crutch off the top and create a gold and thereby draw a card for Max Dieckmann. Oh, but there's a Shelter from the Storm to cover up the rest of that damage, and Max, knowing that Surging Strike is representing a very terrifying on-hit, even though it's not on the text of the card.
So yeah, this is backbreaking for Thales as you start your turn with Surging plus Gust Wave, but your opponent blocks the Surging completely with Test of Strength and draws a card, meaning that he has more cards to defend him this turn.
That card thrown immediately onto the combat chain right after being drawn by Test of Strength. Cartilage Crush, not really a typical inclusion, I don't think, in Victor Goldmane decks, at least as far as we've seen from the likes of Filippo Barbani and other Victor, Jason Rolfe as well. Kind of interesting in that it gives a pseudo Frostbite to the opponent, which you might think would be pretty darn good against ninjas, but Katsu is one of those that runs a lot of blues.
Yeah, and here we see Max continue to deploy the strategy of block as much as possible and send Disruption with another red Boulder Drop for 7 here. So Thales has already eaten 1 full Boulder Drop and 1 full Command and Conquer, but sooner or later, if he keeps just taking the damage, he will go down on life very, very quickly and will get himself in a position when he has to block those attacks.
Max also has not, up until this point, really gotten his hands on a lot of Clash cards. Test of Strength, I believe, was the first one that we've seen, and that is where the Victor value train truly comes from.
And this turn cycle, we could see that as an example perfectly. He blocked with the Test of Strength, was able to draw an extra card because of that, used 2 more cards to fully block the turn, including the Shelter that he pitched to prevent the Surging Strike, and still had 2 cards in hand to send the Boulder Drop for 7.
Ancestral Harmony, again, hits a Bonds of Ancestry. The top of the deck is definitely cooperating for Thales, and he knows it. He gives a wry grin over to Max Dieckmann, who accepts it in kind with a grin of his own. But yeah, that's going to hurt. The question, though, is has Thales drawn up the combo line?
Oh, and he's activating
sure
the cross
seems
trap.
like it. Oh no, it's a Descendant Gust Wave instead. So this one is going to be free, only going to come in for 4 go again.
Yeah, but Thales, so far his deck has been very kind to him.
No doubt.
He played 2 Ancestral Harmonies, hitting both times. but Max has the perfect answer and hits the test of Iron Grip on that descending Gust Wave to crush Thales' hopes for this turn.
Oh, and by the way, he also reveals a Thunk, so he'll get a Might token for winning that clash and force the discard of a brand new card from Compendium of Wraith. Not going to be laid bare this time around. What Thales does still have access to, of course, is Bonds of Ancestry. And with that graveyard getting so much fuller, all of a sudden this Bonds turn is going to look more fearsome than the last.
Yeah, but Thales can't catch a break here. He's already playing a difficult matchup. He manages to draw some nice turns, but Max has the answer right there every single time.
Now, Filipe, do you remember the Arsenal card for Thales at this point?
I don't
But he banished the
remember
Bonds
now,
of Ancestry.
But he remember a Bonds of Ancestry. Yeah, so
Must
that
be a Gust
must
Wave.
be another Gust Wave. As
Okay.
he doesn't have any other cards in hand, so he's coming for a big turn. Oh, can you imagine if Max didn't have the test of Iron Grip to kind of
Would have been huge.
break his turn a little bit?
But
It would have
even
been
so,
huge.
I mean, this Ancestral Harmony is threatening upwards of 5 value if Thales decides to pop Mask of Momentum for a combo card.
Yes.
Both players just confirming that the resources are all taken care of here.
Yeah.
Heart
Yeah.
Cross Trap, of course.
Max was trying to. So they're speaking in Portuguese. Max was trying now to figure out why Thales banished another Bonds.
Ou a amarela e a outra vermelha ou que tem em todas as cores. Sim. Tá bom.
Yep. So Max was trying to understand if the cross wrap would help cast the Bonds, but as it doesn't, because the effect was already used on Descendant Gust Wave, Max realized that, oh, that must be another Gust Wave on your arsenal.
Max Dieckmann showing that you don't have to have all of the answers in your head. Sometimes the best thing to do is talk things out loud. Rather than keep yourself locked up in your own mind, sometimes you just need the words to come out and the answer will come to you.
Yes, and for example, could be a second Tempest Gust Wave here, which would get go again because it's the third chain link and would make possible to cast these Bonds that he just banished.
Now, Max is looking through the graveyard. If you are having trouble against Katsu opponents, this is exactly what you need to do. What has hurt you in the past? Find it in the graveyard, understand how it can hurt you in the future, especially when there's a face-up Bonds of Ancestry banished by Thales.
Yeah, and we see him stopping in every Gust Wave to check the test, make sure what might be coming on his way. Trying to figure out exactly why he decided to banish that Bonds, what could be coming after the first one.
Okay, so we know that there are no more resources for Thales at this point, which means that this next Gust Wave has to be 0 cost, right?
Yes.
So we have options like Whelming Gust Wave,
Yes.
which wouldn't have Go Again, thanks to the fact that a Surging Strike hasn't come before. Might be time to use the Snapdragon Scalers.
Exactly. That's... Oh, and we see
Oh, it's the best one. It's Gust Wave of the second wind. Now coming in for more damage here. Still doesn't have Go Again because there's no Surging Strike before it, but you might as well have extra value printed on it in terms of offense if you're going to pop your Snapdragons.
Yes, exactly. So this is the turn where he wants to pop the Snapdragon Scaler so he can swing not only this Gust Wave, but the Bonds that he banished and the card that Bonds banishes afterwards.
Okay, so we flared through the graveyard, Filipe. What enticed you in there for this second Bonds?
Given that he doesn't have any more resources or cards to play with, he's probably looking for a finisher. I've seen a Fluster Fist there. I think he's going to go for it. But we need to remember that he still has the Mask of the Pouncing Links there to be activated if he so wishes. And that's also a threatening possibility that Max has to take account for during this turn.
Snapdragon Scalers cashed in after the blocks are perfect from Mr. Dieckmann. Bonds of Ancestry, the second, comes out of the banish zone onto the combat chain. And it looks like Tempest Palm Gust Wave is a consideration here.
Yeah, so the difference is he can get a finisher like Fluster Fist, but that would show Max that he has no way of activating the Pouncing Links, or he can try to get a card with Go Again, like the Tempest Palm Gust Wave, to threaten the activation of Mask. But seems like Thales went with my first mention and goes for the Fluster Fist, which is... which shows less possibilities, but is more value because it does more damage.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Filipe. There's still 5 damage on the combat chain. If Max doesn't block this out entirely, Talus could still pop Mask of the Pouncing Lynx and find a combo card with 2 or less base power with Go again. But is that not good enough?
Yeah, that depends on what Talus' strategy is for the game. Given that he has popped a lot of his equipment already, that might be a line to take the few value out of this Ancestral Harmony turn he has right now, so that could be a possibility as well.
So it's only 2 on the blocks, at least before reactions. Max Dieckmann finds a Fate Foreseen placed there in the arsenal before Flusterfist to follow. Max gives the thumbs up to take 5 damage, proceed down to 23. Also, by the way, bottomed that blue thunk on the top of the deck. So it's completely shields down for Max Dieckmann at this point. A huge turn out of Talus. Doesn't hurt that much.
Exactly. The problem is Talus has done a lot of damage in 2 turns to Max, but he's used both his boots and chest. He also used the 3 Bonds of Ancestry from his deck, so his power cards are going down. I don't know how much he can keep the pressure up against a Victor deck that still has a lot of block cards, a lot of trounces, a lot of Test of Strengths, and a lot of disruption.
Harmonized Kodachi, the first, paid for by a Dishonor, which is just not live anymore because no more Bonds of Ancestries exist in the deck. Only the red copies are legal to play.
And I would expect that Talus wants to set up a big turn again, so he wants to hit with both Kodachis in order to activate the Wind Cutter to get his last Shuriken on the table to be able to threaten a big turn soon. Oh, but no, he goes for a Surging Strike right here, right now.
In the yellow, so 4 go again here. Ancestral Empowerment is in the hand and a Fluster Fist. So there's a card to discard to the Katsu ability, and there's a card to cheat around whatever blocks Max deploys.
And we see Max taking a moment here to think exactly how to block this turn cycle.
Blocks 4 here with the help of Tectonic Plating and Ripple Away. Ancestral Empowerment gets the thumbs up to 5 is this Surging Strike. Card drawn is Tempest Palm Gust Wave.
Yes, the damage, the Surging Strike connects for 1, and now the Katsu ability is activated. He discards Fluster Fist, and let's see what Talus decides to pick up.
He is thinking about it, though. A look of consternation on the face of Talus de Mesquita Simioni.
Given
and that's perhaps because he's hemorrhaging a lot of damage out of his deck to do this, right?
Exactly. Not only hemorrhage, he's also thinning his deck very much. The card he drew was a Tempest Palm Gust Wave, which could be a good turn without using the Katsu ability. He could go into Tempest Palm Gust Wave into Fluster Fist and not eat 1 card more from his deck.
And Tempest Palm Gust Wave would, of course, be played to Chainlink 3 or higher, so would have Go again in addition to that extra +2 from Surging Strike.
Yeah, so that would already be a very good turn without, like, burning 1 card from his deck.
Oh, and the stress is getting to Talus. He looks to the heavens, looking for inspiration. How do I get through this wall?
Oh, and he decides to not activate Katsu, but activate Mask of Pouncing Lynx. He drew a very natural, good hand with Surging Strike plus Tempest Palm Gust Wave plus the finisher in Fluster Fist. And he sees the moment here to activate Mask to find another card.
What is that card? It does seem to be Retrace the Past.
Yes, it's Retrace the Past, who can follow the Tempest Palm Gust Wave here to add another 0 for 4 to the Chainlink.
But also probably name Open the Center, right? Because Fluster Fist will come after.
Oh, that's true. He can name Open the Center, and yeah, that's a very, very good point, Bryce. He can rename Open the Center, thus activating Fluster Fist combo demands and giving Fluster Fist a little bit more juice after that.
So Talus finding the line to extract maximum value out of this turn after a fortuitous draw off the top of the deck from Ancestral Empowerment. That is one of those cards that Ninja players abound seem to love or hate because of what they draw.
Yes, and here we see like Talus showcasing a lot of very interesting.
4 go again, Open the Center.
And
Retrace the Past now after Tempest Palm Gust Wave.
Yeah, I was trying to catch what Talus named with Retrace. I didn't catch, but it's probably Open the Center, so he can finish with Fluster Fist, right? Yeah.
We will find
Yes.
out now because, yes, the announcement is 6 because of the number of chain links that have hit. That is the combo text enabled by Retrace the Pass being named Open the Center. So 2 extra damage is going to leak through here, and every point is going to matter for Thales. Max Dieckmann is on a tear on defense, not letting anything through. And now Thales hoping or wishing that maybe he had been able to hold on to that tenacity.
And here we see why this matchup is so hard for Katsu. Even though he's been able to mount up very good turns, very big turns, not a lot has been leaking. Max is still at 18 life to Thales 20, but he has used a lot of resources from his deck already, all the equipment, almost all the shurikens, and all the Bonds of Ancestry as well.
All the bonds is absolutely
so
huge.
he doesn't have a lot more juice left in his deck to finish off this 16 life from Max.
It feels like Katsu is kind of the Dash IO of ninjas in a way because he has to do so much filtering with his hero ability. Now, there were days of old, excuse me, Test of Iron Grip reveals a Golden Sun for Max Dieckmann.
Man, it seems like everything's going right for Max here.
Seriously, Dishonor discarded for Thales. Does seem like Thales had a fairly blue-locked hand, and because he's got a Fluster Fist on the combat chain, I do wonder if this was just, yes, going to be a Wind Cutter activation, find the last copy of Silver Wind Shuriken, and Arsenal Pass. So probably not the most influential Test of Iron Grip, but the real grip that is going to be influential here is Max Dieckmann's, because all of a sudden it's 2 copies of Golden Sun and plenty of legal tender to pay extra costs.
Yeah, and that's sometimes you can find yourself in tough spots playing Victor when you have a lot of block cards in hand or a lot of Victor of Golden Suns, so you can't fully utilize your hand if your opponent's not attacking you efficiently. So that's where Max finds himself now, so he pitches the first Golden Sun to activate Tectonic Plating and sends the second Golden Sun for 10. Dominate. Not dominate, sorry, overpower.
So efficient. This is one of those cards that allows Victor to break standard Guardian math. He breaks it on defense and on offense with cards like this.
Yeah, and the Golden Suns are very good to finish games for Victor, right? Because we see Victor playing this game of blocking and send disruption, playing blocking, sending disruption, but at some point he needs to close out the game, and Golden Sun is the perfect card for that.
Harmonized Kodachi once again for Thales. 13 plays 16. He's trying to leak little points of damage here and there through. Max doing a fantastic job of protecting the life total, staying away from the miserable Kodachi lock that Katsu loves to live in.
Yeah.
Down to 14 goes Max Dieckmann now.
And especially now that all the shurikens are out of the deck, blocking the Kodachis is not as important anymore because it doesn't allow Wind Cutter to go fetch more shurikens. So Max is more comfortable in not blocking the Kodachis.
Gust Wave of the second wind runs headlong into Test of Strength. It's not a win for Max Dieckmann. Tiger reflexes on the top of the deck for Thales de Mesquita Simioni, and a defense reaction for the Victor player. Will he go gambling?
It's a hard gamble here because Thales has an attack on top of his deck, while Max doesn't. So
Max does have another Clash card in the hand. Test of Iron Grip is there.
He decides to break it. Let's see what he tops.
He asks Daddy for help. He finds a
it's another
Test of Strength. It's 2 misses in a row for Max Dieckmann after trying to fix the Clash. Gold token generated for Thales. No extra card draw. Might not be the most relevant token on the board for Thales, but the more important piece is not allowing Max to draw a card. And because he is red-locked now with Boulder Drop, Enlightened Strike, and Test of Iron Grip, it's just going to be a value play of 2 cards 7, bottoming, of course, the Test of Iron Grip, and setting up Boulder Drop for a later day.
Yeah, but with your opponent at 13 life already, 7 is a lot. 7 is more than half of Thales' life, so Thales needs to start worrying about blocking. A good card to block with is Wind Cutter, which has already done all its work. All the shurikens are out, 2 already used, and 1 on the board ready to be used and help Katsu trigger his on-hit ability. Thales into the tank here, deciding to block this strike with more cards or not. He decides to not and take 6, go down to 7. So Thales must have a very good hand. He decided to save all his 4 cards here. Oh, no.
Instead, Ancestral
Yeah.
Empowerment
Okay.
gets on blocking duty.
At
I believe
first-
that's the last copy. So the last respite from overpower out of the deck of Thales de Mesquita.
Okay, so he decided to save a little bit of life here.
Harmonized Kodachi for 1 once again. 10 plays 14 now.
Kodachi para 1.
This match is becoming so tense here. I still don't think that Thales' deck is eclipsed by his graveyard, though. So there are cards left in the deck. Really, what we're worried about, Filipe, is the quality of cards left in the deck,
Exactly.
not the number.
Yeah, it's not about a fatigue matchup. It's not about finishing his deck. It's just that his most powerful cards were
Another
taken out.
loss for Max Dieckmann. Test of Strength reveals Rouse the Ancients, which is an attack, but easily beaten by Yellow Surging Strike. He goes digging.
Let's see
to the
what he
bottom goes
gets.
Rouse the Ancients. What is he finding on top? It
Oh.
is the Cartilage Crush. Gold token generated, netting 0, but getting back to where he started and drawing a card, which is really what Max needs to be doing to stymie whatever offense Thales can put together.
Yeah, and especially for a deck like Katsu, seeing your opponent draws an additional card in your turn that he can use to block you out is so tough. Oh, but Thales activates Shuriken and activates Tiger Eye Reflex to go over this Test of Strength, to go to 5.
The hidden ability on Tigreen Reflex is, of course, pay 1, discard this, create a Crouching Tiger, and target ninja attack gets +1. So he leaks over by 1, and this allows Thales to discard the Crouching Tiger and go find a card with combo.
Exactly, that's the power of this new card in the Katsu list, Tigrine Reflex. You not only go over the blocks of your opponent, but you also create the Tiger in hand in order to be readily discarded by
Open the
Katsu's
center.
ability.
Open the center, named once again for
Oh.
Retrace the Pass. 3 guesses as to what's in the arsenal of Thales.
Maybe a Gust Wave?
You're being coy with me right now, Filipe. So this combat chain link is blocked out, but this Fluster Fist that follows comes in for 6, thanks to the Kodachi that hit and the Descendant Gust Wave that leaked in just by 1.
Yeah,
Gets
and-
2 cards from Max Dieckmann.
And here we see why Victor is so good against Katsu. Thales did a very good turn. Like, the Tigrine Reflex allowed him to send a Fluster Fist for 6 in the end of the turn. But because Max had drawn an extra card out of Test of Strength, he was able to block it out and still send a Boulder Drop for 7, a disruption effect on his own turn.
The important bit for Thales, though, is he did put enough pressure to where Max Dieckmann simply couldn't hold back enough cards to activate or play out Visit Goldmane Estate. Something that Max might not even really want to do because he doesn't have the requisite gold now that the shield is gone in order to create might tokens.
Yeah. Especially now that the game is heading out to the last few faithful turns of the game, he wouldn't be able to create the might tokens. So casting this Visit the Goldmane Estate wouldn't have been that important in this game here.
I do think at this point, we are getting close to second cycle here. Max Dieckmann has not shown us a single trounce yet. I do think that he's only packing Tests of Strengths and Test of Iron Grips at this point. So it's entirely possible he doesn't even have enough gold generation to get Visit Goldmane Estate online anymore. Thales takes all of that Boulder Drop. Another turn where a card goes to the top of the deck, 7 damage comes across the line. And Thales now at the dregs of his life total, 3, draws his card back by activating the gold token given to him by Max Dieckmann, losing on a clash. Now Harmonized Kodachi is to follow. 1 go again, once again.
Yeah, and here we see the first Kodachi for 1. Yeah, Thales' objective now is try to get Max into a range where the Kodachi's border Max, but still at 11 life. It's not enough so far.
Yeah, and 2 blue cards in the pitch are not exactly where you want to be as Katsu. Surging Strike to follow, though, and a Tempest Palm Gust Wave in the hand, lest my eyes deceive me.
That's what Max is working with. He has a Spinal Crush. He put his hand. He wants to go over Thales' graveyard again to see what has already been used and what's left in Thales' hand and what's possible in his hand.
What are you concerned about if you're in Max's seat?
seeing the surging strike coming, you really, given that bonds are not a problem anymore, I guess he would be looking for whelming gust waves, who would on hit draw a card and let Thales keep going on this turn. So that would be my first concern here if I'm in Max's position.
Especially because Max doesn't have any blocking equipment. Even though there is only one counter on Arcanite Skullcap, Max eclipses his opponent in life total. Spinal Crush is the chosen block here. 1 damage leaks through. Katsu trigger shrugged off. It was a different gust wave. Descendant, in this case, is still free and does give the +2 buff.
Much easier for Max to work around. And the surging strike for 4 here is so tough because if Thales already has the gust wave in hand, blocking the gust wave would have been fully blocking the surging strike would have been really, really tough for Max. But given that he had just the descending gust wave, it's just numbers, right? So Max was able to shrug it off and just present lethal now. Even though Thales doesn't have an arsenal, the CNC for 6 demands 2 cards given Thales is only at 3 life.
Ancestral Empowerment. Apparently there was a third one in the deck. I was mistaken about that. And a blue Whelming Gust Wave get in the way. 3 plays 8, but Command and Conquer definitely did its damage. Speaking of damage, here comes Harmonized Kodachi. Thales trying to close a 5-life gap and get Max on the defensive. 1 does get through. The second, looking to be accepted readily. There's just not an efficient way for Max to be blocking this out.
Yeah, and
there's a Riches of Tropeldani in the hand. 1 less blocking card with which to work.
and a Command and Conquer.
And a Clash of Bravado. Not super relevant against Katsu.
Okay. Thales manages to get Max down to 6 life, but he now is in a tough spot where he needs to be blocking every single turn in order to not die. And Riches is so strong here, he gets to create a gold and draw a card for Max.
Card drawn. Macho Grande.
Yeah, the Macho Grande with Dominate can probably spell Doom for Thales here.
That
if
should be it,
Max
yeah.
has enough resources, which it seems like he has with that surge, with that
He has an
Seismic
effective
Surge.
2.
Yes.
Yellow plus blue. Here comes Macho Grande. 8 Dominate. It's been ending games all Guardian life long, and the handshake is extended. This one ends exactly as so many Guardians do. Victor Goldmane, flexing his muscles and also his money, takes this one down in the hands of Max Dieckmann, who proceeds X and O into the next round.
Yes, and we see here Victor grinning, Max grinning as well after his victory. He's so serious playing, so it was nice to catch a glimpse of his grinning like Victor in the screen
I
right
feel
there.
like they were smiling quite a bit all the way through.
Yeah, that's
the biggest
true.
laugh I think
there was
Max
a lot of
Dieckmann
banter
gave was
there.
the tenacity when he pulled it out of the
Oh,
graveyard.
yeah.
Like, you wish you had this, huh?
Yeah.
That is definitely one of the ways that our Katsu player needed to push over the line. But when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, apparently the Kodachis come out at a loss. Blades are something in Flesh and Blood, aren't they, Felipe?
They are.
And they're getting bigger and badder.
And who
That's
have
because...
blades?
Take it.
Who has the blades? The best blades in Flesh and Blood?
Warriors, baby.
Ah.
Roll the tape. Mastery Pack Warrior is coming to you. Will be in stores August 7th, 2026. I am particularly excited because I am a recent convert to the Warrior class. How about you, Felipe? How do you feel about Warriors?
Warriors are very interesting. They do pack a lot of flavor. I mean, how not to love the swords, all of swords, like from Dorinthia, from Hala, from everybody, and now from Olympia. He's getting his new sword as well, right?
Oh, yeah, we'll talk about that. But first, we've got to talk about new Marvel full art treatment of Dawnblade and also an alternate art in the style, in the vein, shall we say, of Library of Solana. Oh, excuse me, this is the back of the Marvel.
Oh, man, this Marvels looks so good.
Got to get
though.
your hands on
Yeah.
that.
Look at
Also-
that Dawnblade, man.
Also, Dorinthia Quicksilver Prodigy in a brand new printing. It's not just classic battles to get your hands on that hero. And now Sage Legal on top of it. Hala, in addition, now has a young form. Once Mastery Pack Warrior comes out, that Zenith Blade is going to get an extra beautiful treatment, just like the Dawn Blade before it. It's fresh on the scene, but it might as well look gorgeous. This one, for my money, is the most pretty backside of a Marvel sword.
Oh, yeah. The They all look incredible, Bryce. I think I'm still going with Downblade though.
How about Golden Grail?
Oh, that one looks amazing. Ah, man, I can't decide. All of them look great.
I mean, I am definitely excited for Olympia to get more support. I am not one of the unfortunate souls who have been Olympia sympathizers from the beginning, waiting for, like a Riptide player, all of these specializations that may never come. But this does make me enticed.
Yeah, and swinging for 0 is really, really enticing, right?
Especially when, as Olympia, you're just generating legal tender hand over fist every single turn. When you connect, you used to generate all of these inane gold tokens that you couldn't really use unless you set up a mean pitch stack Gravy Bones style, but all of a sudden you've got a sink for all of those resources that you painstakingly set up.
Yeah, and being able to swing for free or paying 2 to swing means you can pitch a blue and play one of these action cards that pumps your next attack and let you wager, that we saw way back in heavy hitters. So we can swing effectively for 7 or 8 if you activate the Golden Grail's ability. So
speaking of alternate arts here, Valiant Dynamo, probably a card that could be given both the revered and reviled talent, depending on which side of the table you sit on, gets a brand new printing of a warrior dashing across, I think, the beast that is being felled in, oh my gosh, I'm losing it. The damage can't be prevented attack reaction. Anyway, there are warrior attack reactions here. Sharpening Sparks is a brand new card out of Mastery Pack Warrior, and also Stand Tall, yet another one of these yellow block cards that is best used against fellow warriors.
Yeah, having the ability to not only block for 3, but gets +2 if a reaction is played on the chain link, makes the warrior's signature attack reactions so much less valuable, right? So this is such a great card to play against other warriors, like you mentioned.
Now, it's not just good against warriors, obviously. I can think of an assassin in the meta right now where it would be very nice to have Stand Tall, Arachne Marionette, looking at you. Some people say that he's just better warrior. Maybe Stand Tall is the thing to close the gap.
Yeah, maybe. We gotta wait and see.
I guess we will be waiting. And a fan favorite returns to the feature match table from last year, Ivan Taranto, who did a little I Am Here dance last year in round 1 against Peter Budensik. He's taking on yet another Vynnset, but this one looks a little different. He looks like the boy wonder Brodie Spurlock. So Titans will be felled, fan favorites will be on display, and more flesh and blood will be coming at you.
O sol nasceu, novo dia chegando. Estamos cantando. Vamos com fé, correndo atrás, sem medo, sempre sonhando. Segue pra frente e bora com garra, assim vamos buscando. Cada momento de pé é uma chance de seguir lutando. Eu não posso parar, meu plano é chegar. No meu destino eu acredito que eu vou conquistar. Não posso duvidar, essa é a hora. Vamos fazer história. Nessa vida somos vencedores. okay. Somos vencedores. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Somos vencedores.
Desço a ladeira, vou na praia, vou no parque, vou na cachoeira. Vou na capoeira, vou de ginga e queixada sem tomar rasteira. Desço a ladeira, vou na praia, vou no parque, vou na cachoeira. Vou na capoeira, vou de ginga e queixada sem tomar rasteira. Vou na brincadeira, vou na roda, vou no samba, vou tomar a saideira. De qualquer maneira, com cavaco e viola, vou na brincadeira. Desço a ladeira, vou na praia, vou no parque, vou na cachoeira. Vou na capoeira, vou de ginga e queixada sem levar rasteira. Desço a ladeira, vou na praia, vou no parque, vou na cachoeira. Vou na capoeira, vou de ginga e queixada sem tomar rasteira. Vou na brincadeira, vou na roda, vou no samba, vou tomar a saideira. De qualquer maneira, um cavaco e viola, vou na brincadeira. Desço a ladeira, vou na praia, vou no parque, vou na cachoeira. Vou na capoeira, vou de ginga e queixada sem tomar rasteira. Vou na brincadeira, vou na roda, vou no samba, vou tomar a saideira. De qualquer maneira, um cavaco e viola, vou na brincadeira. Vou na brincadeira, vou na brincadeira. Vou na brincadeira, vou na brincadeira. Vou na brincadeira, vou na brincadeira.
With a spinal crush and a handsome smile, Max Dieckmann ascends above Katsu the Wanderer. Now, that was only one of our X and O Katsu, so there is still hope for the original ninja. But now, we turn our eyes to a very different flavor of Flesh and Blood. Before we get to that, let's review our schedule. Day 1 is 7 Swiss rounds. We are going into round 5, so you can expect 2 more after this. Day 2, we're going to be doubling up. It's 5 Swiss rounds and then 3 top 8 rounds after, of course, that top 8 reveal. And then, speaking of reveals, Filipe, legendary card reveal.
Oh,
you
man.
and me after top 8. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I can't wait. I really want to see the legendary, man.
Alright. Speaking of which, there's also going to be a giveaway. Stay active in our chat, and you could be entered to win a Young Hero Marvel from Compendium of Wraith. So exciting. And also, one more time, legendary reveal. Do not go anywhere, because it's going to be a juicy one. Based on what we have seen so far from Omens of the Third Age, I really think we got something special locked and loaded.
Yeah, I hopefully it's a lightning one or a wizard one, so I can use it with new Oscilio. Let's see.
Are you going to be a big new Oscilio guy?
I'm definitely testing it out as soon as it comes out, and we have all the cards. But yeah, if it turns out great, I mean, it's a new wizard, it's lightning. I like both of those things, so let's try it out.
We gave you some names to jot down at the beginning of the stream. Let's see how they're all doing. Ivan Taranto will be our feature match going into the next round. He is 4-0, taking on Mr. Brodie Spurlock on Vynnset. Max Dieckmann, as you saw, remains 4-0 on Victor. Pedro Gioni has been a Victor stan since last year and continues his reign of terror. Our Victor from last year, Cadu da Silva, 3-1. Continues rolling on the lightning train. Jason Rolfex in 1. Paul Van Heysel stays alive after a detrimental defeat to Marlynn on stream. Rafael Baresi, our other Jarl on the player spotlight, X-1. Alex Kitsu, though, not super comfortable going slow, it would seem. Aurora is more his speed. X-2 now, still alive, but fighting for his tournament life. Daniel Dertoni, our 1 Gravy Bones, 2-2. Felipe Loyola, 2-2 as well.
Yeah, we see a good mix of people doing well and people not doing that well, but everybody's still alive, so everybody could still make day 2, and we could see all of those players in our spotlight tomorrow.
I tell you what, Felipe, I saw a lot of Brazilian flags at the top of that screen.
Yeah, of course.
Don't think I didn't notice that.
Home
Honestly,
court advantage.
the biggest shame for me was that more Americans didn't show up to this tournament, not because I wanted to see them do well, but because I kind of wanted to see Brazilians kick our butts.
Yeah, I guess you guys gotta come on the next time so we can see if that's gonna be true or not. But
you know, Americans, we do love to be self-loathing, especially in the face of such passion from the Brazilian community. But it is time to see if Brazil can stand up to the boy wonder, Brodie Spurlock. Shall we hit the button?
Yeah, you just told me you wanted to see a Brazilian kick up an Americans.
Oh, you mean I might be able to see it
right now? So you might be able to see it right now, yeah.
Oh boy, Ivan Taranto on the left side of your screen is a showman. He's also on my team, Bordas Brancas, so eat your heart out, Felipe. 4-0 on Jarl Vitriti versus Brodie Spurlock on Vynnset. 4-0 as well. Now, at your local armory scene, this is a tough matchup for Vynnset in general. Guardians can posture fatigue from the get-go, and Vynnset, even against standard aggro decks, maybe more mid-rangey styles, has to always be thinking about damage left in deck. It's not a given that she's going to be able to get there against anybody. You got to be precious about those resources.
Yes, and I want to put you on the spot here, Bryce.
Hit me.
So would you be cheering for your countryman here or your teammate?
Definitely my teammate.
Okay, let's
No
go.
offense to Brodie whatsoever. This is my personal bias, but I came here to see Brazil win, Filipe.
Okay, I'm right with you.
Countrymen be darned. I want to see a repeat of last year.
And an interesting tidbit about this game, at one point in time when we still had XP 90 days, both of those guys, Ivan and Brodie, were number 1 and number 2 on XP 90 days for a while. So it's a battle of the the
Most
two guys,
experienced.
most experienced guys, exactly, on Flesh and Blood.
And you were telling me Ivan still racks up 8 armories per
yeah.
week?
Yeah, he used to rack 8 armors per week before, but now I think he's settled up a bit. I think he's down to like 5.
Oh, wow. Amazing. More than I get to do in several months. Jarl Vitradi on the left side of your screen doesn't have hero text, much like our newer Earth heroes, except for the fact that he's got Essence of Earth and Ice. Now, he will gain that text the second that Vynnset leaves one of her limbs exposed. All of a sudden, then, Jarl can generate a Frostbite token in any of those exposed equipment zones whenever he plays an ice card. That is any ice card, defense reaction, instant. He is defensive. He is disruptive. He only has 203 LL points, and nobody has taken down a tier 3 or above with this guy.
Maybe this is the time. Maybe this is the first time Jarl ascends to victory here in São Paulo.
I want to see the moment when Ivan wins on Jarl. That would be something to behold.
Oh man, that would be incredible.
In the other corner, the purpley corner, is Vynnset Iron Maiden, our newest Shadow Runeblade, only second so far. At the start of each of her turns, she's going to be forced to banish a card from her hand. If she does, she'll create a Rune Chant token. Now, whenever she plays a Shadow non-attack action card, she may pay 1 life. If she does, the next Rune Chant effect that would deal damage this turn can't be prevented. And it is also important in order to get the beneficial effects of her on-pain effects from Runegate cards.
Yes, it's an interesting matchup. Vynnset wants to be setting up against defensive opponents like Jarl, so it will be interesting to see how Brodie tries to navigate this matchup, because especially against Jarl, it's difficult to set up very huge turns, as Jarl has a lot of disruption, namely Channel Lake Frigid and other cards that can put a dent into Vynnset's game plan.
Exactly why I wanted to turn my eyes this way, because I think if anybody can overcome it, it is Brodie Spurlock. So let's get into the game and see what Brodie's got cooking. This is going to be an incredibly tall mountain for him to climb. Perhaps one as tall as Mount Ison.
Yes, or I don't know, man, Mount Everest is going to be a tough one for Brodie.
Even taller than Ison.
Yeah.
First banish for Brodie Spurlock, who is on the affirmative here, is Deathly Whale. Now, I do think he's going to have to save a certain amount of resources in his banish zone for a massive, I don't know, 3, maybe even 4 Runegate wide turn.
Yeah, I think that's what Brodie will be looking for here, trying to set up big hands so he can pass some damage to Ivan here.
Oh my goodness. And Ivan's starting with a Haymaker, Icequake into Command and Conquer. This, back in the day, was one of the few cards that could actually beef up something like Command and Conquer outside of, say, a Pummel, which is exactly why it was put to maximum effect in decks like Oldham or, heck, even Starvo occasionally.
Yeah, and interestingly, Icequake works not only with ice attacks, it works with any attack, so it can buff Command and Conquer for this brutal 9 damage attack that can't be defended by defense reactions, and threatens to destroy the arsenal if it hits.
Ivan already looking pensive and stoic.
And this is an interesting difference from Ivan's Jarl list from the most common lists we see. It's much more focused on tempo game, on attacking, as we see with the Icequake he played and with the Shield Beater he's spotting on here. So it's not the most usual Jarl list we see
now,
everywhere.
You might be looking at Shield Beater and going, wait a minute, isn't that just a worse Sledge of Anvilheim? Well, let's talk about the fact that Ivan is now able to run Stalagmite Bastion of Eisenloft, one of the most disruptive and valuable pieces of equipment, especially against Runeblades. Even back in the day of Rosetta Thorn and Chain at maximum power, Stalagmite could be worth upwards of like 6 value on block.
Yeah, especially against Vynnset, because Vynnset wants to do these huge turns and set up those huge 3 or 4 chain link Runegate turns. But if Ivan uses Stalagmite in one of those turns, it can be backbreaking against Vynnset and against Brodie.
Activation of Gauntlets of Boreal Domain for Ivan Taranto. I expect these gloves not necessarily to be beefing up mangles throughout the game. It's much more important just as a pitch outlet anytime you can't completely convert your hand and you want to get rid of some of those cards.
Exactly. And here we see Ivan pitching the first Channel Lake Friedrich, already planning for a second cycle if it comes, but throwing yet again another Command and Conquer, threatening Brodie's arsenal once more.
Ivan was incredibly close to a fused Oakenold here. He had the Earth card, he had the Ice card, but unfortunately, he didn't have an additional blue to pay for it. So instead, Command and Conquer comes out, threatens the arsenal of Brodie Spurlock, who on the previous turn cycle did banish a Reduce to Rune Chant, thereby generating a Rune Chant token, but not something that's playable from the Banish Zone. And the inclusion of Reduce to Rune Chant does make me wonder, has Brodie run extra cards here?
Yeah, that's interesting. It will be a very important question as we go along during the game, because this is a game that can really go long if Brodie is trying to set up large turns and Ivan is trying to fatigue Brodie.
Now, Brodie is really thinking on this block, and I think it's because he's already found his copy of Oblivion, which will be instrumental in overcoming the defensive posture of Ivan Taranto. Which, gosh, look at the guy. He's just hilarious. Oh, my goodness, he heard me through the ether. Look at those eyebrows.
Wait. Can Ivan hear you, Bryce? What's going on? As soon as you mention him, he looks at you?
That was a temporal wobble if I've ever seen one.
That was perfect timing.
Oh this guy's going to haunt my nightmares in the best kind of way.
Yeah, Ivan's a showman, man. We can't put him on stream too much because this will be going on all day.
Dude, I just want more after that. Come on. Vynnset trigger for Brodie Spurlock, who continues to take blood debt and also damage from Command and Conquer. Did discard a Shadow Puppetry from the arsenal after Command and Conquer connected. Oblivion is the banish here.
Oh, and Ivan goes right up to pick it up and see. Like, and without Oblivion, Brodie loses one of his best outlets against fatigue.
Now, Oblivion is not like the other ally generating shadow non-attacks or instants in the past. It cannot be played from the banish zone. So it is effectively gone from the game.
Gone in a flash.
Do not speak its name on this game. Finally, Brodie on the affirmative here with 3 rune chants, plus a non-attack from Dusk Till Dawn that, honestly, I had completely written off.
No, this is the new one from
Oh, this
Companion,
is new.
the
You're
Carcass. That gives go again.
Right.
Fasting Carcass.
The next red action card played this turn will get going. So it's probably a better version of Tear Through the Portal, ultimately.
Yeah. And gives Vynnset more options to go wide in more turns, right?
Also more options to activate the Vynnset hero ability, pay 1 life.
Which is exactly what Brodie did, and that's why Ivan took 1 damage this turn already.
It's an activation of Fiendal's Spring Tunic in order to send Eloquent Eulogy the old-fashioned way from the hand for Brodie Spurlock, leaving 1 card left in hand destined for the arsenal.
And given that Ivan has already taken 1 damage from the rune chant, the unpreventable rune chant, this Eulogy will be on and will create 1 Eulogy token.
So Eloquence coming out, and also 2 rune chants, because the Deathly Wail on pain ability is, of course, reciprocal, which is a pretty normal aspect of these Runegate cards. Deathly Wail is definitely the one you want to pair with Shadow Non-Attacks the most. Brodie is going to have to maximize the number of purple circles he can draw against Ivan if he wants to come out on top.
Okay, then players just clearing up about positioning of cards in the game, and we see what this game. So this first turn cycle is exactly what this game is probably going to be about during its full entirety. Brodie will be trying to set up larger turns. Ivan will have to try and convert his hands during the setup turns, and when Brodie throws damage at him, Ivan will try to defend as much as possible, as we saw last turn. And Ivan was pretty effective on that. He only took 2 damage in this turn, so far so good for Ivan here.
Shadow Puppetry out of the hand of Brodie Spurlock pays that 1 life immediately. Eloquence token going to be eaten by this non-attack action. No extra go again here. Eloquence best used for cards that can be played at instant speed that don't normally have go again. It's yet another Deathly Wail for Mr. Spurlock. Another 3 rune chance, 1 unpreventable. This time it is 7 go again with an on hit from Shadow Puppetry. If it connects, Brodie will have the opportunity to take a look at the top card of his deck and banish it should he choose.
Yes, and remembering that since 1 rune chance is unpreventable, the Deathly Whale will create at least 2 rune chants at the end of the chain when the chain's closed.
Yvonne has in hand a Rune Blade Killer. That's Blizzard, which I haven't seen run in Jarl lists of late. It is an ice instant, and it threatens to take Go Again away from your opponent's attack. And here it comes. Blizzard would be generating a Frostbite token if Brodie had an exposed equipment slot, but in this case, just forces him to pay 2 resources or pass.
Yeah. Importantly, taking out the Go Again in one of the turns Brodie decides to go in on the attack is very, very important for Yvonne here, because Brodie will try to set up these large turns, and Blizzard is the perfect answer for these turns.
Been putting the pain to Rune Blades since it came out in Tales of Aria. And Yvonne is doing this in the correct window. You want to do it before the attack has resolved. That way your opponent is not in the reaction step for something like a pummel. Not saying Brodie has it, but you want to take as many options away from them as humanly possible. And also give yourself as much information based on what they do.
Yes, and even before the other 2 rune chants pop, so he can have more information to decide whether or not to pay for the Arcane Barrier on those rune chants.
Deep Recesses of Existence hits the pitch zone for Brodie, showing Yvonne that the resources were there. Go Again is maintained, and now Yvonne is left to wonder. Is it because Brodie thinks he's going to find another Rune Gate card on the top, or does he have something else planned? 2 rune chants to be dealt with. 2 rune chants shirked away by Winter's Bite in the pitch zone. Would have blocked for 2 anyway, so Yvonne says might as well remain in the deck, ready for more disruption. Now Gauntlets of Boreal Domain are there, in addition to Frozen to Death. Total 5 blocks on this. And then the Rootbound Carapace. Yvonne, I know, has an Autumn's Touch there. Does look like there's no Decompose on this Rootbound Carapace. I do wonder how much of Yvonne's game plan will be relying on Plow Under and Felling of the Crown.
Yeah, I think Yvonne's game plan will be trying to disrupt Brodie whenever Brodie gives him space with setup turns, and try to block as much as possible when Brodie does indeed come on the offensive.
Yvonne
That's
overblocking.
what he's been doing so far in these few first turns of the game.
Yvonne overblocking by 1 here, which is interesting considering he knows that something's coming next for Brodie.
Yeah, it's an interesting block from Yvonne, especially because he already took 1 damage from the Unpreventable Rune Chant, so he's basically trying to throwing the arm piece in order with 2 block to block only 1 on Deathly Whale in order to prevent the Shadow Puppetry on hit effect. So he's giving 1 point in value in order to prevent the Shadow Puppetry on hit effect.
We finally caught the hand of Brodie Spurlock. It's Widespread Ruin and Malefic Incantation. He's got a difficult choice ahead of him. Can pitch a Malefic Incantation to send Widespread Ruin. But in Brodie's case, you really want to be able to get all of those setup pieces together, which means that it's best destined for the Arsenal, or simply played out now and sat waiting for more Malefics to join it.
Yeah, we clearly see what Brodie intended to do on this turn. He would go Deathly Whale into pitch the Recess to throw the second Rune Gate card, Widespread Ruin. But the Blizzard stifled those plans, and he has to pitch the Malefic to throw the Widespread Ruin.
Shows you exactly why Blizzard is such a devastating card, especially against these decks that generally like to go pitchless.
Yes.
I would say it's a Frostbite buff for Brodie and Vynnset, now that Deep Recesses of Existence are being run in addition to full copies of Widespread Annihilation. Insulated just a little bit more from Frostbites is Vynnset, but it's just not enough. Nevertheless, Brodie does leak 6 damage through, pushes that peanut forward ever closer to a victory.
Yeah, so far Brodie has been has been very effective in dealing damage to Ivan. He has Ivan down to 31 without having really had very wide turns like Vynnset usually likes to run, like with 3 Runegate, 4 Runegate chain links. But let's see how he keeps managing to develop his game strategy here. He banished blue Deathly Whale out of the widespread ruin, so kind of like a little bit of setup for next turn.
Vynnset trigger for one of the premier players and leaders of Team Super Armory. This is a difficult matchup. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, Brodie does have to play impeccably in order to get through the onslaught of defense from Ivan.
Okay, Brodie on the tank in order to decide what to banish. He has a few Runegate cards in his hand, so he's tough choice to which one to banish here.
It is a yellow Deathly Whale, 3 rune chance, but then a resolved blue Deathly Whale with 3 rune chance for Brodie.
Yeah, here we see he banishes another Deathly Whale in order to set up for next turn and sends a Deathly Whale from hand.
And is that a channel Galcia's Cradle?
Yes, that
In the
is
pitch
correct.
zone? Okay.
Ivan-
Definitely an interesting take.
Yeah, Ivan's list of Jarl is very different than the usual ones. He plays more ice, blue ice cards. He's more ice-centered, but also more tempo-y, let's say, with more attacks, like and more pumps like Icequake.
It's a curious inclusion against Vynnset. I suppose you could always attempt to freeze out Vexing Quillhand or Spellbound Creepers when you sense a big turn is coming. Card that definitely hasn't seen its best use case scenario quite yet.
Yeah.
Everbloom targets Oakenold.
After
Ivan is
Sigil of
able to do
Solace.
that because of the Sigil of Solace that came before. So
Yeah.
total 4 life gain, and all of a sudden a Haymaker placed back into the deck.
And interestingly, how these Jarl decks usually play out, you try to set up a end game state where you can throw Oakenodes every single turn or most of your turns. That's why this Everbloom Life targeted the Oakenode, so Ivan can set up this late stage game of sending Oakenodes as much as possible to try to lock up the game.
And Jarl has a unique ability. I mean, he's the only Guardian in the game that can play Oakenold right now, but he does have a unique ability to send it in the most efficient fashion, even better than Starvo and Oldham before him, because he has access to Crumble to Eternity, which is of course both ice and earth. One of the issues with Oakenold, I should say, is that usually you need a pitch card and then 2 cards in hand to fuse with it, which inherently means that because Oakenold doesn't have Go Again, you're stranded with a card left in hand.
Yeah, and in this case of Crumble to Eternity, that's not the case, right? So that's the perfect combination for
Exactly.
Oakenold.
That and Pulse of Ice and Loft.
Yeah.
It's 2 Rune Gate cards in the Banished Zone for Brodie Spurlock. Still thinking on the Vynnset trigger as Ivan takes a quick nap. Somebody get this man a hammock. And he may be napping, but it is definitely on Brodie's side of the table to break through the fortress.
Yes, exactly.
All of the thinking is going to be on his side of the table because he has got the harder side of this matchup.
And
without
Ivan
a
is
doubt.
using this time to talk a little bit with the audience and taking a nap, while Brodie decides what to banish from his hand to the Vynnset trigger. I think he decides for the Cole, finally, and
It seems that way. Rune Chant token being generated, thereby locking in the choice.
Cole is a very, very interesting card in Vynnset. Now it gives you so much possibilities and options to play. And how you use Cole is one of the most interesting ways how to express yourself playing Vynnset. And Brodie decides to just rip this Cole out right now after a fast Carcass. It has Go Again because of the fasting Carcass, because it gives Go Again to the next action card you play. It doesn't necessarily need to be an attack action card.
Once again showing why it's a better tear through the portal.
Tunic, Grimoire.
Brodie pops one of his get-out-of-jail free equipment pieces. It's Grimoire of Felling Song to generate a Rune Chant token. Oh, and also a Funeral Moon.
So
I do believe Brodie paid the 1 life for Vynnset, so Funeral Moon was playable at instant speed. And then here comes Deathly Whale in the yellow. 3 Rune Chants, 1 of which is unpreventable, and then 5 physical.
Yeah, and now we see why Brodie was on the tank for a while, because he had to do a lot of actions in order to get up to 3 rune chants and be able to play the Deathly Whale out of his banished zone.
Absolutely stunning cold foil channel Lake Frigid in the pitch zone for Ivan Taranto.
Those
Gotta
look
shout
beautiful.
that out.
Ah, man, I miss playing Channel Lake,
Dude,
Channel
me
Lake
too.
Footage, man. Oh, I was an avid Icelander player back in the days, and I loved playing this with this card so much.
I was a Lexi player, but we can
Yeah,
bond over
we can
channel
bond over
Lake
channel
Frigid.
Lake Frigid, yeah.
And man, does ice cards look the best in cold foil.
That's
I mean,
true,
come on, it's a
yeah.
flavor win.
Yeah, this Channel Lake Frigid looks absolutely stunning on cold foil.
It's a full block for Ivan Taranto, at least on the physical. 1 rune chant should leak through, and yes, as Brodie closes the combat chain, 2 rune chants are left in its place, but also a frostbite because Ivan shoved forward Stalagmite.
Yeah, Ivan decided to use the Stalagmite for the first time here in order to prevent Brodie from going wider in this turn.
Now Brodie able to follow up with a Sonata Galaxia, only for 1, I would think, because it is discounted
Yeah.
by the number of rune chants he controls.
Exactly, but because of the frost, because the text on Sonata says that this costs 1 less, it can go over the frostbite
Exactly.
extra cost. So Ivan called the judge just to clarify things up about this interaction, and we will wait for the judge to clarify the ruling to the players.
Now it is an XX ability, so if Brodie were to choose X as 1, it would cost 3, which would mean he would need to pay 1 more card. He could, however, say X is 0, which would then completely circumvent the frostbite.
Exactly. If he chooses X as 0, so frostbite, it would actually cost less 2, let's say, because of the run chance he controls, and then 1 more for frostbite, so it will cost -1, so he's still
Exactly.
able to cast it.
And Brodie is, while piloting this very, very painstakingly, is finding as much value as he can in this situation, which is, once again, very difficult for the Vynnset. He'll probably be able to establish a Malefic Incantation. We've only seen 1 go to the bottom of the deck so far, so he's about to run into some setup pieces if the top of the deck is cooperating.
Exactly, and he has been able to leak a little bit of damage so far, but Ivan is still over 30 life, so... Oh.
Does seem like the judge ruling is first X cost is affected by the frostbite, then everything comes after. So we'll proceed back down to the match floor. Does seem like everything is cleaned up and above board, so Brodie does get to resolve his Song of Galaxia, finding, of course, Malefic Incantation. I believe the only 0-cost aura likely in his deck.
Yeah. A very good one for Vynnset, by the way. So
Insane for Vynnset.
Yeah. When Vynnset is set up with a few Malefics in play and a few Rune Gate cards on the banish, it can go for so much damage, Bryce. It's really... And I think we've seen it on Showcase a few callings ago.
Against Sherway Wu at Pro Tour Yokohama as well.
Oh, yeah, that's true. There was also a game there. And I think June
Yes.
went all the way to the finals playing Vynnset and showing us like very big 3 Rune Gate turns, 4 Rune Gate turns even. So we've seen what Vynnset can do. So let's see if Brodie can actually pull it off against Ivan here.
That was a calling where a friend of the show, Connor Bryant, from the team formerly known as the Runaways, took that one down, and even though he's the sweetest guy you'd ever meet, instantly became a villain for felling June.
He is now Tin Sigil, by the way.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you guys didn't wait long at all, huh?
Oh, yeah. Connor is a very good friend of a few of the members of Team Sigil, so it's an easy pick.
Hard to overstate how many friends Team Sigil has.
Team Sigil
I
is-
am one of them.
Okay.
But for my money, it's Brancas for life.
Bordas Brancas. Yeah,
Bordas
you're
Brancas.
friends of Sigil, but you're Bordas Brancas, so...
It's in my blood.
Keep focusing on your teammate playing, bro.
I feel like I'm more focused than Ivan is.
Yeah, Ivan is like... It's been a while.
His brain is at lunch right now. It's back over to Brodie, who is deliberating on a Vynnset trigger. Chosen card, Widespread Annihilation. One of the things I love about Brodie's play here is that he is almost never resolving a Deathly Whale without confirming that he has the Shadow non-attack to back it up. And here is yet another one. Fasting Carcass, in this case, giving a blue card go again. pretty nice because he's going to be able to pair it with this Mordred Tide and also the blue Deathly Whale in the Banished Zone. Exactly why Brodie probably has been protecting it since the early stages of this game.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is very different than what we've seen from Vynnset.
Yeah, blue Fasting Carcass is something we don't often see in Vynnset lists, and especially paired with Mordred Tide. And Vynnset is such a difficult deck to pilot. We have so many options with this deck, and like it's very interesting to see master pilots of the deck like Brodie piloting it and extracting the most value possible. And here we come with another very good turn for Brodie. He starts by sending the Deathly Whale for 4.
We were wondering if there were Fellings of the Crown in the deck of Yvonne Taranto. I think we could have assumed at this point because we've seen a Plow Under blocked with, but finally the proof is in the pudding or in the tall, annoying tree. Brodie closes the combat chain here, generates 3 Rune Chant tokens because 2 were left behind by the verse counter from Malefic Incantation.
Yeah, and the Mordred Tide is pumping up not only the Malefic, but also the Deathly Whale. So that's why he has 5 Rune Chants now in order to play the Widespread Annihilation.
Looks like Yvonne doing a little bit of arcane blocking and also a ton of physical blocking. Rootbound Carapace out of the arsenal and Plow Under out of the hand means there's nothing left to be banished by Widespread Annihilation. You know who does have something, though, Filipe? Brodie. Brodie takes this opportunity to throw yet another blue Deathly Whale into the Banished Zone. Going to be taking 2 from Blood Debt at the end of his turn, down to 19.
But that's what we've been talking about at the beginning of the game, right, Bryce? Even though Brodie has been able to mount on some good turns so far, he has not been able to bleed Yvonne that much. Yvonne is still at 34 life, even though Brodie has been amassing a few very good turns, very good Vynnset turns.
Well, Yvonne's disruption has really come at a great time because if you'll remember, that first Command and Conquer destroyed a Shadow Puppetry when Brodie had 2 Runegate cards in the Banished Zone. Very well could have been a 2 Chain Link Runegate turn for Brodie.
That's true, and I think one of the keys for Yvonne here is like he also has Stalagmite as like on-board disruption. So how he decides to use this Stalagmite is a very good thing to pay attention for. The first time he was able to make Brodie not go as wide as Brodie wanted. So he still has 1 use out of that Stalagmite, and that's going to be a really important decision point for him as well.
Another Oaken Old to the bottom of the deck for Yvonne Taranto. Blocking just 1 Rune Chant here, and there are Mangles in the deck. Yeah. In addition to Crown of Providence, going to completely stuff all of the damage from this Deathly Whale. But does Yvonne have the disruption to go with?
It does.
Yes, he
does. He does have the Felling.
Felling of the Crown, ruining your opponent's lives since the release of Rosetta.
And we gotta mention as well, Bryce, as Brodie is trying to set up and Yvonne is disrupting him, Brodie is eating a lot of damage from Blood Debt. He's now sitting on 3 cards with Blood Debt on his Banished Zone and is down to 18. So his time is running out.
It's an intense exhale from Brodie Spurlock as Yvonne takes
a
look at us once again.
Yeah, he likes his play. He just wants to let us know how much he likes his play.
I think he likes his teammate in the booth.
Yeah, that is true as well.
Felling of the Crown. The Decompose effect still to be considered by Brodie Spurlock in this round 5 of calling São Paulo. Brodie, up until this point, has been piloting Vynnset perfectly. Not just in this game, but every game that has come before. He sits at 4-0 on one of the most difficult heroes to pilot in the game.
Yeah.
8 damage here. Still to be considered.
Yeah. Yeah. And Brodie likes Vynnset a lot. He was recently on a podcast with Paul van Gijssel, and he talked about his theory of a supercomputer, but he also mentioned that he is kind of like adapting to this theory, and as he cannot be a supercomputer, one of the things that he wants to adopt is like trying to master a deck, and he thinks Vynnset is one deck that has so many decision points that you can work a lot to try and master, and if you do, you will be rewarded immensely. So he has committed to playing Vynnset for a while now.
It's not only the decision points either, Filipe. It's also that the hero just has inherent handicaps. We talked about one of them, that you always have to consider fatigue. Even standard Victor lists that aren't necessarily built for them can absolutely fatigue out a Vynnset if they plan to do it from the get-go. I think there is something that allures the top players of our game, Chris Iali included, to pilot Vynnset in a way that nobody else can. She just gives you the feeling that you can somehow wrestle fate into your will.
Yeah, in the end, it's a puzzle, right? And we, as gamers, love puzzles,
Yes, we do.
especially the most difficult ones. And it's so rewarding when you actually get to solve a puzzle like that. And winning games with Vynnset feels like solving the hardest puzzles there are. So it's very rewarding when you do get the wins with Vynnset. I've tried play Vynnset as well. It's a very good feeling when you actually crack those very big turns and get to do what Vynnset's supposed to do.
And also the bread and butter games where you get to go up against aggro and just do the value Vynnset thing feels so good.
Yeah. And now Brodie decided to take the 8 damage from falling off the crown down to 10. The turn passes back.
10 plays 34. Brodie Spurlock in the tank about how to proceed. There are 4 blood debt cards in the banish zone, one of which is Cull. Tear through the portal comes from Brodie's hand. That means, is he running 3 copies of Fasten Carcass and 3 copies of Tear Through?
Oh man, this Brodie list is very aggressive with the Shadow non-attacks.
He pays 1 life as well, so Deathly Delight going to be backed up by an Unpreventable Rune Chant and a Standard Rune Chant. We'll have go again here.
Let's go again, create 1.
Yvonne taking a read at the card, finds it wanting. doesn't really seem to care about it.
Okay,
What you should care about, though, Yvonne, is the deep recesses of existence. Brodie hasn't been able to resolve one yet this game, but that's one of those new cards from Compendium of Wraith that gives Vynnset so much more reach. It just gives you recursion by banishing cards that you need from the graveyard and thereby giving damage potential back to your deck when it would otherwise be expended.
Yeah, I feel this is one of the cards that really unlocks Vynnset potential. But here we see the back-breaking Blizzard from Yvonne, yet again on a turn that Brodie wants to go wide.
There's a storm a-brewing, and its name is Ivan Taranto. He is here. He is wearing the helm of Eisenloft with Jarl Vitradi, and he is putting Brodie Spurlock in difficult situations over and over again.
And he's not only beating shields, he's beating Vynsets as well, as it looks like.
You got me. You got me really good. Brodie says, rough day for Blizzard.
Close the chain, gain 2.
But the one thing going for Brodie here is he still doesn't have an exposed equipment zone. If there's one thing worse than a Blizzard, it's a Blizzard that also gives you a Frostbite. Finally, the first activation of Spellbound Creepers from Brodie Spurlock. 3 rune chants left in its place after 1 is destroyed. Doesn't give Brodie enough for the deep recesses of existence, but it will allow him to send the Cull here, forces the banish of a card from Yvonne, who now has none left. It's shields down.
But he responded discarding Fruits of the Forest, though, so he managed to gain 2 life and go sideways from the Cull that Brodie played.
Yvonne is just so good.
Teammate talking.
Bro, look at him.
And pass through.
He's aura farming and playing skillfully.
Yeah.
And now it's back to Yvonne, but he used all of his hand, so it's back to Brodie again.
Who has to consider yet another Vynnset trigger. Now, because Brodie gained 2 life from that Deathly Delight, did go back up to 11 and then down 1 to 10 once again for that deep recesses of existence. And now Brodie is he's riding the wave between a lot of blood debt cards in the banish zone and then clear them all out. This is something that Boomer Chain, I think, had to do quite a bit.
Yep. But since he's down to only 10 life, he doesn't have a lot of leeway to play with stacking huge turns now, because he can't take a lot of damage from his own Runegate cards anymore in the game, so he has to tread that road very efficiently and very carefully. He decided in the end to banish an Eulogy for the Vynnset trigger, going up to 3 rune chants. And let's see what he gets for us at the rest of his turn.
Brodie also has to consider the bind counter on his Spellbound Creepers. Last time it was easy to activate them because of the Fiendal Spring Tunic free resource he was able to generate. Now he's got to get as much value from those boots as possible before Ivan just blocks out all of his arcane. Malefic Incantation laid on the table. This is only the second that Brodie has been able to resolve this game. Widespread Annihilation in the pitch zone now. For an Envelop in Darkness coming up to the requisite 4 rune chance needed to send Widespread Annihilation. Also gives Brodie the opportunity to pay 1 life. He does. Down to 9. 4 rune chance, one of which is unpreventable. Here comes Deep Recesses of Existence. Going to be for 9 physical, but first, it's rune chance to deal with. Brodie will be able to recur a card from his graveyard back to the banished zone.
And interestingly, he pitched the blue, so he already have the resources to pay for the creepers if he so wants.
Combat chain closed. Deep Recesses of Existence turned face down in the banished zone. So Brodie is allowed to banish a card both from his graveyard and from his opponent's graveyard.
And before that, he used the Spellbound Creepers to creep out another Malefic Incantation into the arena and get another action point from the go again, from the Incantation.
Now this is interesting. Spellbound Creepers were in the clear after Ivan took 1 unpreventable rune chant. Obviously, Ivan is bereft of cards, but had he had 1 more, Brodie would have been at risk of losing Spellbound Creepers if he wasn't able to get 1 more Arcane through this turn.
So now the Elegy comes for 4 plus the 1 run chant, while the Malefic Incantations create 2 more run chants in the back. Well, just 1, because the other Malefic was already activated, sorry. So just 1 more run chant on the back.
And Ivan now down to 21. Brodie takes 1 from Blood Debt, down to 8. Is he going to climb Mount Eisen?
And I pass through.
Yeah, Brodie got even down to 21 now, so this game it's closer than it appeared at first. Now Ivan is just on block duty, and he's just passing it back to Brodie, asking, hey, Brodie, what you got for me now?
And the deck is a little bit shorter than the graveyard for Brodie, but not much. There's still gas left in the tank. Plenty of Malefics if he's running the full suite of reds and yellows.
And he's still a full suite of equipment. He still has his Quill Hand on duty to create 2 rune chants. Spellbound Creepers has 2 counters, but still available. Just 2 counters on Tunic, though, so he would need to pitch a card in order to activate Spellbound Creepers this turn again.
Now, here's the thing. Brodie is considering a lot of very complicated lines. But not only that, he has to consider the onboard disruption of Ivan, which I think is exactly why Ivan doesn't want to push Stalagmite forward anytime soon. Just by virtue of it being there, it makes the turn cycles so much more complicated for his opponent, who is already fighting an uphill battle.
Exactly. It's almost like not using Stalagmite is better than using it, because just the threat of being able to use it makes life so much harder for your opponent.
Choices made for Brodie Spurlock. Widespread Annihilation in the banished zone. Up to 4 rune chance is he after resolving Deadwood Dirge and consuming his Eloquent token. Tear through the portal, once again coming out. Brodie paying this life seemingly flippantly, especially when he is this low. Tear through the portal going to give Deathly Wail go again here. 2 rune chants are going to be left behind by this Malefic Incantation because Tear through the portal came first and Brodie paid the 1 life. When the combat chain is closed, he'll get back up to 4 rune chants and be able to send Widespread Annihilation.
Yeah, and interestingly, so he does that while all that while keeping 1 card in hand in order to be able to pitch for Stalagmite if Ivan decides to block with it.
Stalagmite, Bastion of Eisenloft. A block here on Deathly Wail. It's pushed forward. Frostbite ready to be generated. Ivan, finally, some consternation on his face, reconsidering a block. It's Barkskin of the Millennium Tree.
Yeah, it's the first time we see Ivan actually
faltering at all.
Faltering at all. So this is like Brodie is putting Ivan on his toes here.
It's a block of 7 here, overblocking by 1 because, of course, Barkskin will generate an embodiment. Channel Galcia's Cradle is a non-attack action.
Sorry, no need to, just like for time purposes.
Okay.
I close chain.
Okay.
Brodie just making sure that things go as quickly as possible.
And then
Yeah, Brodie is just shortcutting a little bit in order to preserve time as the clock is going down. We are down to 14 minutes left on round 5 here in São Paulo, and he throws the Widespread Annihilation.
There's a judge call here about frostbites. Yvonne just making sure that all of the taxes he is putting on Brodie are being paid. Yvonne looking much more like the IRS than an elemental guardian.
Yeah. No, Yvonne just wants to make sure that everything is on point, and because it can get really confusing when you start mixing things that increase the as additional costs like frostbites with things that reduce costs like rune gate cards. So it can get a little bit messy. So and this is a good point to tell to everybody watching as well. Whenever you're not 100% secure of what's happening, just call a judge. They will help you clear it out. It's not a problem. You just want to make sure that everything stays according to the rules in the game. It's not a big deal. Just when in doubt, call the judge. They will fix it up for you, and that's what Yvonne's doing right now.
Content creators abound have been talking about this. This is a subject that we have all taken up the mantle of, and I think it makes a lot of sense given the number of new players that are being influxed into the game thanks to our brand new introductory format, Silver Age. Go to judges, ask, and rest assured that you are not being rude by doing so. You are advocating for yourself. It is possible to do this graciously, politely, but also in your best interest. When in doubt, call a judge. And in this case, Yvonne showing exactly why it is so important, but does seem that the resolution goes in Brodie's favor, is able to pay for this widespread annihilation by pitching an eloquent eulogy. Sink below, blocking out widespread annihilation, leaving Yvonne without any cards. And widespread is a fantastic disruptive piece, but not when your opponent is so good at just clearing out their hand on defense.
Yeah, exactly. Knowing that the widespread annihilation was coming, Yvonne was able to just clear out his hand and use it as effectively as possible, denying the ability of widespread annihilation to make Yvonne discard a card.
Now, we talked about how difficult this matchup is. And Brodie, gosh, he's been sub 10 life for 4 turn cycles, I think, at this point. He dipped back up after a Deathly Delight, but other than that, he plummeted in terms of his life total and has been holding steady, chipping away the haunting visage of Ivan Taranto.
Yeah, and I think that the difference in life totals was huge at some point between like more than 20, like almost 30 life differential, and now we have like a 10-point life differential. But Brodie has the tempo of the game, so he is on the offensive now.
Deadwood Dirge brings the Rune Chant counter up to 3. Deathly Delight to follow. No Shadow non-attacks have been played here, so Brodie is in danger of losing his shoes, but he's got 2 cards left, so he might be able to activate them one more time, but there's nothing left in the Banish Zone. Gauntlets of Boreal Domain and Sink Below get in the way after Autumn's Touch cleans up all of the Rune Chants. Brodie pitching to Spellbound Creepers for a Revel in Rune Blood, leaving behind a total of 4 Rune Chants after the verse counter posthumously comes out of the Malefic Incantation, and then Flail of Agony is going to be sent here. 5 Rune Chants with the threat of 1 more, which is not super relevant, of course, because Revel in Rune Blood will force Brodie to destroy all Rune Chants at the end of this turn.
Oh man, but it has been amazing, Bryce, how Brodie has been able to use his hand efficiently every single turn and put Yvonne on bad situations yet again one more time.
And Brodie finds Yvonne with a red card in the hand. So just imposing Visage goes into the pitch zone to cover up 3 of the 5 Rune Chants. And then blocked out is the Flail of Agony by the last block of Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. Yvonne left without any blocking equipment, but with a Felling of the Crown in the arsenal. If he can set up with just 1 blue, Brodie is going to be feeling the pain.
Yeah, and now it's back to Brodie, who yet again has to quickly decide how to play his game as the time's going down. But I've been really amazed by how this game's going on so far. Brodie has been able to string a lot of very strong turns out of thin air and show how this Vynnset deck can be piloted masterfully, and it's been such a great game to watch.
Sonata Galaxia banished for Brodie Spurlock. Rune Chant generated. Spellbound Creepers gone. The boots are gone, and the last copy of Blizzard is in the hand of Ivan Taranto. A Frostbite is coming for the pinky toe of Brodie Spurlock. Could make him trip when he needs to find his stride.
Yeah, interestingly, Brodie did not have any attacks to banish for Vynnset's ability, so he had to banish the Sonara Galaxia, which means there's probably no attacks coming on this turn. If you're Ivan, you're very happy to see that.
Especially when you've got a felling locked and loaded.
Don't have Goggin, right?
It does likely mean that Ivan's not going to be able to convert the entirety of the hand.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
do, however, think I see a channel Mount Eisen in there. There's also a Crumble to Eternity. That would eat the action point, however. What is the...
and the
Oh, no,
Blizzard.
it's just Crumble. No, there is a channel in there.
There is, yeah. I think he can
God,
go
he's such
channel.
he's so fast.
He can go channel into Felling and Arsenal that Blizzard that can be back-breaking against Brodie now, especially because he has the leg slot open.
Likely won't be able to Arsenal the...
No,
he
yeah,
has
he's
plenty
not
of
going to play the
cards.
channel. He's just going to play the Felling, put a card down,
Yeah, A-okay.
and keep the Blizzard.
So could have snuck through some extra damage with that channel Mount Eisen.
Yeah.
What do you think the consideration is for holding it back?
Maybe he's trying to play around Ko or something. If Brodie would be able to somehow play a Ko here and take out the last card of Ivan's hand if he played the channel Mount Eisen here.
Ivan bottomed the Blizzard.
Oh, he bottomed the Blizzard.
From
that's
Felling of the Crown.
Interesting. That's interesting because Blizzard could be such a good card for him to have right now.
So he has kind of Blizzard on a stick. He's got Pulse of Eisenloft in the arsenal,
Okay.
which is not only going to likely block out the entirety of a Rune Gate attack, it's also going to make it so that any go-again plans Brodie had are going to be stymied by a Frostbite token. Hey, and here, the first beat of a shield. Here we go. 5 cards equals 5 damage. This is premium Guardian gameplay.
Oh man, and this game took a turn, Bryce. We were in such a fast-paced game with Brodie throwing big turn after big turn, finding very good hands. But now the game stopped to a freezing point, and Brodie is just passing the turns, probably not finding good hands, and Ivan having to throw Shield Beater like 4-card 5. It's been such a roller coaster of a game now.
And if you don't believe us that there's tension in the air, just look at our players. Ivan, who looked like he was closer to taking a nap than playing out the rest of this game at the beginning turn cycles, is now at the edge of his seat, brow furrowed, playing as cleanly as possible. Brodie, for his troubles, his spine has just curled slowly more and more. The head is in the hands. He counts out the deck, trying to figure out if there's any avenue.
Yeah. Oh, and you can feel Brodie's stress right now as he tries to set up a few last turns to take out the last few points of Ivan's life, and he doesn't have that many cards left in the deck to work with. So you can feel the tension in the air, Bryce.
Adding insult to injury, Ivan even discards yet another Fruits of the Forest at the end of that turn, gains a little bit of life, and here comes Shadow Puppetry from Brodie Spurlock. Deep Recesses of Existence, banished at the beginning of this turn. It's going to be 7 go again, plus 4 Rune Chants. I believe Brodie has, yes, paid for the 1 life. 1 unpreventable Rune Chant gets through. Deep Recesses will be online here. Autumn's Touch gets in the way of the rest. 7 plays 16 here. Brodie remains stalwart at this low life total. Ever chipping down Ivan Taranto, but will he make it?
Oh my God, what a nerve-wracking end of a game here we have, Bryce. 2 titans of the game, Brodie and Ivan playing to their best. And it's such a good game to watch. It's 7-16. Brodie has maybe a few cards left, but I still don't know who is advantage here. I would say Ivan is on the leading seat here, but anything can happen here, Bryce.
I love watching Brodie play, not because of the amount of time he takes to make decisions, but because he is not a player that ever considers himself completely out. And here we go, Pulse of Eisenloft doing Blizzard things, even though it isn't Blizzard, because it is an Ice Earth defense reaction, it will generate a Frostbite to Jarl Vitrades's ability in the arm slot, now exposed for Brodie Spurlock.
15. So I look at the top.
Yeah.
There's a response of Tunic, which does eat away that Frostbite. Brodie, your hair looks fantastic. You don't need to adjust it anymore, I promise you. Focus on what you need to, brother. So what I was saying, Brodie is a player that never writes himself out of a game. That's what I love about watching him.
Yeah, it's so commendable to watch, man. Even out of the worst positions he can find himself in, he's always trying to find the line that will get him back into the game and will get him the win.
And no matter how he played at the beginning of his career, it is this attitude that has brought him the laurels that he has sought.
Yeah, and Ivan gets a felling banished out of the deep recesses. Ability resolving. Brodie is on the tank on what to banish here. 5 minutes left on the clock.
Okay. Careful,
He said
careful,
call.
Brodie.
He
A
gets
Cole
the
banished.
call. Yeah, Cole is such a good card to be able to pass some damage.
Okay.
Cole pays for the Frostbite thanks to the Fiendal Spring Tunic. Ivan moves to put the Cole into his hero's soul. A bold move.
Yeah.
Oh, and I love seeing
Banishes
Ivan
one.
tremble. It's the second revel to Runeblood.
Oh, and
And
that
here it is.
allows the other deep recesses of resistance to come in. Oh man.
Taking 4.
Brodie continues to recur cards from his banished zone. Ivan takes 4, has a Sigil of Solace in the hand, but it's only effectively going to block 3. Down to
He's
8
down
goes
to
Ivan.
8.
7 plays 8. Is Brodie going to do it?
It's amazing how Brodie has been able to crawl back into this game and basically have the same life total as Ivan here at the end of this game. He doesn't have that much cards left, so that must be a worrying sign for Brodie right now, but he has been climbing this game back so beautifully, Bryce.
The stress is getting to him, but the play remains consistent and perfect. He's down below 4 minutes left in this match. He's got to find a way through, and he's got to find it fast. Funeral Moon banished by deep recesses of existence. Can be played at instant speed here, but Brodie leaves it in the banished zone. Down to 5 he goes, paying for his own blood debt.
And the Ivan is just going to draw and pass it back to Brodie.
Tunic to 1.
It's a fistful of blues for Ivan.
We can see the tension in Ivan's expressions as he is not talking to the camera anymore.
Deathly Whale. Make 1.
Deathly Whale banished. Probably the last red copy. Rune Chant generated. Funeral Moon is there. Ivan double checks the text, but Brodie is just sending a widespread ruin pitched for the old-fashioned way. Rune Chant left behind by Malefic Incantation. 1 Rune Chant plus 6. Ivan has everything he needs to cover it up. It's 2 3 blocks plus a blue in the pitch zone. I believe leaving behind a Winter's Bite destined for the Arsenal, or just to play out right here because it's not just a card from Brodie. It's also going to be a Frostbite generated, and Fiendal Spring Tunic is not online this time.
Yeah, I think you're just going to rip it here. If you are on Ivan's position, you give a Frostbite, you take a card. You just want to disrupt as much as possible here. Brodie has 3 cards in his banished zone and is on 2 lives, so he has to find a way to get rid of these cards in his banished zone, else he just loses the game on the spot. 2 minutes left on the clock. That must be a consideration for the players as well.
And folks, this is the real-time represented. This does factor in all of the extensions from the 2 judge calls that came before. Oh my gosh, I sympathize so much for Brodie right here.
Yeah, it's such a tough spot to be in. Time is running out. You are in this pickle situation with not many cards left in your deck, and you gotta find a way to clear these Blooded cards from your banished zone.
So Brodie pitched a card from hand to pay for that Winter's Bite. That's why it went immediately to the bottom. Brodie has 3 cards left in deck. Vynnset on the stack. He has to go now. Malefic Incantation hits the banished zone, not where he wants it to be, but that's just the fate that was in store for Brodie. He pitches an Enveloped Darkness for the last copy of Red Fasting Carcass. Hold on. Cross your T's, dot your I's. Last copy of Mordred Tide comes first. Down to 1 goes Brodie Spurlock after paying the 1 life for the Vynnset hero ability.
Mordred, okay.
Mordred, and then I pay a life down to 1.
This has go again, right?
This has go again. Yes, indeed, Ivan.
Yes.
Going to give go again to this Deathly Whale. There is a Funeral Moon, which will gain the go again from Fasting Carcass, now enabling Deathly Whale to come out of the banished zone for 4 Rune Chants. 1 is unpreventable, but that is just going to be it, folks, because Brodie dies to his own blood debt here.
No, it's like, it's 4.
The go again was eaten by the Funeral Moon. Oh, no. I'm sorry. It was paid as an instant. Okay, here we go. Back up to 5 Rune Chants.
So
My
5
mistake,
plus
folks.
3.
Yes, here we go. 5 Rune Chants plus 3, 6.
Oh, and Brodie comes
takes
back!
it on the last turn
God.
of the game. Yvonne Taranto is felled by the Vynnset that barely could. Brodie Brodie Spurlock is the man to pilot it with every last brain cell, with synapses firing like a madman, like an 8-cylinder engine. He climbs Mount Eisen and takes down Yvonne in this round 5 of calling São Paulo.
Oh, and that was such an incredible ending for the game. Brodie played the fast carcass, pinged himself to allow him to play the Funeral Moon as an instant to not eat the go again from the fasting carcass, throw the Deathly Whale for damage, create the rune chance with the Deathly Whale to be able to send the last attack for the win. Oh, what a game, Bryce. Oh my God.
What a game, Filipe. I was almost kicking myself for calling for that match right beforehand, and I'm so happy we did.
Oh man, this was like this is one for the ages. What an incredible game. At some point in the game, I think Brodie was like 30 life down, and it's like, and he was able to crawl back into the game and get the win in with probably the last turn possible that he could do it.
Literally the last turn.
Yeah,
possible.
the last turn. He has like 2 or 3 cards left in his deck and a few cards in his banish zone. He had to clear it. Otherwise, he would die because he was at 1. So what a crazy game, Bryce. Oh, man.
Absolutely incredible stuff. If you are one of the cult of Vynnset, that was a love letter to you. And if you want to send a different kind of letter, call it hate mail. You can enjoy community voting for the Silver Age format in mere weeks. It's coming up at the end of May here, Eastern Time. It'll open May 24th, New Zealand time, at midnight, May 25th. And then it closes 2 to 3 days later, depending on your time zone. So be sure to get your votes in and make them count. Make it hurt for the hero that has hurt you the most.
Yeah. And for example, if you don't want to be in Yvonne's shoes and play like against a Vynnset that does that to you, you can just vote Vynnset out, and there you go.
Man, the body language in that game, Filipe,
Yeah.
Yvonne was so comfortable. That was the Yvonne that I have known to come to love just because of his showmanship. And all of a sudden, Brodie strips away that imposing visage and makes him pay attention to every last purple circle.
Exactly. What an amazing finish to the game, Bryce. And like one last note on the game, at the beginning you said you wanted to see a Brazilian beat an American. Then you said you wanted to cheer for your teammate instead of your countryman. Man, I don't want you cheering for me. Like, you're not.
You think I've got the curse on me?
Yeah, man, like, it seems like it after this game. Because Yvonne was 30 points ahead, but then you came back, like backing him up, cheering for him, and then suddenly he lost it all and lost the game in the end.
Listen, I'm a fickle fan, okay? I just like to see whoever is losing win ultimately. And the American won over my heart, and that is no small feat when it comes to my family now here in Brazil. Oh, boy. We got more flesh and blood to be played, ladies and gentlemen. There's somebody that is trying to reach the hallowed halls of living legend. Her name is Prism, Awakener of Soul, and we've got an X and O for your viewing pleasure coming up next. Excuse me, correction from the booth, X and 1. Nevertheless, still live for top 8 and rife to exit the game, at least in Classic Constructed, forever. That and so much more flesh and blood coming your way. Fab Nation, are you not
man.
entertained after that? Bryce Platz back with Filipe Lima Cardoso, and we are sweating in our blazers because that was the most nail-biting match
Yeah.
I have ever seen in my life.
Yeah, man, and that I like how you mentioned the gladiator. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Brodie
Oh, man,
Spurlock
that
went
was
like
such a great
this with his
game.
thumb to Yvonne.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. I claim to love this guy and be rooting for him before. This is how fickle I am, man. I just want a great game of Flesh and Blood. That's
Yeah.
all I want.
That's all we are here for, right? So
100%. And we are here to be the voice of you, the audience, who I'm sure were screaming your heads off at your television screen. Let's take a look at our standings real quick before we proceed on to red hot Flesh and Blood. After this, Max Dieckmann remains supreme at X and O. Jacob Clements shortly to follow by his World Tour buddy Brodie Spurlock, neck and neck at 4 and 5.
yeah, seeing those two at the 5-0 bracket is no surprise, right? But seeing a Dorinthia 5-0 is a surprise.
Now, I think we're starting to see what our Latin American community is going to have to contend with in terms of foreign invaders. Now, it's still early in Swiss. We've got 5 more rounds tomorrow, but man, do Jacob and Brodie look like the dominating invading force. We got Pedro Gioni on that first page as well. We got Argentinians. Another Brit is in page 2 here. Jason Rolfe remains at X and 1. But otherwise, I'm seeing so many Brazilian flags, Filipe. Does that fill your heart with pride?
Yes, exactly. Seeing so many Brazilians doing well. I mean, mostly of the players are Brazilian, so it's like a given. But seeing a bunch of like known names that I know, guys that I know, put their hearts out for this game and play really well, doing well in an international event like a calling is so heartwarming for me. It's very nice to see. We also see Paul van Gijssel 4-1, losing only the streamed match, but climbing up outside of the stream and winning all of the games. We see a couple Jarls here with Rafael Barrese and the Argentinian Ignacio Villarusso. A few victors and a few Oscilios still doing well on the 4-1 so far. Carlos Eduardo Cadu, the 40 place, the winner of last year's event, also still 4-1 as well. Diorge Brognara, the Hala that we saw on stream, lost as Paul did, only on the stream as well. Won the other 4 matches of the day so far.
Caio Zambelli, another streamed match of yesteryear. That would be last year at Calling São Paulo.
Oh, it's a
Not
point.
piloting Reinar, but in this case, X and 1. Also, brute representation in Victor Giovanni, X and 1 on KO underhanded cheat. The Katsus are live, and we continue on down, finally finding our X and 2s. It's a whole host of Oscilios, Dash-IOs, Victors, Marionettes, but oh my goodness, a 4-1 Puffin? Are there cogs in our future, Filipe?
The cogs are turning. Puffin has got a lot of a couple very good cards already spoiled from Omens. So if she's doing well right now, it's probably gonna do even better after our next set.
I agree, but you don't want your cogs to be turning. You want them to be cranking.
Okay. Let's crank it up.
Last page here. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to
Crank it up.
unlock both of us there. There's a lot of underhanded cheats in the X2 and up bracket. Gotta shout all of them out. I know our producer is super happy. Also, a couple X and 2 Boltons
Yeah.
are still around. So, Brazil continues to surprise and amaze.
Okay. We'll be glad to be delivering a nice show again, one more time. And I mean, we can feel like the atmosphere here. So like people are just like enjoying so much to play the calling and be here. And we are so glad to have everybody watching on stream as well. So are you ready for the next one?
If you say, I thought that was my line.
Okay, I stole it from you.
Go ahead and tell him. Hit the button.
Are you guys ready for the next one? We have Prism right now.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Co-caster of mine is calling São Paulo round 6. We've got Hugo Ribeiro, and this is Prism, Awakener of Soul versus Lucas Aquino on Arachne Marionette. I do happen to recognize the gentleman on the right side of my screen. He's sporting a t-shirt that looks a lot like mine.
Another teammate of yours, and this is the match you wanted to see on stream, Bryce. Bordas Brancas, Lucas Aquino against Fable Brazil. Hugo Ribeiro is a part of Fable Brazil, yeah.
The
And
crunch match of the century.
And those two fine gentlemen are really good players. Hugo, top 64 at Pro Tour at Worlds Barcelona back in the day. Lucas Aquino, also one of the most prominent players in the Brazilian scene, top 4 nationals 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. So those are two very good players, and two good friends of mine. They're both from Rio de Janeiro, my hometown as well. So I'm really happy to see them both doing well, and let's see who will prevail, Bordas Brancas or Fabled Brazil.
I thought Paul Van Gijssel's hair game was on point. Lucas looking absolutely fine. Just like his hero, Arachne Marionette does have an incredible display of dreadlocks in the bun. Is a somewhat mid-range, but very, very aggressive and disruptive assassin. They are the main reason that a lot of players say Assassin is just better warrior, because the pumps in form of dagger reactions are incredibly detrimental, not just in disruption, but also in damage. Arachne Marionette will also be transforming this way and that into demi-heroes from the Brood. You never know quite what's coming your way until the chaotic fate decides for you. On the other side, Prism, Awakener of Soul, the second iteration of Prism in our game, will allow Hero Text allows her to fetch a Figment card anytime a card with Herald in its name is put into Prism's Soul during an action phase. Must, of course, shuffle after finding that Figment, but the real payoff there is once per turn instant, Prism can pay 2 resources, banish a card from her soul, and awaken target Figment she controls. What do Figments awaken into, Filipe?
Into beautiful angels.
100% beautiful and also terrifying, because they come for your life force and also give a bunch of upgrades and boons to Prism when they do so. So it's board presence versus very sharp knives.
Okay, let's see.
Shall we proceed?
Let's go. And who are you rooting for here, Bryce?
I'm not saying that anymore. I don't want to be called... Oh, wait a minute. If I'm the curse, maybe I should root for Fabled.
Oh.
Help my boy out.
Now you're metagaming the choice. Come on.
No, you know what? I will go ahead and vote for Prism here, which is probably, or root for Prism here, which is something I probably have never done in my entire life. And the reason being is it is a treat to be able to call a game, a tournament, where a living legend could happen before your very eyes.
Yeah, and Hugo has been a very prominent Prism player. And before this tournament, he said, I want to be the one to LL Prism this weekend. So
he's off to a great start, Filipe.
Let's see if he's up to the task here against Aquino.
40 plays 32. Prism Awakener of Soul does have immense power stapled onto her hero, and so she starts at a deficit of 8 life. Hunter's Clave is on the combat chain. A Herald gets in the way. Second Hunter's Clave is there.
All right.
A defense reaction in the pitch zone as well. Finally, the flick comes to bear. Hugo gives the thumbs up, is now marked, and 1 damage comes across the line. First blood is drawn. Now, will Lucas pass here? Does seem to be the case. Wants to see if he can roll himself into Arachne Orb Weaver and get these daggers sorted the way he wants them.
And interestingly enough,
the faded roll, Arachne Orb Weaver transformation. No need to cash in his Mask of Deceit on Hugo's first affirmative turn.
Are you calling the shots on the game, Bryce? Come on. And interestingly enough, Lucas' Arsenal defense reaction and Inertia Trap, which can be very handy against Hugo's Heralds, especially the one he do having had, the famous Herald of Erudition.
Herald of Erudition coming in hot. So Lucas is likely not going to get the on-trigger effect of Inertia Trap here. He would be hoping for Hugo to deploy something like an Angelic Wrath, but that would likely make it so the on-hit goes through, and that is something Lucas does not want to deal with, because on-hit of Herald of Erudition, draw 2 cards.
Yeah, so very handy for Lucas to have the direct ready for the Herald of Erudition there.
Herald of Triumph to follow. Pop it as you might, Lucas, but it's going to take some extra juice, and I don't think Marionette builds are packing any 7-cost attacks. I think the highest is Comandar y Conquistar.
Yeah, and this one is really hurts, as they are not spotting any 7 power cards. So this one do hit, and Hugo can find his first Figment of the game.
Which is a very early time to get it online, but that just goes to show you what Lucas's game plan is into Prism. Kill her fast.
Yeah, and Hugo finds the Figment of Erudition here. He's still looking, but I think Yeah, I think he decided on the erudition to get the Ponder token since he has an Arsenal free slot right now. And yeah, I think this is going to be the pace of the game, Bryce. It's going to be a fast game. Prism wants to do as much damage as possible. Mario doesn't have that many poppers, so he has to try and disrupt Prisms on their own turn.
Also, it's a good point that Hugo Ribeiro can get in the way of all-important flick effects because he has access to ward, not just in his Angels, but also in the form of Spectral Shields, which he will definitely be generating throughout the game. Did want to shout out the signature on Hugo Ribeiro's Ponder token there. The gentleman that signed that one, it's his birthday today, and he is enjoying it here at Calling São Paulo.
Congratulations to Lindner, the artist on the Ponder token. Happy birthday. We are so glad to have you in our community doing your amazing art on the cards.
Lucas, as fate would have it, able to discard a to the point to get a Graphene Calycera online. The follow-up is just Mark of the Black Widow, though. Even though he had access to a free Graphene Calycera swing, which would have gained Go Again from the mark that is currently upon Hugo's haloed head, he instead wants that buff to go to Mark of the Black Widow and put the hurt and the disruption on his Prism counterpart.
Interestingly enough, the Ponder that we were mentioning that was drawn by Lindner didn't result in an Arsenal for Hugo. He drew the card but declined to Arsenal.
What do you think it was, Figment?
I think it was a Cataclysm, if I'm correct.
Oh, yeah, it was. I guess probably just way too early to Arsenal a Cataclysm.
You can't Arsenal the Cataclysm right now. So unfortunate turn of events for Hugo with the Ponder token, and now he's facing a 6-powered attack from the Mark of the Black Widow.
Well, he can banish the Cataclysm.
Yep. Already, yeah, that's true. So this is the game that Lucas wants to play. He wants to be disrupting every turn to not let Hugo comes back with his over the value cards, like because Prism cards have very good value on face value, but since they can be popped by Phantasm, it's a fair trade. But since Lucas and Arachne Marionette don't spot that many poppers, it gets a little bit harder to fight this type of game against Prism. So they have to try and disrupt and use this part of the deck to face this challenge here against Prism.
The other thing that hampers the overrate value of Prism cards is the fact that she is forced to run so many yellow pitch cards. Oftentimes, Brutes are sending attacks with similar values printed on them, 6, 7 here and there, but they're able to pitch blues pretty easily. In the case of Prism, Luminaris Angel's Glow requires a yellow to be in the pitch zone in order to give Go Again to the first Angel attack and the first Herald attack of each turn. And now, a pivotal point here, Halo of Illumination going to be popped here as a Herald goes into the soul of Hugo Ribeiro and another Figment going to be drawn out. This is a very important part of Prism gameplay. If you're looking at this going, hey, that's a common piece of equipment in a classic constructed deck, you don't know the true power of Halo of Illumination until it has completely stuffed one of your turns, I don't know, by shooting a Prism player shooting themselves in the face in order to break the Angel that you were trying to attack and thereby robbing you of an action point, or fetching out Figment of Triumph when you really needed to be able to pop something, etc., etc. The fact that Hugo is popping it now and getting Spectral Shields online, what do you think that tells you?
Yeah, it tells me that the lightning fast speed this game is going to go on. Hugo just want to go as fast as possible. He already has his Figment of Erudition in play that is being turned into Soraya. He's ready to go to his next turn and draw 2 cards with Soraya and starts doing as much damage as possible to finish this game quickly against Lucas.
Now, all of that fancy footwork was on Lucas's turn when trying to pass the turn, and now that Celestial Cataclysm goes into the pitch zone in order to give Go Again to Soraya, Archangel of Erudition. Last card in Soul banished away for Hugo Ribeiro. 2 cards drawn, both are blues, Passing Mirage and Herald of Protection.
But he has an Herald of Erudition already in hand to be thrown after the Soraya. So this is like, Hugo drew like the Erudition is one of the most important pieces of Heralds that Prism has. So he has already he already had the Soraya, he has the Erudition in hand, so he had everything he needed. He just needed one more card in Soul. That's why he activated the Halo of Illumination on the end of Lucas' turn to be able to dish as much damage and draw a lot of cards in the process as well.
Now, one of the pain points for Prism is, of course, when she is bereft of soul. No longer does Hugo have any cards in his soul, and so therefore cannot benefit completely from Soraya, Archangel of Erudition. That being said, there's a brand new arm piece that fixes exactly that. Soul Forge Gauntlet going to go directly into the soul upon blocking. So if Hugo is able to retain Soraya through this next turn cycle, we'll absolutely be able to have the requisite soul to swing Soraya and get 2 more cards.
Okay, here comes the Herald of Erudition. For 5, go again. Aquino is on the tank, thinking about how to block this Herald that, if hits, not only goes to soul, but draws Hugo 2 extra cards.
Now, Lucas does have a get-out-of-jail-free card. Mask of Deceit does block for 2, and because Lucas was able to get Graphene Calycera online in the left-handed slot right away, he doesn't really need to save it to enact his game plan. Honestly, blocking out a Herald of Erudition seems like pretty good value to me.
Yeah, it's not the perfect situation because as Mario, you want to use your Mask of Deceit when your opponent is marked, so you can choose which transformation you will have for the big butt. Oh no.
Under the trapdoor, out of the hand of Lucas. He discards it in order to find a trap from the graveyard, banish it, and now it is playable this turn. Inertia Trap, for the second time this game, gets in front of a Herald of Erudition at the perfect time. Lucas is drawing it up perfectly.
Oh, this was the perfect response. The 2 turns, Hugo sent the Herald of Erudition. Lucas had, at the first time, Inertia Trap, and the second time, the card to get Inertia Trap back. So he effectively had a defense reaction every single turn. And since the Herald of Erudition has dominate, it needed to be that card. If he had another defense reaction in hand, he could not use it together with another card from the hand to block. So that was the perfect turn of events for Aquino.
29 plays 25 as 2 tectonic plates rub against each other underneath our feet. It's a small earthquake, folks. We'll get it sorted in just a moment. But for now, Orb Weaver Spinneret plus Meat Madness equals 6. Maybe disrupt you? How do you feel about this card?
Meat Madness is a very interesting card. It came in the Sleepy Through the Cracks Armory deck, and it's a card that offers disruption, but not a specific disruption. You can have 3 types of disruption you can make, and you never know what's going to hit. So effectively, as a trying to defend against Meat Madness is really hard, because you don't know which type of disruption it's going to get in the end.
So you do have to consider, okay, what if it banishes a card from my hand? What if it banishes a card from my arsenal? Generally speaking, you're hoping that it's going to banish a top card of your deck.
Yeah. And here, Aquino decided to go face with the Meat Madness and not target Soraya. So Hugo has the chance to just eat it with Soraya anyway, plus the Gauntlets, plus the Spectral Shield.
Lucas perhaps telegraphing an attack reaction, but no. Entirety of the on-hit taken by the Angel of Erudition. Soulforge Gauntlet into the soul.
But importantly, Hugo is able to keep a 4-card hand now to come back at Aquino.
One of those cards is a Figment of Ravages, destined for the pitch zone, if you'd ask me. Looks like the earthquake has subsided. We are stable once again here in São Paulo.
Okay, it's back to Hugo now, who has a 4-card hand plus Arsenal to start his turn, which is the perfect situation for Prism, right?
In a red Wartune Herald, this is a card that is obscenely above rate. 1 for 7, now with Go again because there's a yellow card in the pitch zone. Threatening to go into the soul and perhaps allow Hugo to flip Figment of Protection and then swing Figment of Protection, because of course with Empyrean Rapture in the chest slot, as long as a Herald has entered Hugo's soul, he will be able to pay 2 less for the next Prism hero ability that he activates this turn.
That's why it's always so important to defend against the first Herald thrown by Prism, so you don't give them the free flip of an Angel in their turn to swing with. So, but here Hugo has the breakpoint, the 7 go again, to make it even harder for Aquino to block that.
But Aquino does. Responds with Black Tech Whispers and 2 cards, one of which, of course, is another Meat Madness. I see a Pain in the Backside and a Codex of Inertia in the hand for Lucas. I'm very curious to find out what is in that arsenal. It's been there for some time. As a blue Herald of Protection follows up that of Wartune. 25 plays 29 here, 5 on the combat chain for Lucas to consider.
Yeah, this is turning out how I think Hugo wants the game to turn, because he's on the pressure, he's on the attack, he has all the tempo, he's throwing his heralds which are above 8. So if this Herald of Protection hits, it not only does 5 damage, but it goes to soul and create a Spectral Shield.
Now, Lucas is not happy about it, but he had to shrug and say no blocks because there's nothing but 2 blocks in the hand. Wouldn't even be able to block out that Herald of Protection if he wanted to, unless he were to commit all important pieces of equipment.
And here, Hugo is free to just flip an Angel just for the Ward 4 and protect himself for the next turn. He does get, he doesn't have this option. He doesn't need to do it, but I think it's a line he will consider here.
For my money, I feel like it's Figment of War, yes. A Courage token going to be generated here. I tend to think that this is the Figment you choose in aggro matchups when you just want some ward coverage.
And he does flip it. So he gets the Courage to he gets the Figment of Courage to get that Courage token on board to get +1 value, and immediately flips the Angel in order to get the 4 award that the Angel provides. Even if not attacking, you already have another Figment already on board, ready to be deployed on the offense next turn.
And it's moments like these where Prism's starting life total of 32 makes a lot of sense, because already Hugo has protected himself with Ward 4 once, likely going to do so again. So all of a sudden, just those 2 Angels dying, as long as they get maximum value, bring that starting life total all the way back up to 40.
Exactly.
Pain in the backside, proving to be a pain for Hugo.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully, Prism only has 32 life. Can you imagine if you had more than that?
I don't want to live in that world,
Yeah.
man. Maybe Simon Nielsen does, but not me.
Maybe Hugo does too, because he really loves Prism.
No, Hugo seems like a stand-up guy. He seems
Yeah.
reasonable.
Yeah.
Even though he is on my rival team. Only 3 value generated by Bellona, as the ward board evaporates ever so slightly, and it was a death touch this entire time. Vandal Spring Tunic pays for it very cleanly indeed for Lucas Aquino. 24 plays 25, but it may be very different. Or not, because Hugo
has the Soul Shield.
Oh, yeah, he does.
He does have a decision to make, though. His hand doesn't look the best at converting on the offensive, so he might be considering his options here.
Now, he has a Spectra Aura in the hand. That's Pierce Reality. Going to give his first Illusionist attack each turn +2, but can be removed by something like a weapon swing from Lucas. How effective are these Spectra Auras into Marionette, do you think?
I think they are good overall. Against Marionette, they can clean it out with the weapon swings, but it ends the turn, so making effectively the go again from the weapons kind of nullified. So Marionette never wants to finish the turn on a weapon swing, so that can be a hamper on the Marionette's player strategy for the turn. So I think they can be quite effective.
Back over to Hugo, sending a yellow War Tune Herald.
Yeah, and here we see Hugo is sending the yellow Herald from the arsenal, which is very interesting because, as we know, he has the Spectra on his hand, so if Aquino decides to block it, he can deploy the Spectra and pass the turn.
Seems to be a judge call here. Might just be life total confirmation.
Yeah,
just a quick technical.
Yeah.
25 plays 24. Still, War Tune Herald coming in for 7, even though it's in the yellow, because, of course, that Courage token was generated by Figment of War. So in reality, that Angel getting somewhere around that 4 value that she wanted, if you include the Courage token.
So yeah, after just settling the life total discrepancy and making sure it's correct, it's 25 plays 24. And here comes the War Tune Herald for 7.
Lucas still on the defensive here, which is not Marionette's comfy place, I would say. And I would guess that walking down life totals definitely favors Prism.
Yes. And here Hugo is able to present a nice fork to Aquino because he's throwing the Herald, and he has this the Pierce Reality in hand, so he can either follow it up by flipping and throwing the Angel, or playing the Pierce Reality, depending on how Aquino responds to his attack.
2 Stains of the Red back being considered for blocks here from Lucas. Possible he doesn't have the Mark synergy. There's also a To The Point and a Persuasive Prognosis in the hand. Didn't quite catch the Arsenal on the last turn cycle. Perhaps Lucas is in a situation where he would really love to be flicking that second Hunter's Clave, but that Spectral Shield is just peskily in the way at all times. Lucas needs to be able to burst through this ward board first and then enact his game plan.
Yeah, the Spectral Shoot can be really, really tough for Mario as he's not able to mark his opponent with a flick knives. So having that Spectral Shoot is a huge bonus for Hugo right now in the game. Aquino is deep on the tank here, deciding how to best block this Wartune Herald. And even though these games go really fast, you have a lot of decision points throughout it. It is a fast game, but it does have a lot of choice and a lot of decisions to make. So Aquino is making sure he treads carefully here.
Treading carefully and blocking with 2 Stains the Redback and Fyendal Spring Tunic.
And now Hugo has the decision to flip Angel and attack or just deploy the Pierce Reality.
Perhaps not exactly what Hugo wanted. Perhaps didn't expect Lucas to commit such an important resource so early. But it is a banish from the soul and a flip.
And that buys Hugo even more time because he is able to banish another card and create 2 more Spectral Shields. Besides dealing 4 more damage. So he knows Aquino only has a 2-card hand now. So he could just soak it up entirely with his Angels plus Spectral Shields and then come back with yet another 4-card hand, which is exactly the gameplay he wants to be doing here.
With 2 cards in hand, 1 in the arsenal and a dream, Lucas Aquino puts this ward board in his sights. It's just a Hunter's Clave for now. Looks like it's going at Hugo, who is likely just going to cover it up with one of those Spectral Shields on board. Does have 2 blues in the hand and a Herald of Triumph. All of a sudden here is to the point, bringing this all the way up to 4.
But with those 2 blues, Hugo importantly has an Arclight Sentinel. So perhaps he can just deploy the Arclight and Arsenal the Herald for a bigger turn later.
Codex of Inertia here actually plays right into Hugo's hand. Hugo could respond to this Codex of Inertia, go ahead and play out his Arclight Sentinel, and then put that card from the top of his deck into the arsenal. Instead, does just go for it.
Interestingly to see what he's going to discard. If he discards the Herald, it means that he's probably looking for playing this Arclight Sentinel later. Oh, and Aquino just attacks with the Graphene, signaling that whatever he arsenaled, he doesn't want to play this turn.
And then all of a sudden that Ponder token is useless.
Yeah.
Will the Inertia token benefit Lucas? That's the real question here.
Yeah, so Aquino now has a 5-card hand, but he's going to face an Arclight Sentinel most probably from Hugo. Yeah, Hugo has a chance to set up.
Which is good, though. Hugo forced to bottom that card, given to the arsenal by Codex of Inertia. But now Lucas must stare down this Arclight Sentinel, likely just going to have to remove it and pass, but also sculpt his hand as best possible when he goes next.
Yeah, and we see a Live No Witness, a cut from the same cloth in his hand, and he's just going to attack with a dagger and pass back to Hugo here. Not much to do against an Arclight Sentinel, and Hugo is back in the front seat of the game.
It's a Wartune Herald in the blue this time. 5 go again. Arclight Sentinel in the pitch zone.
Yeah, and Hugo drew a card, a hand of 2 Wartune Heralds and 2 Arclight Sentinels, so he's pitching an Arclight Sentinel, possibly just in order to play the second Wartune Herald and arsenal the remaining Arclight Sentinel in his hand for a future turn.
Does Lucas have a good retort here? It's cut from the same cloth, a blue, Leave No Witnesses, and Stains of the Redback. But how do you get the mark?
Against all these Spectral Shields, right? It's a tough proposition against Hugo at the current state of the game. Very interesting to see how those 2 players navigate this game.
If I'm in Lucas's seat, I'm really hoping to leverage a dagger pump in the arsenal to get over those Spectral Shields and get my opponent marked. A 4 rolled here for Lucas Aquino. After blocking with Mask of Deceit, transforms into Arachne Redback. We'll have extra access to go again. It was a Shelter from the Storm found from Codex of Inertia, kind of at the wrong time, honestly. But it's still there to cover up all the damage from Wartune Herald and the on-hit. But the second
there
one
to
might
help.
be very different. Yes, Lucas takes 7 here, loses a lot of defensive value.
Yeah, and now Hugo finds Figment of Rebirth, and let's see what he chooses with Figment of Rebirth to put on the top of his deck. So interestingly, Hugo only has 1 soul here, so he's able to flip a Figment, but not attack, but not activate the ability on the attack. He does get a Erudition back on the top of his deck, ready for the next turn.
Yeah, Hugo at this point saying,
Yeah, he's
you've
just
stuffed
flipping.
2 Heralds of Erudition, you're not going to do a third.
Yeah. You surely won't do a third time, right?
Surely.
Surely.
Even though we've just seen the first copy of Shelter from the Storm.
Yeah. Seems
Lucas-
like Aquino is prepared for this matchup with all these D-reacts. And
Aquino now acutely aware of that Herald of Erudition. Cut from the same cloth might make this hurt. Ooh, and some
Ooh.
extra information gain. It is not an attack reaction, but it is an instant that provides a little bit of a pump. Angel's Wrath in blue. An important piece of knowledge for Aquino.
this Hugo hand is fire, though.
It is.
It has Erudition, a yellow to pitch for it, a blue to be able to flip an Angel attack, and another Herald to finish the turn.
And what a Herald. Herald
Yeah,
of
Herald of
Protection.
Protection,
We've
yeah.
seen how miserable Lucas has been against these Spectral Shields.
Lucas does have a Leave No Witnesses in his hand, though, and coupled with the pump from the cut for the same cloth, will threaten Hugo's arsenal this turn after he clears the... after, hopefully for him, he clears all the ward in Hugo's board.
Hunter's Clave beefed up to 5 now.
Yep.
Eats away the ward board of Hugo Ribeiro. Down to just 1 Spectral Shield token.
Now comes the Leave No Witnesses.
Can Aquino finally get a mark off here?
Yeah, this is a tough one for Hugo because he can't just block 3 and count on the Spectral Shield because Aquino could just flick
Exactly.
to destroy the Spectral Shield and do 1 damage to threaten the Arsenal again.
Did you catch the arsenal of Hugo?
The Arsenal is Arclight Sentinel.
It is.
It's a
Okay.
very important one. But he has a very good hand as well, so he might be considering just keeping
Might be
it.
time to let it go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely don't hate that play. Especially because you've just seen Lucas go ahead and pitch under the trap door. The exact card that shirked away Herald of Erudition before. I don't think there are any traps left in the graveyard, mind you, because the other inertia trap was pitched on turn 0. But
Oh.
Hugo is definitely feeling more insulated.
And now Aquino activated his boots for go again.
Okay, 3 damage. Comes across the line. Arclight Sentinel banished. In addition to a Herald of Judgment off the top.
And to finish
Go again
off,
gained. It is now Graphene Callisra coming in for 1. Aquino has the opportunity to flick that Clave,
no, he's just gonna...
but instead, just
just
discard a red back, beef it up, make it hurt a little bit more. Down to 18 goes Hugo.
Okay. I think that's turned out pretty good for Hugo. He can keep his 4-card hand, and he's a very good 4-card hand in that.
And here it goes. Herald of Erudition. The arsenal is bare. There is a Shelter from the Storm in the hand for Aquino. Can give away Flick Knives, and he does
Oh my
immediately. But he knows the Angelic Wrath is there. +2. 2 damage comes across. No more Flick Knives for Lucas, and he isn't able to stuff that on it. 2 more cards drawn for Hugo Ribeiro. Both of them blue. The yellow card is already in the pitch. Luminaris just needs 1 yellow card in order to gain its go again effects.
Even though Lucas found the Shelter to block this Erudition, the Angelic Wrath was there to pump it up and make sure the on-hit connects. He draws 2 cards, and now he's ready to find a Figment, turns into an Angel, attack with it, and then finish off, possibly with another.
Oh, I
Herald.
wonder if Aquino remembered the Angelic Wrath from the cut from the same cloth.
Yeah, perhaps since it is a blue, perhaps he thought it would be used as a pitch card for the turn and didn't acknowledge the existence of it as a pump.
I mean, ultimately, if you play it, you trade up in value, right?
Yep.
Figment of Triumph chosen for Hugo here.
And Hugo really likes to see these Flick Knives going as well.
Oh,
So
yeah.
this block from Aquino is something that potentially could prevent the Erudition, but it's something Hugo gives Hugo a lot more flexibility in how he plays the rest of his game.
Yeah, from Hugo's perspective, he set up an impenetrable wardlord for the flick knives, and the second it's cleared out, that's when he forces his opponent to block with flick knives.
Exactly.
It could not have been drawn up better.
Exactly. That's very good news for Hugo here.
Victoria, Archangel of Triumph, cracking on in for 4, go again, does find home, down to 7.
And then comes
goes
the
our
protection
Brazilian.
for 7.
And then a full block out for Lucas on Herald of Protection. So he stays alive for now, but he is definitely treading water. 18 plays 7, and Prism's got a 4-card hand with an Angel on board.
Exactly. It's exactly where Hugo wanted to be in this game. He just needs to not break. Oh.
It was close.
Speaking of which, he almost did drawing Cataclysm.
It was close.
And passing Mirage at the beginning, but he did found the Heralds at the at the last 2 cards of his freshly new draw hand.
And now that he's got a pair of Herald of Triumph, he is even insulated from popping potential of Mr. Aquino.
Oh, he didn't.
Eu não
He didn't
pitch.
pitch. Yeah. I mean, that was the best Herald in the world. Like cost 0.
Yeah.
0 for 6.
The follow-up is Herald of Triumph, costing a whopping 5 resources. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Paying for them one at a time. Lucas forced to basically block out here just to stay alive. Down to 2 he goes. Hugo finding the final Figments in the deck. One more Arcane thanks to Figment of Ravages. Lucas descends immediately down to 1. And there is there's no Arcane Barrier on his side of the board. All Hugo has to do is flip and swing Angel of Ravages.
He only has one card in soul, though, so that might be hard. But Lucas only has 1 card in hand, so it's going to be hard for Lucas to mount a comeback from this position.
Hugo happy to just go ahead and take the free transformation at the end of his turn. He's drawn up now. Lucas Aquino at 1 finally resolves a Codex of Frailty. What's it going to be? It's got to be Leave No Witnesses, right? But it's just going to go straight into a Herald and give Hugo full tempo. If I'm Hugo, what stops me from finding Herald of Erudition?
Yeah, just finds Erudition here, I guess. Yeah, that's what he does.
It's not the juiciest Herald in terms of damage, but Dominate is just a heck of a keyword.
Yeah, just throw 4 Dominate and asks Aquino to have the D-React in his hand.
Aquino's had it so many times this game, it can't keep coming.
Exactly. Oh, no, he decides to change.
Hugo does the old J.K. Raffelmau on the casting desk.
I mean, there is he's at 1, so might as well just send as much damage as possible, right?
I feel you. There are plenty of yellows in the hand for Hugo. He has his pick of the litter as to which one will give go again.
Let's see how he decides to block this. He can block
It's got to be just a Herald, yeah. Or excuse me, an Angel.
Same block.
Yeah. Just keep the Ravages just in case, if you need it. If you can activate it somehow. Maybe with the new card Angelic Attendant, you could just charge your soul and turn.
Would need a Figment to target it, right?
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
I don't think it's going to be necessary here. It's a War Tune Herald out of the arsenal. 5 go again.
5 go again.
And
blocks 5.
Not great blocking cards here for Lucas. A to the point plus a layer of the spider. Finally, Hugo is marked for the first time since the beginning of this game. Herald of Protection follows it up.
That's
the handshake is extended. Aquino takes this one down with blood. Excuse me, not Aquino. Hugo Ribeiro takes this one down, not with bloodthirsty daggers, but instead.
You wish that your teammate had gotten the win, Bryce. You
no,
wish.
I told you I was rooting for Prism.
Okay.
I'll
give you a pass here. Yeah, the curse is lifted. Okay.
Unlike the wizard curse of Majin Bay, which still reigns supreme.
Shout out to Majin.
Goes to Prism.
Friend of mine, we came together in the game from another game that we used to play together as well. So shout out to him. Also, Wizard Aficionado. How's it going, Majin?
You there, Majin?
What's going on?
Knock, knock, knock. I don't think he's there, man.
Okay, all right.
All right, well,
next time.
We'll see if Majin is willing to respond to my co-caster. In the meantime, Prism players rejoice, or maybe don't rejoice, because your hero is one step closer to reaching the hallowed halls of Living Legend and being unplayable in Classic Constructed. We'll see if Hugo is the guy to get it done, or if our other X and 1 Prism can follow in his phantasmal footsteps. Oh, there's so much more flesh and blood to be played, not just here, but also next weekend at the world premiere of Omens of the Third Age in Prague. Let's see what we've got for y'all. It is the world premiere in Prague, which apparently is the favorite location for world premieres in the Flesh and Blood universe. After The Hunted, now comes Omens of the Third Age. Now, Filipe, you've already said that you are not going. But, folks, if you are, you better get your packages now. Signups do end this weekend, and they're going fast. May 22nd to the 24th is next weekend. If you got your ticket to Prague, what are you waiting for when it comes to your package? And if you want to see before you buy, here is your world premiere package. Is going to come with Cold Foil Cosmic Duality. What's the next one? Nebula Duality and Voltbound Duality. Of course, booster packs of Omens of the Third Age and that Cold Foil Omens of Arcana. That is, that is the world premiere pack, which is going to be one of these 3 random cold foils. Any of the dualities.
They do look amazing, though, right?
They duality look amazing.
The duality of the dualities.
Yes, 100%. But all of these cards are looking absolutely fantastic. Mirror images of Runeblades, Wizards, and Illusionists. Sign me up. Now, for your money, Filipe, which of these are you trying to get your hands on when you purchase your Calling Premium package?
For sure, those Astral Strikes.
Yeah, dude.
The lightning version of our beloved lightning enlightened strikes comes his cousin Astral Strike. It looks amazing, like the guy holding the lightning there. It's a fantastic art, and I'm sure looking forward to grabbing mine.
Is it just me, or are we like way leveling up our participation promos in terms of the art treatments?
Oh yeah, 100%.
It is absolutely. I mean, I'm even holding my Cold Foil Collars of Aria right here. This is a gorgeous card.
Yeah,
from the package here at São Paulo at the tail end of its tenure. But Astral Strike, you're right, my friend, is going to look even sweeter. Come to talk about also Flowing Storm Strike, Meteoric Rise, and Voltic Impact, all of which I'm sure are going to make intense impacts on the limited playstyle of Omens of the Third Age. You can also get your hands on flavorful Lightning Flow tokens. Which is your choice, Filipe?
I like the blue one.
The far right blue one?
Yeah.
All right, fine. I think for my money, it's the left one.
The left one, the more Ziggy style one.
Do you think that's the Ziggy one? Do you think it's
so,
like Runeblade in the middle, Oscilio on the right?
Of course, I would have to go with the Oscilio one, but yeah.
Listen, I'm somebody who really likes to mix and match.
Okay.
Like I never have my art sleeves matching my hero.
Oh, right.
I always try to go complete opposite.
Just trying to deceive your opponents.
Yeah,
like,
100%.
Here, look at my Jarl sleeves, and then you play Cindra.
I think I just like to make them cringe a little bit.
Okay.
Like I sleeved my Fang deck in new sleeves.
All right.
Because, I don't know, it seems fun, right?
Yeah.
Blue and red.
If you say so, yeah.
The world premiere in Prague is coming at you next weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Get on over there and enjoy what my co-caster and I cannot. You better believe if money was no object and distance from our families was no object, we would be there in a heartbeat, because Omens of the Third Age foretells a brand new chapter of the Flesh and Blood saga, and boy, is it going to be electric.
Oh, it's going to be electrifying, my friend. I wish I was there, but I will be for sure attending my pre-releases and getting my new lightning cards as soon as possible.
Get over to Prague and enjoy your 50,000 watts of power. In the meantime, we're going to be powering a cloud skimming steamboat instead, because we got an X and 1 Puffin Hightail coming at you in mere moments. More Flesh and Blood from São Paulo after this.
Senta e descansa. E do jeitinho que tu gosta. Trava a bunda, senta e descansa. Vem, e do jeitinho que tu gosta. Senta e descansa. E do jeitinho que tu gosta. Trava a bunda, senta e descansa. E do jeitinho que tu gosta. Senta e descansa. E do jeitinho que tu gosta. Trava a bunda, senta e descansa.
Time after time, game after game, Brazil never lets you down. We're back at Calling São Paulo. Bryce Platz humbly hosting with Filipe Lima Cardoso, and we are so happy to be here.
100%. It's been a nice ride so far, and we're coming up to the last round of the day, round 7.
Lots of people are on this ride with us. Let's take a look and see how they're doing. We had some X and O's before, and they continue their reign. It is supreme for Brodie, Spurlock, and Jacob Clements, who I have it on good authority are facing off with one another in this last round. That sound exciting? Well, we're going to turn our eyes away from it because, oh boy, we have got ourselves an X and 1 Puffin. And you better believe, if there are cogs cranking, I want to be watching.
Oh man, Puffin looks amazing. It does. And it's up against Oscilio. We have a lot of Oscilios 5-1, including last year's winner, Carlos Eduardo da Silva. But that's not who our Puffin players will be facing, but he will indeed be facing an Oscilio, which is a matchup that seems interesting for Puffin, as Puffin can do a lot of disruption, which is what Oscilio doesn't want to see. And Puffin can go very fast at Bryce.
Also has the ability to disrupt equipment, to blow it up here and there with Palantir Aeronauts. And if there's one thing Oscilio wants to keep, it's his boots. Does not want to die with them on or off unless he's been able to utilize that combo piece. Also have to talk about seat number 21, Diorge. Brognara is X and 1 still after taking his first loss against Cindra in round 1 on stream. Excuse me, round 2 on stream, technically. Diorge kicking absolute ass on Hala. I did not think she had what it took to go the distance.
And I mean, Paul also 5-1, and he also lost only on stream. So it seems like his stream is being like a kind of a curse for our players here today.
No, it's kind of a boon, right? You lose once, and then you're just winning out.
Yeah. As long as we don't put them on stream again. So.
Except for Brodie. Brodie will
who
have
do you
to
want to put on the stream
Brodie
again?
will potentially have to overcome a completely different curse, which is the X and O curse going into day 2, which has put players as seasoned as Shoma Yamamura in the dust once they hit the top 8. So all of that will be stories for tomorrow. For now, we've got to tell one, and it's called Puffin Hightail. Shall we?
Yes, our favorite pirate mechanologist.
Piloted, of course, by Rodrigo Canejo. 5-1 here of Team Pummel Party, who is a group that puts out the premier Brazilian Flesh and Blood podcast, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Pummel Party is a team that's very well known in Brazil. They are huge content creators. They put up a very interesting podcast that's like the most famous podcast on Brazil. They do it in Portuguese, of course, and they are well beloved for the community. They have, in my opinion, the best looking team shirt on the circuit. So this Pummel Party T-shirt looks very nice, very clean.
Listen, it's
And-
great, but I do like the simplicity of the Bordas Brancas shirt.
Yeah, you had to come up with your Bordas Brancas
Yes,
team
I did,
every
I
single time
did.
you can, right, Bryce? Okay.
On the other side, Ian Geraldi Cordero, X and 1 on Oscilio Constella Intelligence, a deck that we've only seen once earlier today, despite it being what a lot of people say is the best deck in format. We'll cover him real quick. You know him, you love him. He can discard instant cards and filter into a fresh card once per turn, and that is also important for the combo potential of this hero. He just won Pro Tour Yokohama in the hands of Evan Herndon. Would have won it either way, depending on how the finals shook out, because wouldn't you know it, it was a mirror match against Yuki Lee Bender. On the other side, Puffin Hightail. Action. Tap Puffin, destroy a gold you control, create a golden cog token. The second time you crank each turn, draw a card. And if that sounds difficult to do, just consider that golden cogs have the keyword crank. So a lot of times, as long as you can activate Puffin and you have the gold on board, you're going to get that second card.
All right.
And here we go, down to the match. Let's see how it all goes down. Filipe, do you have any idea of who is favored in this match?
I think Puffin is favored because it is a very fast deck with Disruption. There is a fact that Oscilios can shock Polycranka and not let the Puffin player utilize this to the fullest ability, but I would give a slightly advantage to Puffin here. Shout out to Jan. He is a local of mine, a very passionate Oscilio player. Since Oscilio was revealed, he just decided to play the deck from the beginning. He's a very experienced player and he loves playing this deck, and it's nice to see him doing well here at the Calling with his beloved Oscilio deck.
Now, last time we were in Brazil, we did see a fantastical Oscilio combo on display, but that was in the days before Consigned to Cosmos Shock, which has made this deck sing with, other additions like Temporal Wobble in addition. It's Mind Warp amped up by Volzar just for 1, and there is no Arcane Barrier on the side of Rodrigo Conejo. So Mind Warp gonna do some dirty business, but Rodrigo, because it's turn 0, will simply draw right back up to 4.
Yeah, and interestingly, he's spotting 0 Arcane Barrier, which shows us what he wants to do. He just wants to put his foot on the gas and do as much damage and as much disruption as possible to finish the game quickly and not give Oscilio the chance to find his big combo turn.
So what you're saying is he wants to throw a pummel party.
He wants to throw a pummel party. Yeah. I don't know if he is playing pummel, but he wants to throw a pummel party.
No. Pummel the verb, not pummel the card. It may very well be the pirate slanted version of Puffin, though. A lot of Puffin players have been enticed by the pirate cards thanks to Cheating Scoundrel. Take a look at the hand. It's inconclusive based on this hand. There's Golden Sky Wardens and Soup Ups, both of which are generally included in both the boost variant and the pirate variant of Puffin.
And both cards that you want to Soup Ups you want to see a little bit later in the deck when you're already set up.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's a cog in the machine as well.
Yeah, and the Golden Sky Warden, you prefer to see it when you're on the defensive, right? As you want to block with this card and generate a pile of gold out of your cogs. So, but cog in the machine here is a very, very good card to draw at any point in the game for Puffin.
Ian holding priority here because he does have a Temporal Wobble in the hand, but would need 2 permanents with Sigil in their name in order to negate this cog in the machine. So he says, proceed, 2 golden cogs generated, both of which are cranked. So first and second crank made for Puffin Hightail, card drawn, and there we go. It's a Loan Shark to kickstart this gold token generation. Red Soup Up. Oh, interesting. In the hand, but Loan Shark pitched away for Golden Skywarden here. Just wants efficient 7 damage.
Yeah, he's just going for the value here, throwing as much damage as possible. And we see Jan filtering his Temporal Wobble that he could not use on the cog in the machine here to draw a new fresh card.
Which is pretty funny. There was a shake of the head there for Jan because he drew into the second sigil that he needed in order to get rid of cog in the machine.
Which means if he had done it prior, while the cog in the machine was on the stack with a different instant, he could have wobbled the cog in the machine.
But I think that would be a perfect world in some cases, but I think Jan's making the better play here. Temporal wobble is
just
great when
interesting.
it's great. It's horrible when it's not doing anything.
Yeah, it's just interesting to see how many different lines Oscilio players have throughout the game. Like this very different styles of play that you can have, and you have like you can get an edge here or an edge there. And even though if it's there is a better play here or there, you do have like a million options throughout the game to consider, and that's always important to keep in mind when you're playing a deck like Oscilio.
That turn finished up by Rodrigo with the first crack of Spitfire. A slug finds itself embedded into the Constella Intelligence. 29 plays 37 as we pass back over to our Lightning Wizard. Sigil of Lightning pops at the beginning of the action phase, leaving behind an embodiment of Lightning Token. Quick activation of Oscilio straight away, discarding an electromagnetic somersault and finding a consigned to Cosmos Shock. One of those ways that Jan can snipe Polycranka straight out of the sky, thereby doing serious damage to Puffin Hightail's game plan and also committing a crime against humanity at the same time.
Polycranka do looks really nice, right? Nobody wants to kill
No.
this guy unless you're his opponent.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Polycranko! Unfortunately, not a single crank generated by Poly. Rodrigo in shambles. All of us at home are shaking our heads at Jan. How could you? And to make matters worse, it's a mind warp for 4.
The second of the game, which kind of explains why Jan threw the first one on turn 0, because he had another copy. He was ready to Arsenal on that turn 0 turn.
Drawing it up somewhat similarly to Paul Van Heysel when he was on stream against Marlynn.
Yep, and that's a good showcase of how hard it is to navigate an Oscilio game. Sometimes you just draw the nuts and you draw these combo hands that do upwards to 20-30 damage. Those are easy to navigate, but when you draw these hands with that don't mesh that well with like a few arcane spells or maybe a few attacks or only instants, those are the hands that you have to navigate more masterfully in order to be able to extract the most out of this hero.
It's back over to Rodrigo. 33 plays 29. Rodrigo has been reduced to 3 cards in hand, one of which is a Cogworks Dovetail. Does he have the Cog Generation? Doesn't need it at least for the beginning here. Soup Up comes from the arsenal, and because both of those golden cogs went away at the beginning of the turn, this Soup Up has go again.
Yeah, and Soup Up is a very interesting card.
Ooh, it's kind of a stinker of a hand here.
Yeah. Without the cogs that just left the game, both the skimmer and the 1-for-5 are not as good as you cannot give go again to them without the cogs.
This is the drawback of Puffin Hightail. If you can't consistently generate cogs, you cannot enact your game plan. If you've got them, then she does some seriously above rate things.
Yeah, and that brings us back to last turn when Rodrigo decided to pitch the Loan Shark instead of playing it. If he had a few gold tokens now, he could transform those into cogs in order to utilize his hand better. So maybe this is a decision that's coming back to bite him in this turn after he decided to go against that.
Now, Rodrigo, of course, did get mind warped and had no way to interact with it whatsoever. So this is just what fate had in store for him.
Yeah.
But I do like the fact that he's holding on to his red Cogworks Zeppelin. That's a card that is an absolute all-star, especially against decks like Oscilio that can't block super simply.
Yep. And this Cloud Skiff is just coming for 5 without any chance of giving it go again. Jan is free to just plan his turn, knowing there is no disruption coming. So he just needs to maximize how much value he can extract from this hand, and maybe blocking with a card. I see he has a current funnel, for example, so he could perhaps use this card to block.
There's also 2 copies of Channel Lightning Valley in the hand. An enticing proposition anytime you see it, especially when your opponent has no AB and you have the green light to draw off of them. But first, it's an activation of Oscilio, ditching 1, finding a Gone and a Flash here.
And a Glyph Power spell to finish that hand off. It's a very interesting hand for Ian here. Did you catch what he has in Arsenal, Bryce? I didn't manage to catch that
I
before.
did not either. No, is it the Somersault? No, he ditched the Somersault on the previous turn cycle.
Oh.
Wow, looks like Gone and a Flash might be committed to the blocks.
Oh, he just
It
somersaulted.
is a Somersault.
Yeah.
Okay, this is absolutely perfect.
That's a good use of
All of a
somersault on defense here.
All of a sudden, it's a 1-for-5 defense reaction.
And here he can come with current funnel and or the glyph power spell.
So this
He can start with going on a flash with go again, play the instant to take it back, and finish with the glyph power spell. That's a very, very powerful turn.
This is a difficult proposition for Jan because if Rodrigo lets any of this damage through, Jan won't be able to get the card draw from Channel Lightning Valley and keep his Gone in a Flash, which is a very important piece to this puzzle.
Which is a very interesting tidbit when you're playing against Oscilio. The first gun in a flash, you usually want to let it hit at least one.
Yep.
So you're free from the draw from Channel Lightning Valley.
Rodrigo seems to know this strategy, blocking only 2 on 4, so 2 damage. Comes across the line, little more bloodletting. Down to 31 goes Puffin. And now Jan still plays out that Channel Lightning Valley, just fetches his Gone in a Flash. Effectively, Channel Lightning Valley, even though it didn't draw a card here, just did become another copy of Gone in a Flash, which isn't bad.
Especially because he knows he's keeping this Channel Lightning Valley as he's pitching current funnel to play the glyph power spell. So you make sure you have the channel active for next turn.
8 Arcane here. No card draw because Channel Lightning Valley came in a little bit too late. But 8 Arcane that is effectively unpreventable on Rodrigo's side of the board.
Yeah. Without AB, it gets tough to prevent any of the Arcane damage. So that could be a very good avenue for Ian to finish the game off here, only on Arcane, if he needs so. And the Channel Lightning Valley is staying for the next turn, thanks to the pitch of the current funnel there. So Jan has Gone in a Flash in Arsenal, a Channel Lightning Valley and a Sigil in play. He's ready to go for it as soon as he has a break.
He also has plenty of space. This is the first time in the game where he's bought himself a life lead. Granted, it's only 2 points, but any non-pressure... Oh, but there's about to be some pressure mounting. Command and Conquer. Finally, we have the tell. Both Command and Conquer and Cheating Scoundrel are not boostable cards, so we know this is a pirate variant of Puffin. Cheating Scoundrel comes in. The next attack action card Rodrigo plays, which happens to be Command and Conquer, will get +3 and will wager with the defending hero.
And
the winner will create a gold token.
And Rodrigo has 1 pitch left and a tonic on 3 with 1 card in hand in Arsenal. I never like to see that when I'm sitting opposite to a Command and Conquer.
Pummel party!
Is the Pummel party
We'll see. I don't think
happening
so.
right now?
In the hand for Jan.
But that begs the question, what is this last card on Rodrigo's hand and why didn't he block it if it's not some kind of attack reaction or a way of utilizing his hand on his turn?
Well, he couldn't. The only thing he had to block on Jan's turn was that Gone in a Flash. So maybe
he did block with balance, though.
Yeah, exactly. So you're saying he could have blocked with that additional card. Yeah. Fair point. Perhaps he was just thinking that more Gons were going to come.
Yep.
I could see it, especially given that an embodiment of Lightning token was there at the start of the turn.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
In any case,
if I was in Ian's seat right now, I would be scared.
He does have a rare situation where he can block this Command and Conquer for 9 out.
He is blocking for 9.
Lightning Greaves is the chosen block. And there it is. Golden Sky Warden discarded 2 Cheating Scoundrel. So Rodrigo, even though he lost the wager, will be able to generate the gold token anyway. That's why it's Cheating Scoundrel, not Fair Playing Scoundrel.
Yeah, and considering how important gold is for Puffin to enact the hero's strategy in the game, you can see why he decided to keep this card instead of blocking with it, so he can get the all-important first gold into the game.
That's why the song goes, the first gold is the hardest. Which Rodrigo had an easy out for. Could have deployed Loan Shark very early in the game, which of course that was our tell, that it was Pirate Puffin, not the turn cycle we just saw.
And now the Gun in a Flash comes for 4. And this is really good about Oscilio, right? Even though you can block with most of your hand, you still do a pretty powerful turn with just Gun in a Flash and bounce, so effectively doing a 1 card 4 with an instant. 1 card 4 plus whatever the effect of your instant is. So for example, it's the Sigil of Solace, you do a 1 card 7, which is insane.
Rodrigo in the tank here. Considering equipment blocks, Does reach for a card as well. Second Loan Shark devoted to the blocks in addition to Unicycle. Blocking out this Gone in a Flash completely, but there's that 1-card 7. Jan plays out Sigil of Solace, gains 3, effectively draws Gone in a Flash, plunks it right back in Arsenal.
And these types of plays is what makes Oscilio so good, despite, in addition to his combo potential, right? Sometimes you play just small hands that are so effective, like a 1-card 7, like we just saw between combining Gone in a Flash with Sigil of Solace.
But there's another Command and Conquer in the hand for Rodrigo.
Oh,
And a backspin thrust with 1 copper cog. I don't know if I see it. Oh, of course we can see it deployed here. There's a gold token, comes down in its place. I think the Arsenal is still Cogworks Zeppelin. From very early on in this game, that turn where Rodrigo was mind warped into a hand of 3 reds. Finally, here comes Cogworks Zeppelin.
Okay, and this is very good because he can gives it go again and follow it up with a CNC.
He'll give it effective go again as long as it hits. When this hits a hero, Rodrigo may tap a cog he controls. If he does, he'll create a golden cog token. Now, this doesn't say go again on it, but when that second golden cog comes in, you have the opportunity to crank it and thereby effectively get go again by generating an action point.
That's exactly what I meant, Bryce. You just put it better than me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Broncos for life. Anyway, 6 on the combat chain here. Jan, I'm seeing 2 blocks. I'm seeing 1 3 block. I'm seeing no blocks.
He only has 5 block total with this hand before he activated Oscilio.
Now, the nice thing for Jan is there aren't more cogs on the table here. Because Rodrigo has blocked with the unicycle, Jan effectively has to block 7 in order to completely end Rodrigo's turn here.
Oh, no blocks.
No blocks, he says. I think it makes sense. He just can't afford the value at this point. Down to 22. Golden cog tapped. Golden cog created.
And
second crank of the turn, so card drawn.
And card draw for Rodrigo. This is turning out to be a very good turn because he can follow that up with the backspin thrust to go for go again, untapping that other cog.
Which should be untapped now.
No. Yeah, it's an instant, so he can do it after damage.
Você falou não blocos, né? Não. Eu achei que era quando atacado. Não, é instant.
Both players just confirming that's exactly how this works.
Just a minute. And Rodrigo still have that Command and Conquer we saw, and I didn't catch a glance of the card he drew from the Puffin's ability. That's a pretty powerful turn for Puffin here.
Absolutely massive, especially when it's going to be a Command and Conquer at the end of it. Rodrigo had the opportunity to cash in the value of Spitfire, but the Arsenal is known at this point, and it's the one you want to pressure when it comes to your Oscilio opponent. Sometimes Command and Conquer can totally come back to bite you when they say, plunk something like a Sigil of Solace, but Rodrigo has all the information he needs.
And a little bit unfortunate for Rodrigo that the draw from Puffin ability was Pinion Sentry, which if it was a red card or an attack card, he could have used Tunic to cast the CNC and Arsenal that extra card, but since he drew the Pinion Sentry, he's just pitching it to play the CNC and effectively just wasting the two left resources from pitching a blue here.
The draw sequence has been somewhat difficult for Rodrigo. I think the one fork early on is play the Lone Shark or not. I do think that Rodrigo's play made a lot of sense considering, like you said, you do not want those Golden Sky Wardens in your hand unless you're defending with them and you have Golden Cogs on board.
Exactly, and now he's presenting yet another Command and Conquer for Jan, knowing that he has a Gone in a Flash in Arsenal and only 5 blocking hand as of now, so he's presenting another very difficult decision for our Oscilio player here.
Now, as the life totals walk down, it's important to point out that the Oscilio combo turn doesn't need to be as good as long as these life totals are walking down together. Jan can put something together with 3 cards that is pretty substantial once his opponent is down below 20 life. Right now, Rodrigo's still pretty insulated, though.
Yeah, he can go for an all-out combo that does upwards of 30 damage, but if he needs, and the life totals are going down like somewhat similarly, he can go for a smaller combo, put Rodrigo in shock range, especially because he doesn't have any arcane barrier. So that gives Oscilio flexibility to see how better to combo. And here we see like he giving the 5 block plus the arm piece.
I like this play a lot because in the hand of Jan is Sigil of Lightning and Blink. So even though he doesn't have an embodiment of Lightning token now, he can go Gone in a Flash, Blink, Gone in a Flash, Sigil of Lightning, set himself up for go again at the beginning of the next turn, while also sending an effective 2-card 8, would we call that?
Yes, it's exactly.
Maybe it's 1-card 8 because you get the Gone in a Flash back in a way? Nah, it's 2 cards.
It's 2 cards, but it's 2-card 8 plus an embodiment, which is from the Sigil that's going to stay on board. So it's still pretty massive here. And like, as an Oscilio player, that's what you want to do. You kind of play this mid-range game. And if you have gone, you're so above rate that when you do find your combo, you can finish the game up.
Lightning Valley turned face down on the block trigger of Sunken Treasure. No Sigil of Brilliance in the graveyard for Jan as of yet. Otherwise, I think that would be the card that Rodrigo would be turning face down.
Okay, now comes the Blink.
There it is. 1 damage gets through. Gone in a Flash back to the hand. Gone in a Flash back on the combat chain. Now, there's nothing Rodrigo can do about it, but the worst thing he could possibly see right now is consign to Cosmos Shock, because that would be insult to injury. Gone in a Flash goes back to the hand, and then another 5 Arcane.
Yeah, a consign to Shock here would be... Consign to Cosmos Shock here would be completely devastating.
Now,
still, a Sigil is still very good because he's setting himself up with an embodiment for next turn and the Gone in Arsenal. And he already has seen 2 Command and Conquers from Rodrigo, which is a good sign.
But there's got to be Conquerors in that deck, right?
That's true, that's true.
Not in the hand as of yet. Could be found here off the draw. It's going to be 2 cogs generated. Likely 2 cogs cranked. What's the call here, Rodrigo? Rodrigo, of course, has the option to only crank 1 of those cogs. Excuse me, he can tap a cog he controls, and if he does, cog on the machine will go back to the bottom of its owner's deck. There is a loop with Spitfire that insulates you from fatigue, but this is not a fatigue matchup.
I think Ian was thinking a little bit on the response, because as he controls 2 Sigils, he could have a wobble or perhaps cycle an instant card with Oscilio to try and find a wobble to stop it, but he ultimately decided not to do so.
Oh, didn't quite catch that card drawn by Rodrigo. I'm sorry, now it's finally drawn.
Vou fazer Cloud Skiff. Sobrando 2.
Cloud Skiff. Cloud Skiff is good news for Ian here. It's not disruption, but it will be able to have go again, so...
Wait a minute, where did those other 2 resources go? He started with cog in the machine, right?
No blocks.
He drew off
cracked
gold.
The gold, yeah.
Got it.
He cracked the gold.
Thought there was an extra card there.
He's an interesting decision because of the cog in the machine. He has an extra action point, so he can either give go again or +1. If he has a way of using the extra action point, he can give go again, and it seems like that's what he's doing.
Because I think he's got a Cogworks Zeppelin in the hand. This insulates Rodrigo and makes it so that he can absolutely shoot Spitfire no matter what.
That's true.
So down to 1 action point is he.
Ultimately, that's just damage, though. So it's an opening for Ian to get himself into a combo turn if he has the option.
You are right. It is just damage, and it's not lethal. Face up at this point.
If Ian takes this damage, though, it's probably his last chance of going off, as he will be really low life and will start having to block in order not to die. So he has a very important decision to take here.
Does the hand cooperate? I do see a Sigil of Brilliance. Electrostatic Discharge. This is not bad.
Oh, this is an amazing combo hand here.
It's okay. I mean, he will have to pitch a card for Comet Storm. But, yeah, you're okay. Your opponent's below 20 life. This is huge.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like I said, the combo turn from Oscilio doesn't need to be nearly as big. It's a different story when you're facing down, say, a Jarl that is just trying to block you out until they can blow up your Lightning Greaves. You got to put together something pretty massive. Here, because Rodrigo brought no Arcane Barrier, and I don't think he was wrong to do so, you have the luxury of being able to put together a turn that isn't everything you want.
Yeah, you can go Gone for 4, Electromagnetic Discharge, Gone for 7, Sigil, Comet Storm, Shock. So it's a pretty good turn for Ian here. he's still thinking if that's the best course of action or if he should block or not.
If you're in his seat, are you hitting the go button?
Oh, I'm definitely hitting the go button here.
It's even better because Sigil of Lightning is going to pop at the beginning of the turn. So there's an extra instance of Gone in a Flash that you can essentially send on the combo turn.
That's
which
true.
inherently translates to 5 more amp, right? Because you get 5 more damage because you get 4 by playing the Gone in a Flash in terms of physical, and then also an additional amp up of Volzar.
Yep. You can go Gone for 4, Gone for 4, Gone for 7 because of the discharge, Gone for 4, and Comet Storm for 9. No, for...
Wait, one too many.
For 10, actually.
Gone, then Comet Storm.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then, but you have the 2 instants you played, so you played 5 lightning cards in total. The 3
Oh,
Gones,
yeah.
plus the discharge, plus the sigil. So Comet for 10.
It's good, but
Yep.
he's filtering to Oscilio. Blink goes away. That was his fuel.
Oh, and he drew the temporal wobble. Oh my god.
Oh, a devastating roll of the dice for Jan.
Yeah, with this wobble now, he's priced into cycling this wobble next turn.
If he finds himself a blue after activating Oscilio on his turn, then he's right back where he started. But
Yes.
for my money, that was a risk not worth taking.
Yeah, for my money as well.
Because let's see, total amount of damage, it would have been 4, 8, plus 7, 15.
Plus 10, 25.
Plus 10, 25.
Yep. He could even pop gloves to do one more if he wanted,
Yeah.
because the sigil is getting out of play. So
Unicycle
potentially
cashed in.
26.
Rodrigo is off of his contraption now, walking like the rest of us plebeians. And that was just to get 1 extra point of value off of Cogworks Zeppelin. Activated his twice per turn instant, and then tapped the Cog on hit, and now sending Spitfire for 2. Oh, I sympathize with Jan.
Yeah.
So many decision points in Oscilio, and when you have a button like that, or a button like Kano that you can hit every turn, sometimes the temptation is too great.
Sometimes more options is less options.
Fair enough. Eloquently put, my friend.
Let's see how Ian tries to navigate. I think he's priced into cycling this temporal wobble.
Oh my
here
gosh,
at
that's going to be the first thing he does. After, of course, generating an embodiment of Lightning Token. No, even in response to that.
Yeah, he needs to be in response, because if he draws a Channel Lighting Valley, he could play... oh, no, sorry. This is the wrong sigil. I was with sigil.
You were thinking... Yeah.
Doors, yeah.
Okay, Flittering Charge found. So Comet Storm Shock can only be fueled by this Sigil of Brilliance. Oh, and I have to...
that's an unfortunate turn of events for him.
I have to feel for Jan here. He might be thinking about this later this evening. What do you think he was looking for in discarding the blink?
I don't know. I think maybe an instant that could give him more juice, like another shock perhaps, or another sigil.
I sympathize with that line of play, but when Comet Storm is already there, if you're not happy with the cost curve, that's what I would be ditching rather than the blink.
Me too. I think it was a devastating turn of events for him. I'm not entirely sure what he was fishing for, but yeah, I'm with you, Bryce. I think that was... He had a pretty good setup already, so he didn't need to...
Thank you, Jan. Wanting to be...
Então, a razão de eu fazer auxílio vendo isso aqui era pra decidir se eu ia ou não ia estourar a bola, entendeu?
Tem que chamar o juiz agora. Porque...
Não, então deixa.
Você que sabe.
Só se você não se importasse.
Não,
Se você se importa, o juiz considera.
É porque já fez essa carta aqui, né? Então...
Beleza, vai lá.
Yeah, Jan is mentioning that he meant to crack the arms piece, but Rodrigo mentioned that he already played another card, and then Jan said that it's okay.
A fair point. This is competitive level rules enforcement. Tomorrow will be professional. Golden Skywarden on blocking duty, as it is meant to be. It has Galvanize, and Rodrigo has the opportunity to galvanize as many golden cogs as possible. Each time he does, he'll repeat the process and leave behind a gold token. So Golden Skywarden blocking for 4, on 4, and the Gone in a Flash follows. No go again here. Lightning Greaves have not been popped. Very well might still, though.
I don't know how Ian is planning to convert the rest of his hand now. He can. He's given his line. He's priced into popping boots right now in order to play the electrostatic discharge.
Passa 2.
Vou 16.
2 damage comes across the line. Cogworks Tinker Rings is in the way, but only by 2. Down to 16 goes Rodrigo. Old Knocker popped here. Oscilio tapped and a resource left behind. Paid immediately for the active ability on Lightning Greaves. Now all instance Jan controls have go again for the rest of this turn. Electrostatic discharge in the damage step comes down. Gets the action point back and bounces Gone on a Flash to the hand. Gone on a Flash out again, this time for 7.
Sem go again de novo. Só que agora você tem um action point, né? Não, você usou agora.
Eu recuperei e gastei.
Tá.
You should take the Volzar up to 4 as well.
Correct.
Yep. Okay.
Caught by Jan.
Now coming
4.
for 7. I think he needs to shock now
Duas na mão.
in order to utilize all these counters on Volzar.
Yeah.
But it's such a less valuable turn than what he
Yes.
could have done if he didn't push the button on Oscilio last turn, right? If he had a blue here, things would be looking much brighter for Jan here.
So let's figure it out, Filipe, because we were talking about a 25 damage turn. This so far has been 4 into 4, 8 plus 7, 15. 15 plus 4 ultimately.
Plus
19,
6.
it's going to be, plus an additional 2, 21. And he could throw the Gone in a Flash again, which would bring us back up to 25.
If he throws the gun in a flash, he would come up to 26, I believe, because the shock is going to...
No, he has to do the shock now to get the Gone in a Flash back.
Yeah, exactly.
So he would lose that 1 amp. So actually, this ends up being the same thing? Am I counting my math right?
No, this is not right.
Passando 4?
Tá bom.
Are you sure?
Boa,
8.
Yeah.
8 plus 7, 15, right?
Uh-huh.
With me? He'll shock
this
here.
turn, yes.
He'll shock here for 6, up to 21. Gets Gone in a Flash back, sends Gone in a Flash, 25.
I think the other way would be Gone for 4, discharge into Gone for 7, Sigil into Gone for 4.
Vocês.
So that's already how much?
Beleza.
I don't even know now. Now I'm lost.
So maybe the initial value calculation wasn't quite right. Bottom line, we do think there's some value left on the table here. Nevertheless, it is a significant amount of damage presented by Jan. Still, if Rodrigo accepts this damage, could be down into lethal shock range.
Now he could go 4, so like it would be 4 for Gone, discharge into 7, into Sigil, into 4, into shock for 1 plus 5.
Well, you would play the Comet Storm
the
instead at
Comet
that
Storm,
point.
and then
Another Gone.
another Gone for 4 more. So that would the Comet Storm would be for 10, I believe.
Yes.
That's 5, and then 29 in total, I guess.
Oh,
with the
20.
other
Okay,
nine.
that was our issue.
Esse turno você não comprou nenhuma carta, né? Você nem ativou o Oscilio, né?
So it's like 4 plus 4 plus 4, 12, plus 7, 19, plus 10, 29. If my math is correct.
Vou ter que jogar safe.
So he
Bloquear 3, toma
wouldn't have been able to play out the blink.
Vou assim.
Yeah.
No, it's important
Yeah,
at this
that's
point.
all right. I mean,
Cheating
yeah.
Scoundrel
it's not that
gets in the way.
It's not that big of a loss because he's still throwing
No,
25
and
here,
that was really
so-
the point I was
Yeah.
trying to get across,
Okay.
right? Like, I don't want us to paint this too
Yeah.
much like it's a massive
Yeah.
blunder for Jan.
And he still puts Rodrigo to 5 with 1 card. So I think Jan managed to revert back to be in the leading seat of this game because Rodrigo can't have a big comeback now with only 1 card in hand. He will try to fish with gold though.
And this is technically shock range if Jan was able to find Consigned to Cosmos Shock and 3 other zero-cost lightning
Let's see
instance.
what's in front.
Doesn't have it, though.
Oh, he does have like a Sigil, a Sigil of Solace, a Channel Lightning Valley, and the last card of his hand I didn't catch a glance. It's a Sigil of Aether? No.
Vou usar túnica,
I
vou
think so. I
bater
think it is one of those
4.
alternate art sigils. It almost looks like a copper cog, which is pretty funny. It's Sigil of Aether in the
Okay.
alternate art.
Uh-huh.
Cogwork Zeppelin in the blue now, just representing 4 damage. It is lethal
It's still
for
lethal,
Jan.
though, yeah.
But Jan could, of course, just block with Flash of Brilliance. Go down 2-1 if he wanted. That wouldn't be enough, though, because, of course, the number of cogs on the board would allow Rodrigo to then send Spitfire.
Yeah. Ian could, there's a few interesting plays Ian could do here as well. He could play the Sigil of Aether from his hand and bring it back and plays out the Channel Lightning Valley as well. Block with Flash of Brilliance, discard another Lightning card to bring back the Sigil of Aether, dealing 1 damage, plus plus the pump from Volzar, and drawing a card from Channel Lightning Valley, putting Rodrigo down to 3. And then, depending on what he drew, decide how to move on. That could be an interesting play. But Rodrigo is effectively attacking for 4 plus 1, 5.
Effectively attacking for 7.
For 7, and if you count the Spitfire attack as well, if he gives go again to the Zeppelin. So, given that Ian is at 4, he needs to consider carefully how to block here, because buffing can be very tricky.
And I like this. An Oscilio activation, look for a blocking card. Doesn't find it. Oh, my goodness. Has the Sigil of Solace, which is a pseudo-blocking card. So will not be dead on this turn.
It's not enough, right? Because if he gains 3 life, he can go to 7. And 7 is the damage Rodrigo can do, right? Oh, he decides to go for...
tá. O Sigil é action, né? Tá.
Jan says, hold on here. Blocking with Flash of Brilliance instead. 1 on 4. Here's the Sigil of Aether that you were talking about, Filipe. Makes a lot of sense.
Aí usar o Flash of Brilliance.
Flash of Brilliance resolves. Jan only has 1 lightning card in the hand. It is Sigil of Brilliance. Sigil of Aether likely coming back to hand. Volzar amps in response. So it's 2 Arcane.
Quando sai ali, né?
Não, ele... Na verdade, calma.
Oh, no.
Vamos lá.
Oh,
Ian
Jan.
forgot to activate the arm piece again.
Me embolei todo.
Looks like there is going to be
Fez antes, né?
some judge discussion here.
Yeah. What Ian wants to do is pop the arm piece before the Sigil of Aether triggers, so he can
Get some
pump
extra
it
amp.
by 1 extra in order to do 3 damage instead of 2, which can be very relevant given Rodrigo's at 5. So it's a very delicate situation. But he should have announced it before. I'm not. If he's already saying that he's gonna draw the card from Channel, that could get technically a little bit difficult. But no new information has been shown, so I think perhaps the judges can give him a rewind so he can activate the arm piece before the trigger. It's all happening very quick and kind of like all together.
Yeah.
So
Our
let's
eye in the
see.
sky does say that the resolution happened exactly as you foretold, Filipe. The rewind was allowed. So Aether Bindings of the Third Age is going to pop here. That is a stack of cards right there. 1 amp given by the Aether Bindings, 1 by Volzar. So it should have been a total of 3 Arcane. Card drawn by Jan for Channel Lightning Valley.
Let's see what it is.
Blast to Oblivion in the yellow.
Qual é, né? Porque você tinha isso aqui, mas você já descartou. Tá. Já tem
So,
duas pra você agora.
has a couple different ways to live through this. Rodrigo. Oh. Rodrigo should have activated Puffin at the beginning of this turn cycle.
Eu tô com 4 de vida.
Tá com 4 de vida.
Bloquei 1.
Fair point.
Tem reação?
Eu vou dar...
4 over the top of Flash of Brilliance.
Yeah, he can use.
Duas. Comprei.
Comprou 2.
He can use balance here
Balance
because
of Justice.
Ian activated Oscilio and then drew a card from Channel.
Mais uma vez.
And here we go. 1 cog tapped to bring Cogwork Zeppelin up to 5.
Vai
Sigil
pra 7.
brings him to 7. Okay.
Though.
Let's see. Up to 7.
Aí eu vou...
He could.
Tá, mais uma vez. Vai pra 6.
Oh.
1 more
But
here.
then he can activate Spitfire.
Yeah, he cannot tap a cog at this point for the Cogwork Zeppelin
He could
on hit.
activate Puffin, I guess.
No, there's no way to get the
there's
action
no
point
go
back.
again. Yes. Yes.
No, Rodrigo.
Rodrigo, no, he should have hit him for 5, not 6.
Oh, this is devastating.
Oh,
Aí eu não
no.
tenho cog, eu vou
So,
pro fim do turno.
so there is a play line where he goes for the double tap here, but it requires him to have activated Puffin and converted that gold token first.
Yeah. He could just tap 1, pump Zeppelin for 5, and then use the second to give go again, and then you
Exactly.
activate Puffin, and then activate Puffin to attack with Spitfire here. But now that he
Yeah.
tapped both, he can't give go again, and he
Exactly.
can't activate Spitfire. So he ended up losing a point of damage here that will be crucial because he will bring Ian down to 1 instead of bringing Ian down to 0 and threaten Letta with the Spitfire. That would require Ian to block.
It has been such a
Oh.
long day of Flesh and Blood. So many rounds have been played for both of these players. It is no small feat to play 7 rounds of Flesh and Blood at the highest level in a single day.
And now Ian has the Sigil of Aether and the Blast to Oblivion.
Vou fazer o Cindra.
Oh, he's
Sigil of
Activating
Aether
Oscilio,
discarded here.
okay.
Card drawn.
That's interesting.
Auxílio, eu entendi Sigil, perdão.
Sigil. Oh, and he drew the Filtering Charge.
Filtering charge, so no go again here. It's just going to be 4 represented. Rodrigo now on the blocks. Has Fiendal Spring Tunic to cover this up nicely.
Rodrigo now is down to 2, so he's in shock range, but I think the life totals were not updated. The Yan should be at 1 because he ate the 6. Or, no,
Palantir plus Fiendal Spring Tunic get in the way. And Jan hasn't drawn that many shocks. I've not seen a single copy of Null
okay,
Shock.
now they're back at 2, okay.
Does he find it here?
Oh, he
There
finds
it is. Consigned to Cosmos Shock is going to clean this game up post-haste. Rodrigo doesn't know it yet, but he is not long for this world. Will be proceeding into day 2 at X and 2. Unfortunately, Puffin Hightail unable to crank her way out of this situation. He's going to try his best to put together a mounting offense. It's cog in the machine, but it's Jan's to respond to. Whenever he so chooses, a card could be drawn here. Will Jan respond?
Ian is thinking about what he could have, what Rodrigo could have in his hand and in his arsenal, but the deal is already sealed. He plays the Sigil.
Fazer o Auxílio.
Oh no, he comes back, okay.
Beleza.
Oscilio first.
Aí
He draws Seduce Secrets, doesn't help, but he doesn't really need the help right now.
Sigil of
Plays the
Brilliance.
Sigil of Brilliance.
Out on the arena. Consigned to Cosmos Shock is there. Volzar amps it up to 3. Big ol' handshake between 2 comrades of the home state. Brazil reigns supreme, but this game went this way and that way. Nerves played a huge factor in who could blame these players. Playing on the highest stage that their country has to offer. Round 7 is concluded, and thereby so are our Swiss rounds for the day. And Filipe, we will take a look at our standings in a second, but that game seems to have left you a little bit stressed as well.
Oh yeah, the ending of the game was so stressful because there's a lot of interactions going on. Both players having the major razor-thin decisions to make. The game was down 2-2, so it was anybody's game. And then at the end of the game, a little bit of like uncertainty by both players to finish it off. But in the end, it ended up with Oscilio finding the shock that he needed to finish the game, and it was a very nerve-wracking situation at the end of the game. But
Yeah, it wasn't exactly one that ended with a bang, but kind of a whimper in certain cases, just because, it's so hard to put together those last few turn cycles, especially when cards are flying this way and that. Judges are getting involved, and it's just been a long day.
Exactly. It's been a long day. It's the last round of the day. Both players X1, so they are guaranteed to go to day 2. They just want to finish X1 to have this bigger chance of making top 8 tomorrow. And it's nerve-wracking and heartbreaking to see the game finishing with a little bit of indecision on both players' parts. But in the end, Oscilio found the shock that he needed, and he was able to seal the deal there.
National season is upcoming where more Flesh and Blood will be played throughout the world. The standings are set in stone, and now we look forward to the future. Flow State Embodiment is a promo for our competitor package at the National Championship in 2026. I know I will be at the U.S. National Championship, and I hope you will go to your country's respective events in the following weeks. Filipe, are you so excited for Brazilian Nationals or what?
I'm really excited, Bryce. I've played in 2 Brazilian Nationals. I started playing the game 2.5 years ago, so I'm really excited to play on my third nationals. I don't have a top 8 though. I finished 10th on one and 12th at the other, so I'm looking forward to the first nationals top 8.
Okay, well, my next question for you is, what the heck is Runic Reaving going to say?
Oh man, this screams like it's a really powerful card. The 044 already.
It's just the art
Rune
says
Blade
it's powerful,
action,
right?
yes. And this guy there, like it says it's really powerful.
Yeah, who
I
is
don't know,
this guy?
man.
He is kind of a Viserai looking dude,
type,
but
right?
maybe
Yeah.
almost even extra corrupted Viserai in a way.
But he looks strong. I'm sure as a national promo, he's gonna be on a lot of people's decks in the near future.
And it is a standard Rune Blade card, so makes me think that Arcane Damage or Rune Chance are going to be involved with this one. Well, there's another one that is known to all of us, Razor Reflex, but this has gotten a huge facelift, and it's not looking great for Fang if his reflection is to be trusted.
Yeah, Fang doesn't like to see this Razor Reflex for sure, at least in the art.
And the collective that is Arachne is on full display here, kind of in a Black Widow form, also in a Huntsman form. Just gives us an ever-increasing look at what they are.
What they are, I don't know. But they are a menace in the calling circuit because Arachne Marionette's doing well for so long, so I know what it is in the competitive Flesh and Blood play.
That is just about going to do it for us here at Calling São Paulo. We don't have our final standings as of yet. We will be posting on Twitter, though, so go ahead and take a look there for all of the standings info at the end of day 1. There's going to be so much more Flesh and Blood to be played tomorrow, and the show is just getting started. The heat is just starting to rise in Tennis Club Paulista. We'll be back tomorrow. Don't go anywhere.